A 3, a 2, a 1. It should be going live for everybody now. Here comes some music. It's the Resident Evil save theme. So I'm going to give it a moment to kick in for everybody and explain what we're even doing here today. So we're going to be doing a good old tier list thingy-majigger. So I should probably pause this video and not show the player, but hey. We're going to be doing one of these tier maker Resident Evil things. I've actually had some people ask surprisingly about this. I didn't think anyone would be interested. Not too many people, but a few. And I thought, hey, what a great time to just sit here and try and organize some horror games. Now, I did put a few rules here and quite a few things to get this all set up. I'm doing quite well there, Rogue, and hello everybody. And how are you guys having a fine night? It's exactly 12:10 a.m. here, which means a little bit past midnight. I meant to start at midnight, but what happened is I accidentally wanted to put this in the dark mode, but it scrambled up all the titles down below because I had an order to them. But then, hey. So we've got 84 horror games here. We got a tier list right here. Let me express what these games even here, because there's quite a few horror games that are notable missing from here. What a lot of people seem to realize, but also don't realize, is that horror games very rarely get a sequel. And even if they get a sequel, it's even rarer that they get a third game in the franchise. So, down below is about not every, but nearly every horror game that's gone 3 entries or more. And I'm cheating in a few of these, and I'll explain why in just a moment. Which I've played. Now, I'm also making a clarification. I've played every game on this list. I've even beaten like 95% of them. However, a few of them I'm cheating. Like, I've beaten, the Fatal Frame games are down below. I've beaten Fatal Frame 1. Like, let me scroll down just to show. I've beaten Fatal Frame 1, and Fatal Frame 2, and 3, and 4. I have not beaten Fatal Frame 5, and unfortunately I haven't gotten around to playing Fatal Frame 2, The Deep Crimson Butterfly yet. So there's just a heads up there as an example. I've beaten all the Resident Evil games I listed here. I've beaten all the Silent Hill games I've listed here, Fatal Frame games. The Alone in the Dark series, I had to leave a lot of entries out of, since I'm only putting games I've played. I've only played Alone in the Dark, the original, then I played the PS3 Inferno game, which was the 5th game in the series, and I played Illumination. I have not played Alone in the Dark 2, 3, A New Nightmare, or even some of the weirder things out there, like the Jack in the Dark game, which was kind of a demo thing for Alone in the Dark 2, but it's also just a standalone miniature game. There's also some areas I'm cheating, like Evil Within is here towards the bottom, and Evil Within didn't have 3 games, but it did have a DLC expansion pitch, which I decided to include as a quote-unquote 3rd game. Alan Wake is in for the exact same reason, because there's Evil Within 1, there was the Julie Kidman DLC stuff, which I'm just putting the Signal and the Consequence together, and then there was Evil Within 2. So just know I'm cheating in a few ways. And also, a few of these are debatable if they're mainstream. Like, I added some games just for my own personal intrigue here. So we have like DreadOut and DreadOut Keepers of the Dark. I've not played DreadOut 2 yet, though that did come out earlier this month, which is why I technically counted it. Another thing which I can say is I had Sweet Home for really no good reason. And like, I had Gaiden. I debated if I should even add Gaiden to this list, but I thought it would make things more interesting. So, here's how we're going to tier everything, just to establish and get everything to be known. At the very, very top, we have amazing, then excellent, then great, then good, then alright, meh, bad, and terrible. I'm also going to try and organize these in an extra way where the ones that are furthest left I would put higher than the ones on the right. I've also made sure I didn't think too deep about this before I put this list together, so I'm going to have to probably do a lot of debating. This is probably going to last for a while because I know myself and I know I ramble, I know I think about things a lot. Which means that we're probably going to be at this for a while. Evil Within 3 isn't impossible. I don't want to like leak details. Okay. There's something about, I don't think Evil Within 3 is going to happen. It might happen, but there's some stuff behind Tango at the moment, which I know about, which has me doubtful. I think Ghostwire will come out after Ghostwire. I think the future of the studio is very questionable. But anyways, we'll see what happens. Will there be a rewatchable stream? Yes, there will be. Alright, so with all this said and done, I'm going to start talking about this. Also, I'm going to be talking about all these games individually. I apologize if we spend some time on this, but that's part of the fun of these sort of things, right? So we're just going to start at the very top with Sweet Home. Also, wait, let me clarify one more thing. one last thing. These are my personal opinions, but I welcome you guys to share your opinions. You might be able to convince me otherwise, because I haven't really sat down and thought to myself how to rank all of these. So, let's see what we got. Sweet Home, I guess, is going to be our basis for the rest of this list, which is kind of a weird beginning place, but technically it is one of the first traditional survival horror games that existed. There were other horror games that existed before Sweet Home, and it's arguable Sweet Home is a traditional game, but it is definitely, you know, it was the basis of Resident Evil. It was also a lot of things introduced in Sweet Home would later go on to the franchise. There's also mechanics of Sweet Home that didn't really stick to the genre, which might have been interesting, like the permadeath stuff with the characters. Didn't lead art director of 2 leave the company? Of what company? Of Tango? Probably. Oh yeah. You're talking about Kumi. Yes, she did. Let me say this. A lot of people don't know why Kumi left, but if you know what's going on... I shouldn't comment on this. It's Bethesda. Bethesda be meddling. Anyways. Yeah. Sweet Home. Hey, Sweet Home was a 1989 NES horror game, really old. It was based off of a B horror movie, which is surprisingly entertaining if you ever take the time to watch it. However, it also was a pretty alright horror game. In fact, I would go as far to say that Sweet Home was one of the best games on the NES. Now, do a lot of people like the games on the NES? I don't know. I just personally think it was a pretty good NES game. I think there's elements of it which are very interesting even to this day. I'm not going to put it in good. I just want to unclick my mouse for a second. Where do I put Sweet Home? So let me clarify, I've never been in Sweet Home, but I have played several hours of it. I've played it more than once. So it's a game where you transgress in like a 2D RPG maker. Why I say RPG maker? RPG like the old Final Fantasy plane, except that the characters can perma-die. You can actually name your characters to get yourself attached, and there's a lot of random events. You got turn-based battles. Each character has a special ability, and each also has an inventory slot. So it's an interesting thing where your characters kind of act separately. You can actually make your characters join a party so that they follow you, or you can separate them and make them work individually to do puzzles or explore or whatever. But if they die, they're dead for good, and each character sort of acts as an inventory slot. So for every character that dies, you both lose that character's special ability, and you lose another playable character, and you lose an inventory slot. So there you go. It was also what introduced limited inventory stuff to the horror genre, actually. So it's pretty notable for that. Even though in that game you would lose inventory slots, which hasn't been a thing in any other horror game I can think of off the top. I'm not going to say it's never been done, I just can't think of anything off the top. And that's actually kind of interesting premise. Huh. Anyways, enough about that though. Sweet Home. Hello there, Emily. Which is actually, I'm going to call you Miss Pumpkin, even though I've known you as Emily for longer, as I know another Emily, and it's just going to get confusing. I guess I'm going to start off with putting it alright, because honestly my thoughts are it's alright. I'm not sure if I could throw this game at somebody who's never played an NES game before and be like, hey, do you love this? But, you know, it's good for what it is. It's good for its time. I've enjoyed what I've played of it. I'm going to start with alright, and I'm probably going to shift titles on this list around when I start getting a firmer grasp of what we're even doing here. Alright, so we've got the original Resident Evil. You could say it's the Resident Evil Director's Cut, because that was the version I've played of the original game. I've been meaning to sit down and play the DS version, which is a version of the game that's always intrigued me, but I haven't actually done it at this point in time. There are 3 Emilys here now. It's actually pretty amusing. Alright. So, hey there, Smoker. Right now, I guess I do put... Okay, so the first Resident Evil is better than Sweet Home. But at the same time, if I'm going to be honest, I'm not the most fond of the first Resident Evil, which is, I know, is for some people a very controversial opinion. I think it's good for its time. I think there's even a lot of charm with its graphic style, how it does music and all that. But if I'm going to be honest with you, if I wanted to play the original Resident Evil, I would almost always pick the remake. I just think it's a superior game to the original in almost every way. I also think that Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3, the originals, are better games than the original Resident Evil. It's not like I'm going to, like, if I decide to play the original Resident Evil, I'm not going to bitch and moan about it, but if I'm thinking about how I'm going to rank these titles, honestly, I would play it over Sweet Home if I was gonna sit down and do a Sweet Home thing, or I guess a Resident Evil thing. Yeah. Well, you have a bias towards ink ribbons, and you're thinking about the remake of the first Resident Evil. This is the original Resident Evil, the PS1 one. People having fun with the Emily talk, as I see. If I had to put Resident Evil somewhere, let's see. I'm thinking really hard about this. I guess these. Okay, my prediction is eventually I'm gonna move these two titles down the list more. No, I guess Resident Evil can be alright. Yeah, it's alright. It's above Sweet Home, but maybe it's on the same tier? I'm not even sure if they're the same tier. Remake is better than Resident Evil 1 if you ask me. There's some people which really love the original. I will be honest with you, most of those people probably have nostalgia. That, or they have a particular taste for the PS1 graphical style, which I will not critique them for, because I do too love the PS1 horror game. I'm actually really happy that PS1 style stuff actually caught on finally in the indie horror scene. I know there's an argument to be made that it's overdone at the moment and it's kind of a fad thing, but it's a fad I have nothing against. I personally love it. No, the original and the remake are here. They're both two different games, and the remake's saying right here, that's part of the fun of it. There's also Resident Evil 2, the original, and Resident Evil 2, the remake. So, yeah. Indeed. Alright, so, if I have to think hard about this, yeah, I'm not going to think too hard. We've got like 82 more horror games down here to go through. So I guess Resident Evil and Sweet Home gotta be alright. I can imagine Sweet Home might move down to meh, but then I don't even really think it's a meh game. Here's where my enthusiasm might come into some problems here. I can already tell I have a lot of debates with myself here. Alright, well, Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 2 is better, in my opinion, than both of these. I'm probably going to move either this up or down, but I'm also going to talk a little bit about Resident Evil 2 for a second, because if you guys want a controversial Resident Evil opinion, well, you're about to get one. So Resident Evil 2, I think it's a superior game to the original Resident Evil, and I even think it's a pretty good game. It's very enjoyable. It's also very short, so you can kind of just sit down, play it for a few hours, beat it, like one of the campaigns, because there's 4 separate campaigns, and be like, that was a pretty good time. And I would say that's actually for the benefit, because if I'm going to be honest with you, Resident Evil 2 has some flaws, and I don't see these flaws talked about enough. And here I come to talk and apparently shit on the original Resident Evil 2. So, I think Resident Evil 2 takes too much time in the RPD police station. You spend about a little less than 2/3 of the entire game in the RPD police station, and the RPD police station is not designed as interestingly as the mansion from Resident Evil 1 or the city from Resident Evil 3. Now, there's some more interesting aspects to it as a whole, but let me explain this. Basically, Resident Evil 2's whole entire RPD police station works in like a double loop, kind of like an infinite symbol, but with like an extra path added. There's the east wing and there's the west wing. If you want to get to anywhere in RPD police station, there's only about 3 routes onto either wing that you can take, and they all lead to the same place. Like, I'm going to use the west wing as an example, but this exact same critique applies also to the east wing. In the west wing, if you, like, let's say I wanted to get to the STAR's office, there's 3 paths I'm going to take to get there. Now, the fastest and most sensible path, if I have this unlocked, would be to go through the library and then go down the hall and enter the STAR's, because it's on the same floor and all that, it's the closest. I could go through the STAR's, what's it called? It's the room where all the police officers are. And I could go through the police office room, go through the office, then go up the stairs, and then get to the STAR's office. Or if I want to take the longest route here, I could go through the front door, and then go, well, not the front door, but like the reception door, run through all the boarded up hallways, then get to the stairs, go up the stairs, and then go to the STAR's room. The problem is that those are the only 3 paths to get anywhere to anywhere in this part of the game. And it's the same 3 paths you're going to be running whenever you want to go to that wing of the, like, RPD station, and RPD station keeps you there for too long that it starts to feel kind of repetitive, that you have to go through the same paths over and over and over again. And when I think that they should have let you stay a little bit more out of RPD before they send you back, because you finally get to the basement and it feels like you're making big progress, but then there's a wall that you can't progress because you need to get all the chest plug-in pieces or whatever you need. If you're going to the office as opposed to like the prison, I guess. It's still the chest plug-in pieces, so whatever. And then you have to go right back to the RPD police station, and then they re-litter the place with enemies just to keep it interesting, I guess. And if you're playing to be campaign Mr. X fun. But I don't know, it's just, I've always had issue with how much of the game is consumed by the RPD police station, and just RPD's police station's layout is just kind of basic. It's not as interesting as Resident Evil 1's mansion or Resident Evil 3's streets, if you ask me. Also, the puzzles aren't great. I think Resident Evil 2 is the weakest puzzles out of the original 3 games. And I think the other locations have the opposite problem of RPD, where RPD lasts too long, while every other location is way too brief. The briefness does add a little bit of a charm, because you're kind of in and out of them, but there's a lot of good things about Resident Evil 2. It has a much better story, it has fantastic music, it has interesting enemies, it really gave enemies their enemy identity, you could say, through the series. But if I had to, just my personal opinion, I have a lot of critiques with Resident Evil 2, more than most people. Alrighty. No, am I there? Alright, so I do like it more than the original Resident Evil 1, though. So despite all my critiques there, currently I'm going to put it in good. And again, these will probably shift once I start putting more titles in. Relative to each other, they're correct for me, but when I start throwing more titles in there, I'm sure I'm going to have to start thinking about this a little more seriously. We're also going to finally move away from the save room theme of Resident Evil. I just realized I have a whole music playlist I prepared for this, and I've been looping the fucking Resident Evil save room theme for I don't know how long. I'll let it finish up its loop and then it'll continue. Alright. Next up, we have Resident Evil 3. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. For my personal biases, it's my favorite of the original trilogy, which is why I'm very excited for its upcoming remake. Isn't it weird to think the remake's like 20 days away? It's super close. It's weird. In fact, it's so close, it's probably going to start leaking on the internet soon, and I'm going to have to get spoiled by some fucking YouTuber that's going to put the final boss in a thumbnail or some shit. Oh, I'm going to hate that. I mean, I know how the game's probably going to end, unless they, like, really change the ending, but still... That's not going to be fun. Surprisingly enough, I'm not spoiled on Resident Evil 3. Basically, everything I knew about pre-release is already out there. There's like a couple things that I don't know at the moment about. Well, there's like 2 things I know which aren't known to the public yet, but one of them is kind of interesting, but a big spoiler, so I'm not going to spoil it. The second thing is a very, very minor thing. But... oh well, it's going to leak to the public soon, and it's just going to be all over the place. I'm just going to probably try to avoid the spoilers as best as I can. Resident Evil 3, though, easily for me put above this. I've always found the gameplay and level design of Resident Evil 3 to be the most interesting. Now, surprisingly enough, Resident Evil 3 actually is my least favorite boss fight in the whole entire Resident Evil franchise, which is the second Gravedigger fight, the one where you actually fight the Gravedigger in the graveyard. I think it's a bad fight. I did find out more recently you can knock over the lights into the pool to electrify it, which makes it a bit easier. I just still think it's a pretty shitty fight, though. Why did the music suddenly cut off in the middle of that one playing? Oh, like froze or something. Well, that's weird. I'm trying to avoid Doom Eternal spoilers. Good luck with that. I'm sure the spoilers are already getting out there because it's the time period that game would probably get like released earlier in Iran or something. Alright, so we've included the first Resident Evil Survivor, and now let me also say, I guess I'm going to put everything in amazing until I start putting games to amazing. I don't think Resident Evil Survivor is the amazing, but I'm just going to put it there while I talk about it. So, Resident Evil Survivor, I like more than most people. Whenever people talk about this game, they talk like, oh, you shouldn't even play it. I'm actually happy I played it, and I knew so little about it when I originally played it that I was very, very surprised that there was even like a path system. If you don't know that there's like a multiple location path system in Resident Evil Survivor, the game never makes it very clear that there is one, because what happens is that multiple points in Resident Evil Survivor, you're going to be in some like hub location, and there's going to be 3 different locations that are available to you. The first choice you have, though it doesn't let you know it's a choice, is you can choose either between a movie theater, a restaurant, or a church. And whichever one you open first, like you get a key and you open the door with a key and I guess the key breaks or something. And whichever one you choose, you're going into, and the other doors are just locked. And then it does this multiple times. Like the next choice, after the choice to go to a church, a movie theater, or a restaurant, you get to another hub area where you can choose a hospital, a sewer, or a library, I think it was. No, there was a casino. I think the sewer was later. Whatever, it was some combination. But there's a lot of interesting locations in Survivor. And the gameplay is okay. The story is kind of funny. I also like to think that the main character of the game, Ark Thompson, is just like one of the people that knows Leon. He's really insistent to be Leon's friend, because Leon never talks about him, and Ark insists, he makes a big deal out of it in the game, that he's good friends with Leon S. Kennedy. But, you know, I don't have any evidence of this, so I just kind of imagine, like, Ark Thompson being one of those people that Leon just tolerates, but doesn't really want to deal with too much. Like, this fucker again. Most of the nostalgia of the original Resident Evil. It's okay to have nostalgia for things. Enjoy what you enjoy is what I think about these sort of things. But for personal opinions, I think that there's some charms to the original Resident Evil, which are not reflective in the remake. But I would personally choose the remake. But again, I did play the remake before I played the original, so, you know, I agree. And also, Resident Evil Survivor has a life system, and it works in the end, I think, because there's enough interesting different pathways to the game. Funnily enough, when I actually finally beat the final boss, it was on the run where I finally got to exhaust visiting all the different levels that were available to me. Now, I'm also going to say this, though. Resident Evil Survivor, even though I like it more than most people, and I think it gets a little bit of a worse rap than it deserves, it's not as good as Resident Evil 3. It's not as good as Resident Evil 2. It's not as good as the original Resident Evil. Sweet Home is debatable. I would actually put it pretty close to Sweet Home, but is it better or worse than Sweet Home? I guess, honestly, if I was to sit down and say, which one do I want to play? Survivor or Sweet Home? I would choose Survivor. I'm going to have to see if these get knocked down later, but maybe they're good and alright, because I'm not sure if they're mad territory, but maybe comparatively to everything else, it'll seem like it later. Speaking about controversial opinions, let's talk about Resident Evil Code Veronica. Now, Code Veronica is an interesting Resident Evil game to discuss because I've seen like an equal amount of people that really, really like this game, and some people who really, really dislike this game. I, unfortunately, fall into the dislike crowd. I want to like it. There is a lot of things I like about it. I think it has an amazing setting. I think it has amazing music. It has interesting enemies. It has an interesting story. The problem is there's so many frustrations in the gameplay. I could sit here and talk to you guys about like a thesis about this game. So I know a lot of people swear by Code Veronica. It's just... I want a remake of Code Veronica to happen. Unfortunately, one is not happening at this point in time. I can clarify and confirm that. But I think it desperately needs one, because I think Code Veronica has the potential to be an amazing Resident Evil game. I think it has a lot of pieces to make an amazing Resident Evil game. But the problem is, for me, it's just more frustrating to play than I wish it was, for me, myself, and I. I can talk about some reasons. Code Veronica, out of any Resident Evil game, has kind of the worst backtracking. A lot of people, when they think about the worst backtracking in Resident Evil, look at Resident Evil 0. But I would argue with you that Code Veronica has the worst placed item box rooms in the whole entire series, and they have you running back and forth between locations that are really far away, and sometimes just for a very minor thing to do in one location, they have to run away to another part of the location. The save rooms are always inconveniently out of the way, and there's a lot of like nuisances. For starters, Code Veronica has a weird hitbox system where basically, some people already know about this, the knife is broken in Code Veronica because there's a weird hit detection thing where basically for like every millisecond your knife is inside of an enemy, it counts as you hitting the enemy, which has some broken aspects to it. But the opposite side of this weird hit detection system is the enemies can stun lock you. Not a very uncommon situation is that hunters kind of just swipe when they're close to you. If you get into a corner with a hunter, you're basically fucking boned because you won't be able to like shoot or respond or move because you'll just be stun locked in a corner by one of them. Then there's enemies like the Bandersnatches, which I like the design and the idea behind them, but the fixed camera angle system did not work very well with them because it basically just results in you getting literally punched off of screen by enemies you can't see. Then there's a lot of poison enemies in Code Veronica, where it's the series entry with the most poison enemies. And then there's like inconveniently placed poison enemies. One of the biggest examples that comes to my mind is that moth hallway outside the Arctic base save room, where there's just almost infinitely spawning moths. I know the reason they respawn is because they drop eggs and then the eggs hatch or something, but it just ultimately results in a respawning moth hallway. And it's not fun to leave the save room and then get poisoned almost immediately, or the opposite, you're trying to run to the save room to save because it's one of the only save rooms in the Arctic facility, and then you get poisoned by the moths on your way trying to get to the save room. If you kind of see what I'm trying to say of that. There's just, I could continue on, and then there's like disappointing build-ups. Like there's the one enemy that's built up for a while inside the prison facility, I believe it is. And then I think they're trying to go for an alien xenomorph thing, but unfortunately it just doesn't work because the enemy just it's a salamander thing that just sits in a pool and shoots off electricity. It doesn't do anything. I don't know how they build it up like it's some vicious killer, and then you just find it chilling in the pool, and you're like, oh, okay. I could go on. Then there's also other issues. I'm going to go on, apparently. Like, this thankfully has never happened to me, but there's the very famous game-breaking bug where, because the game never telegraphs when you're about to switch characters, there's various story points where you switch between playing as Claire and Chris. But with the character that you switch to, when you switch to them, whatever items that the character you were previously playing as was carrying becomes completely inaccessible. So any items, like even weapons or even key items, which is where the glitch occurs, whatever they're carrying will just be lost forever to the other character until you switch back to the character, which sometimes is over hours in the game. Anyways, and then if you have certain items in your inventory that's being held by the other character, you can actually put yourself into an unwinnable state within the game. Anyways, a lot of issues, a lot of flaws, but I want to like it more than I do. Now, this said, I would probably put it over Survivor, the original Resident Evil, but I think I would put it behind Resident Evil 2. There's still a lot of things I like about Code Veronica. The graphics haven't aged tremendously well, but still, you know, it's charming. It's got all of its charms. It's got nice music. There's a lot I do like about it. It's just I've got so many frustrations with it, and I think it could be a much better game than it is, even just by pure design. But hey, I still like it. I think I'm going to start... I'm going to make the call. I'm putting these into the med territory. I'll put Code Veronica into Alright, and put these into there. Sorry, Resident Evil 1, Survivor, and Sweet Home for me putting you med territories. I probably like them a little bit more than med, but for my 8-tier system here, I guess that makes sense. So, Resident Evil Gaiden. I already know what tier I'm putting this fucker in. It goes straight into terrible. And let me talk about why that is. So, Resident Evil Gaiden is my least favorite Resident Evil game. There's still a few Resident Evil games I need to play. I need to play the 2 Outbreak games specifically. I also need to play the second Gun Survivor game. There's another game which I'm forgetting. It's the 2 Outbreak games, Gun Survivor 2. What was the other one I haven't played? I'll remember it later, probably. But anyways, Gaiden. I like it at first, but it's a game that gets progressively worse and worse as it goes on. There's still, like, it's kind of, there's a novelty at the very beginning. If you play, like, the first hour of Gaiden, it's fine. It's interesting to see. There's even some neat things that they pull off. You're like, oh, that's pretty neat. The problem with Gaiden is, A, it's repetitive, B, it is basically a game entirely about backtracking, not specifically interesting backtracking. 3, and this is the biggest flaw I can throw at it, it's a game that believes that because it doesn't want to throw new interesting stuff at you, because it only has like 3 enemies through the entire game, like one of them's a boss enemy, not including the final boss, which is kind of a separate thing, it just starts throwing more and more bullshit at you as you go on. It's like an artificial difficulty thing. Well, it's not artificial, I guess, but it's a difficulty which is entirely focused around just throwing more and more shit at you and making it just not fun. It becomes a drag in the second half of the game to just progress, and it's literally the stretch before the final boss. I had to... If you watch my... I think I uploaded my Let's Play of the game. I had to literally glitch the game in order to beat it, because I put myself into a dumb situation with my supplies, where I couldn't beat this one. Like, it's not a boss enemy, but it's an enemy that was a boss that then turns into a regular enemy. But, anyways, and I had to do an. I'm not sure if speedrunners or if there's even speedrunners of this game, but I found an exploit where you can skip the enemy encounter by bugging him into a wall. You get into this very correct spot so he doesn't touch you, and you can just kind of run by him just barely to get to the next room without encountering him, which is how I was able to beat the game ultimately. Yeah. I have a lot of issues with it. I don't regret playing it, but honestly, I never want to play it again. Like, ever. I'm going to keep it in the terrible territory. I like it less than the other popular, least favorite Resident Evil games, like Operation Raccoon and Umbrella Corps, which I actually like a little bit more than most people. But anyways, I did not include Umbrella Corps on this list just because I thought it was too different than the rest of the series. It's kind of hard to, like, gauge Umbrella Corps against a regular Resident Evil game. I did include Operation Raccoon City, though, so we'll get to that. Alright, so Resident Evil Remake. It's amazing. Spoiler alert. Resident Evil Remake was my second Resident Evil game, actually, back when I was starting to get a little bit more into the series. And I still hold... I probably do have some nostalgia for it, if I'm going to be honest with you, but I think it has a fantastic gothic atmosphere, and I just think it's a very, very well-executed survival horror game. It's got good artistry, it's got interesting enemies, it's got... The story is honestly really, really simple, but, you know, whatever. It's established a lot of tropes of the survival horror genre, so yeah. Still not such a 10-foot pole, you've never played it either, so neither of you guys have ended up playing it. I'm happy I'm not alone in the Gaiden hate. I don't regret playing it, but I'd never play it again. I can play almost any other Resident Evil game, and I'll probably have a good time, a decent time at the very least, but except Gaiden, because Gaiden's just not good. It's the first hour is fine, it just gets progressively worse the more you play it. Anyways, Resident Evil Remake. It's a fantastic game. I don't even think... Why am I sitting here having to, like, justify this game? It's a fan favorite of many for a reason. I think it is a near-perfect remake of what they could have done the original Resident Evil. I will say this, a lot of people are against the idea about them possibly doing a remake of the original Resident Evil, but I'm okay with it. I'd be interested in a Resident Evil game, but I also understand that people wouldn't like them to step over the original remake just because to many, including myself, it's a near-perfect remake. I say near perfect because if I'm going to be honest with you, I could do without the mine sequence. Like, I think the mine sequence could have been done a little bit better. I think some of it, like turning cranks and then that kind of overstated sequence where you're like pushing statue puzzles and the one-hit kill boulder stuff, I could have done without that. But hey, it's not the worst sequence in any of the Resident Evil games, that's for certain. Still, though, Remake is a fantastic game. It's definitely on the amazing list. What will be more interesting for me is where I'm going to place the other games I would consider amazing compared to Remake, because I'm going to have to make some serious debates myself here. Oh my. Interesting, Emily. Did Remake manage to satisfy those intrigues after having played the first Resident Evil? I played them a little bit backwards. I played Remake before I played the original Resident Evil, which... you know, is what it is, but hey, that's part of the fun of it. Alright, we're going to talk about an interesting one, Resident Evil 0. Again, I'm putting the games in the amazing territory until I decide where to put them. I would not put Resident Evil 0 as an amazing game, I'm just have some things to say about it. That said, I like 0 more than a lot of people I know. Oh, I like this part of the song. Darkside Chronicles is a really great credits theme, by the way. Which is what's playing right now. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna listen to this for a second. I like it. Also, I was gonna drink water. I'm not going Resident Evil 0 and amazing. If that's what you're referencing there, Kingra. I probably shouldn't have put a song in my playlist that I was gonna want to listen to, as opposed to background noise. Okay, so Resident Evil 0. Personal opinion here, I like it more than most people, but there's a lot of issues it has. 0 has some balance problems. Yeah, it does. it was the credits theme of Resident Evil Darkside Chronicles, which we'll get to in a little bit, and Darkside Chronicles is a very underrated OST. Okay, so Resident Evil 0. Let's finally talk about it. I like it more than most people, and also here's a really weird thing which I noticed. I played 0 on the GameCube twice, and I played it a third time a little bit to confirm something for myself. For some reason, the HD remaster of Resident Evil 0, if that's the only version of Resident Evil 0 you've played, for some reason, they made the game a lot harder. I don't even really know why. They just kind of did it. Unless I guess, I'm going to probably move this over here. Now, I'm not sure if that's a good thing for 0 or not. It's just notably, and I've tested this, and I really tested things, the enemies do a lot more damage and other things to you in 0, on all the difficulties. All the difficulties are a little bit harder, but hard especially, they made it a lot harder in the HD remaster. Darkside Chronicles is a rail shooter, you're correct. So, Resident Evil 0, I really like Billy and Rebecca. I think that they're good characters. A lot of people don't like Rebecca, but I like her. And I like Billy too. I think they have good chemistry together. Basically, I'm saying I ship them. But outside of Billy and Rebecca, Zero's story is... it's got one of the most forgettable villains in the series. I wouldn't say the worst villain in the series, just the most forgettable. He doesn't sound like he should be forgettable. He's an opera-singing Final Fantasy villain who turns into an old man made of leeches, who's also a queen of leeches. So I know he gets to be queen of the leeches. Basically, he died, and a bunch of leeches... I'm spoiling the shit out of Resident Evil 0. So the guy that created the T-Virus was killed by Wesker and Birkin on orders of Oswald Spencer to steal his research into the Tyrant virus, blah, 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 blah. And the leeches that he really cared for, because he had a fetish for them or something, decided, oh no, they killed our papa. And so the leeches go inside of this dead man and reanimate his corpse. So he's like some combination of man and leech now. So that's great. That's fun. He doesn't sound like he should be a boring villain, but he is. He has barely any presence in the game, and they never do anything interesting with him. And he's Wesker and Birkin are in the game, and that's kind of cool, but they also are just kind of in the game. And there's just long stretches of the game without much story. Now, the good things about... okay, I think 0 out of the classic Resident Evil games has the best puzzles, actually, legitimately. Yeah, you do hear Silent Hill music going through. Yeah. How's it going there, Realster? Now, I'm going to say this. Resident Evil 0, I think the puzzles in it are better than Resident Evil 3's, 2's, Code Veronica's, of the original game's puzzles. A lot of people disagree with that opinion, but I think that Resident Evil 0's puzzles are more fun than any of the other games. Resident Evil 3 would be my second place of the original game stuff. 0's puzzles aren't particularly, like, there's a few tricky ones, I guess, but I just think the puzzles in 0 are pretty good. 0's art direction is actually pretty great, and the HD remaster is a fantastic HD remaster, and it stands as maybe the best looking classic pre-rendered survival horror game ever at this point in time. Though I very much doubt it's going to be, like, since pre-rendered horror games aren't really a novelty among the bigger budget space, it's probably not going to be dethroned anytime soon. The actual atmosphere, though, isn't as strong as Remake's. The enemy selection is kind of boring. The item slot stuff, on replays it's fine, but the first time you play the game, if you don't know when some kind of bullshit moments come, then you're gonna have a bad time later. The hook shot. Still, though, I think you're gonna do cool. Also, yeah, almost all the boss fights in 0 are terrible. The final bosses, like the two-phase final boss thing, is okay, but... and the Scorpions... alright. I'm not trying to say the original Resident Evils had good boss fights, and they're not even my least favorite boss fights in the series, but they're just meh. The enemies in general are kind of meh. The Leech Man is actually a pretty cool enemy, and they use him in pretty creepy ways, but every other enemy is kind of just... So I actually like the environments. A lot of people like the train at the beginning, and having the train's kind of cool, but I personally am more of a fan of the torture chamber a little bit later, and the church is my favorite location in the game. Not the bat fighting part, but the part where you go underneath the church. I don't know, I really like the area for whatever reason. However, to go a little bit differently with it, but then like the game has kind of some pacing issues, and it's a little bit hard to state this, but Zero's got this really weird atmosphere thing where it's like kinda dull at times. It's not like dull in a boring way, it's just kind of hollow feeling. I don't know how else to explain it. It's like this feeling where it feels empty, and not like a bad sort of empty. It's not like I find Resident Evil Zero boring. I still enjoy playing it. It's just it's not even like an isolated feel. It can't be an isolated feel because you always have another character with you. But it's like this really weird feeling Resident Evil Zero always gives me, where it's kind of like that feeling when you're in like some dimly lit marble room. If you, I don't know how to explain this. You're like in a dimly lit marble room, and it's very spacious, and there's like some really tall pillars that are bigger than you, and then sort of normal sized objects next to it, and you're just kind of walking through, and it feels like empty, but it's not empty. I'm not sure if I'm making any sense, but that's kind of what the feeling it gives me. Anyways, I would put it above Code Veronica, though. I would say if I had to choose between playing Code Veronica or Resident Evil Zero, I would choose Resident Evil Zero, but I do think I would put it in the alright territory. It's alright. I like it more than most people do, honestly. Has a put of a feeling, has a put a out of place feeling. That's a decent way to put it. There are neat rooms in the game, and there's neat. Again, I like the puzzles, I like the environments. The enemies are kind of boring outside of the Leechman. The Leechman's like literally the only kind of interesting enemy in the game. I mean, like, there's other enemies that are fine, but yeah. Still, it is what it is. Story, I like Billy and Rebecca. Everything else in the story is A lot of people also pinpoint to either Code Veronica or Zero as being the point where the story starts to, like the Resident Evil series, starts to get a little bit weirder and zanier with its stories. But I really like the zaniness in Code Veronica. Zero's zany, or not zaniness, but Zero's weirdness in the story, though, isn't great. Code Veronica, I think, is entertainingly zany. Zero, I think, is kind of just weird, and not like a good weird. It's not like a terrible weird, but I would lean it towards like a bad weird. It's kind of a dull weird, honestly. Empty but suffocating at the same time. Interesting way to put it. Anyways, I do think I would put Zero above Code Veronica and behind Resident Evil 2, though. So now there's actually, it's going to get really weird later because there's a lot of games that are going to be between it and Zero. I might have to move some things around, but at the moment it looks accurate until I get a little bit further. So let me talk about the Resident Evil game I think is the most underrated entry in the whole entire series, Resident Evil Dead Aim. I have a lot to say about it, but let me take a sip of water. Okay. So, again, I'm putting them in the amazing territory until I select a position for them. It's not that I think Dead Aim is like the top tier Resident Evil game, but... So, Resident Evil Dead Aim. Has anyone in the chat that one played it? Because if you haven't, it's okay. I don't actually expect many here to have done it. But a lot of people sleep on Dead Aim, and I think that's a shame. I just think Dead Aim deserves a lot more than he gets. Okay, so things I really, really like about Dead Aim. Dead Aim with bootleg Gaiden and stuff. Yeah, basically. Dead Aim's subtitle situation will never not be amusing for me. If you've never played Dead Aim or seen Dead Aim has this thing where the English dialogue does not, it does not match the subtitles that are being played at all, in the slightest. What happened is that the subtitles are directly translating the Japanese dialogue. So it's like a direct translation of what was written in Japanese, while the English dialogue was then localized differently, and they're saying completely different things. And so it's a weird thing, and I've seen a few games do this, but it's very rare, and Dead Aim is the one that always comes to my mind first, where the subtitles and what the characters are saying don't match at all. Okay, let me say something. I played Dead Aim on hard difficulty the first time I played it, and most of the game was fine for me except the final boss, which has a huge boost. I ultimately had to use a cheat engine to actually beat the game. But I think the final boss was given way too much health on the hard difficulty. In retrospective, I think the hard difficulty was supposed to be played after you played it on normal difficulty because you unlock a weapon that would have had infinite ammo, so you would have been able to deal with it a little bit easier. But on hard, they give the boss a ridiculous amount of health. The final boss only. The rest of the game is fine. In fact, I like the rest of the game on hard difficulty. It was a good balance level towards me until the final boss, which is a huge spike in difficulty, purely because they give it like a bullshit amount of health, but hey, whatever, I'm blabbing about it. Dead Aim itself, though, I like a lot more. I don't really like the first 30 minutes of it. I think the first 30 minutes are kind of dull, but after that it starts picking up when you start exploring the ship. It's like a weird mixture of what came before Dead Aim, which is the classic Resident Evil games, and what would come after. Like, it kind of feels like a precursor to Resident Evil 4. The combat's different because whenever you pull out your gun, you go into like a first-person perspective and shoot like a gun arcade game. But then when you put your gun away, you go to like a third-person, kind of over-the-shoulder, but not exactly camera. And there's a lot about how it plays, which reminds me a bit of like a watered-down Resident Evil 4, but it manages to feel interesting because it has a stronger atmosphere with sort of old-school horror tendencies, such as exploring places, collecting key items, having limited ammo and supplies to work through, and various enemies to clear out, and sort of route playing yourself through places, which makes it a very interesting blend of things. Dead Aim also has maybe the weirdest enemies in the series. There's a... I don't know how to word this. There's... oh. Maybe I shouldn't spoil it. If you haven't played Dead Aim, let me sell this aspect. One of the locations in Dead Aim is a BOW disposal facility, which is basically a place where Umbrella tries to get rid of its failed BOWs. In other words, BOWs are like, yeah, that's... no, we don't want that to be alive, burn it. But there's some BOWs in the BOW disposal facility. How did Dead Aim end up there? No, let me clarify. Let me clarify right now there, Blackbird. I'm putting all the games in the amazing tier as I've described them until I decide their actual location. I don't think Dead Aim is on the same tier as Resident Evil Remake. Let me set that straight right now. Whenever I talk about the games, I put them in the amazing tier until I decide where to put them. I'm also... let me clarify one thing for people just coming in now. The further left they are on the tier list, like I like 0 more than I like Code Veronica. And a lot of these positions will probably change once more of the list is finished. But anyways, Dead Aim has some very weird enemies. They're very interestingly weird. And there's a lot of kind of neat moments. I think the thing that makes Dead Aim stand out the most for me is they aren't doing like the same thing over and over in the game. The game actually has decent pacing. There's a few sequences in Dead Aim which are kind of stinky, but overall, there's a lot of actually interesting sequences. None of them, most of them don't overstay their welcome, and there's strange variety to the experience. And I appreciate it. It's also got a better atmosphere than you would think. There's a few pretty good music tracks, and they do some good things with lighting, pacing, audio design, etc. Now, where would I put Dead Aim? I do like it more than most people. It's obviously not Remake tier. I do like it more than Code Veronica and Resident Evil 0. I think where I have to start debating is, do I like it more than Resident Evil 2? And that's actually a harder question for me to answer than I would like to admit for some people. Again, I don't like Resident Evil 2 as much as some people, and I've got some real criticisms with it, but do I like it more or less than Dead Aim? If I had to sit down and either play Resident Evil 2 or Dead Aim, what would I pick? They're actually pretty close to each other, so I'm pretty sure it's going to end up in the good territory for me, but yeah. Oh, I have some opinions on Gaiden. Gaiden is my least favorite Resident Evil game. The first hour is okay. Like, the first hour, there's some nice things about Gaiden, but it gets worse and worse the more you play it. It's currently my least favorite Resident Evil game, but I still need to play the 2 Outbreak games and Gun Survivor 2. I suspect I like them a lot more than Gaiden, though. Okay, so the hunters, let me say this, there's actually 2 types of hunters in Dead Aim, and they're not in any other game. The hunters that there's like a sequence where you fight some hunters near a swimming pool, and that's the only time these hunters ever appear in the game, and they look so weird. They're like the worst designed enemy in the game. I don't know what to call them. I call them Teenage Ninja Mutant Hunters, because they've got like weird muscle things and really weird derpy-eyed, fishy-eyed expressions. They look like they could have been from the Innsmouth people of the Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth game, honestly. Like, they have like a similar type of design to those things. And I don't know, they do like weird ninja flips and other things. I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? However, I do like the hunters that appear later, which are in the BOW disposal facility. The BOW disposal facility, since it's a waste facility, there's a lot of really dark corridors. And there's these really, really cute, like, chibi hunters that have, like, multiple eyes and they slobber acid. And they just look adorable because they're like, and you can see the red eyes glinting in the distance. And then they waddle towards you and they leap on your face and they try to, like, burn your face off with their acid slobber. But they're still pretty cute. So I was gonna say, those hunters are pretty adorable. But the weird hunters that you fight during the pool in that one sequence that have like the beady eyes and do weird Sonic the Hedgehog style spin dashes at you, which I'm not making that up, that's actually basically what they do. And yeah, it's one of my favorite songs from Silent Hill 3 actually. It's just a very relaxing tone. I guess I'd put it, part of me, okay. Should I do the controversial thing? Am I really going to do it? So let me say this. I almost want to put Resident Evil 2 above, simply because I know it's more beloved by so many more people. But if I'm going to be honest with you, I think for my personal intents and purposes, I might like Dead Aim more than I like Resident Evil 2. Uh-oh, some people are going to really hate that I think that. I think Dead Aim is one of the most slept on Resident Evil games. It has more issues than Resident Evil 2, but I'm going to be honest with you. I think, I guess I'd have to, maybe my opinion would change if I played them back to back, because I never really played Resident Evil 2 and Dead Aim next to each other. But at this very moment, me thinking about this, I think I would prefer to play Dead Aim to Resident Evil 2, but no, it's very close. They're kind of very different games. It's a little bit hard to gauge them. But yeah, I think I would prefer it. Several things are typing, yeah. Let me say this, the final boss in Dead Aim is pretty bad. I don't really like the first 30 minutes, but overall it's actually a pretty good game. I think it's one of the most underrated Resident Evil games in the whole entire series, if I'm going to be honest with you. If you asked my opinion. Yep, there'll be other Resident Evil games that could be coming ahead. I've got a few controversial opinions to come. I would say I'm disappointed, but I'll say it for when Remake 2 is placed. Indeed. Alright, Resident Evil 4. It's an amazing game. It was also, Resident Evil 4 is the game I have like more nostalgia for almost than almost any other game out there, so I'm biased. I am biased. If it wasn't for Resident Evil 4, I wouldn't have gone into horror games. I used to be a huge scaredy cat. This is true. When I was in my teenage years, my grandmother was very sweet, and she had a neighbor whose kids moved to college, and their parents were bitches to them and sold their Dreamcast while they were away at college. I mean, it was beneficial for me as a teenager kid because my grandmother got it for cheap from them, and she gave me their games and the Dreamcast. And I remember, and this is true, I got the Dreamcast and I was really excited for it. I went through their entire games collection, and one of the games that they had was Resident Evil 3 for the Dreamcast. And I remember back then, I don't know how I knew about Resident Evil. Maybe it was the movie franchises were out there, but I remember I had heard about Resident Evil, and Resident Evil was a scary game. And so, hearing that Resident Evil was a scary game and being a huge scaredy cat back then, I, no joke, ripped the disc in half and threw it in the trash. And that was my first exposure to Resident Evil. If you're ever curious. Resident Evil 4, I ultimately checked out a few years later. It was my first rated M game. My parents were very strict about age ratings in games back in the day. And I remember because, thankfully back then they didn't do ID checks for the games in the state I lived in. So I remember that I saved up money to buy Resident Evil 4 by doing a lot of, I didn't ever get an allowance or anything, so I had to do work in other places to get money. So I saved up money, and I waited a week to grow out my beard. Back then, my beard didn't grow in as quickly, so, and I know I still look like a kid, but I wanted to look as old as possible so they wouldn't question me that I didn't have an ID. Anyways, so I walk over to a store when my parents are out, and I know they're going to be out for a few hours, and it was a dark and stormy night, all that fun stuff, and I go to the store, and thankfully they don't ask me for my age or anything, and I give them the money I have, and they give me Resident Evil 4, and I go in, and I knew, because I had to hide, I had a rated M game for my parents, because they were very, very strict on this sort of stuff. I literally had to take off the cover of the game, so it's just a black box, they wouldn't know what it was. But anyways, and so it was my first Resident Evil game, my first DreadOut game, and I'd been hearing a lot about it all over the place, which is why I wanted to check it out. It was receiving at the time a lot of Game of the Year awards stuff and a lot of intrigue, which made me very interested to check it out, and I ended up loving it. Like, I was actually surprised how much I loved it, and it made me go on to then see what other Resident Evil games were available. After I played and really loved Resident Evil 4, I bought Resident Evil Remake and Resident Evil 0, also on the GameCube, and yeah, the rest is history. That said, I've debated for a very, very long time if I like Resident Evil Remake or Resident Evil 4 more. Both are very fantastic games, and either for better or worse, they were the first... okay, well, whatever the case. I kind of alternated between playing Resident Evil Remake and 0, so it's debatable if you could say I played them at the same time. But... Resident Evil Remake and Resident Evil 4 are kind of in amazing territory for me, myself, and I, and for most people, because I know these two titles are very beloved to many. However, I give the edge to Resident Evil 4, and there's a weird reason why I came to this conclusion. The reason I put Resident Evil 4 above Remake, despite the fact that they're very, very close for me, is I think to myself, what is the worst part of Resident Evil Remake, and what is the worst part of Resident Evil 4? My answer is that the mines in Remake is my least favorite part of Resident Evil Remake, and there's a certain sequence of the island in Resident Evil 4 which is my least favorite sequence of Resident Evil 4. I personally dislike the mines more than I dislike the island section of Resident Evil 4, and it's through that decision making that I've decided that I like Resident Evil 4 a little bit more. Because it's hard to compare my favorite moments from both games because they're pretty even, but for very different reasons. But I think Remake has a slightly lower low than Resident Evil 4's lowest point, if you asked me. Alright. Let me see some stories here. I remember being like 7 when Bioshock came out and thought I'd buy it for fun. It was out, didn't think I'd get away with it. Back in that era, apparently you didn't need IDs. I found that out myself until like a few years later when they started enforcing it, so it sold to me no problem, and that was my first DreadOut game. I would say that's not a bad experience thing. Bioshock's a pretty good game. When I was little and wanted to buy Grand Theft Auto, I convinced my father it was Gran Turismo instead, and the guy in the store played along. Of my interesting children's stories of getting rated M game fun. I was pretty... I think when Resident Evil 5... Well, I say 5. When Resident Evil 4 came out, I would have been 14 at the time. Yeah, that would have been... That's correct. Alright, so now we're going to get to a really weird game to place for me, which is Resident Evil The Umbrella Chronicles. Again, I don't think Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles is amazing, top tier Resident Evil. It's just where I'm placing them while I think about it. Alright. Umbrella Chronicles. It's a little bit hard to compare because it's an on-rail shooter. I will say this, between the two on-rail shooters for Resident Evil, or there's actually 3 on-rail shooter games on this list. I thought about putting House of the Dead games on here, but I've only played House of the Dead 1 and House of the Dead 4, and it's been a long time, so I decided not to put them on here because I could only kind of vaguely recall them. Oh, also I played House of the Dead Overkill 2, anyways. However, between the on-rail shooter games I'm going to be talking about, Umbrella Chronicles is my least favorite. But that said, it's still pretty fun. I like Resident Evil Darkside Chronicles and the other game, which is Dead Space Extraction, more than Resident Evil The Umbrella Chronicles. But Umbrella Chronicles has some real charm to it. It's nice to kind of see a low res at this point, but a 3D modeled space of Resident Evil 0 and Resident Evil 1 and the whatever fuck the Resident Evil 3 scenario is that's completely made up, but kind of fascinating. I know a lot of people were really upset back in the day that the Umbrella Chronicles Resident Evil 3 scenario was nothing like the original Resident Evil 3. It's basically an entirely different story that just so happens to star Jill, Carlos, and Nemesis. But, you know, it's kind of fascinating in that way, I guess. It's like something kind of cool about seeing, like, Outbreak mixed with Resident Evil 3, mixed with whatever the fucking bullshit Capcom came up with at the time. Actually, I don't think Capcom's the lead developer on this. What was the studio's lead developer on this? I don't remember their name. Anyways, whatever the case. So I do know I'm going to be placing Darkside Chronicles and Dead Space Extraction above it, but where would I place it? I would play Umbrella Chronicles over Sweet Home. I would play it over Survivor, and I would probably play it over the first Resident Evil. It's here, it's going to be somewhere in this territory, I can feel it. I would play 0 over Umbrella Chronicles. Code Veronica is the tricky title for me to place at the moment. Would I play Umbrella Chronicles over Code Veronica? I do like Code Veronica well enough, but I have a lot of issues with it. You know what? Yeah, I would. I would play Umbrella Chronicles over Code Veronica. Oh, I'm going with some really controversial takes for most people, I'm sure. So let me explain why. Code Veronica, I actually get frustrated sometimes when I'm playing it. And I think that some parts of it are really stretched down, just kind of dull. And yeah, that was a Silent 4 track. Umbrella Chronicles, none of it's really bad. Some of the stories, like, I have fun the whole entire time through when I'm playing it. It's not what I would choose over many things, but it's a good time. There's no sequence there where I'm like, oh, this is bullshit. Well, actually, no, there was one sequence that was kind of like that, but it was just a minor thing. I remember having a lot of difficulty in the sequence when you go through the mines before Plant 42. There's like some QTE that's kind of bullshit. Anyways. But yeah, I would play Umbrella Chronicles with Code Veronica. Oh. Let me say this, if Code Veronica was a better game, it could be much higher than it currently is. But it's not, so it's where it is. Alright, so there's that opinion, for people to dissect later. Let's talk about Resident Evil 5. Hey there, Scotty. Again, any games I put in the top territory, it's not because at the very beginning it's just I'm debating them. I don't think Resident Evil 5 is on the same tier as Remake or Resident Evil 4. Okay, so let me also say this right now. Resident Evil 5 is maybe my most played game of all time because I always have fun playing co-op in it with people. And there was a period of time for a few years where people I knew kept on getting Resident Evil 5. And apparently they all liked me so much that every single person would say, hey Ryan, you want to play Resident Evil 5 with me? And I would always say yes. Every single time. I've played, no joke, Resident Evil 5 with like 25 different people. And I've played it with some of them more than once. And so I've played Resident Evil 5's campaign, no joke, over 30 times at this point. Like the DLC pieces over 10 times each. And I've played a lot of mercenaries. I literally can tell you, word by word, every moment that happens in Resident Evil 5 off the top of my head because I've played this game so many times. So I like Resident Evil 5, though. It's a good game. It's a very good co-op game. Despite the fact I played it over 30 times, I actually have never really played a full thing single player. I've played a few chapters in single player, but So my entire experience with Resident Evil 5 is basically based on the multiplayer experience. Okay. I can do it. Shh. I see that's a good joke. There was a several year period, though, where I didn't say no to playing Resident Evil 5 with anybody, though. Yeah. I've had a lot of Resident Evil 5 in my life. I guess, despite the fact that I've played Resident Evil 5 so many times, I do know I don't like it as much as Resident Evil 3. I like Resident Evil 3 a little bit more. I do think that Resident Evil 5 is up there as one of the best co-op games. I will say this. If you like Resident Evil 5's co-op, despite the fact that it's a little bit hard to get to play co-op in these days, if you can somehow convince some other people to install games for Windows Live on their computer, and to also buy this game on Steam, Lost Planet 2 is very similar to Resident Evil 5, more than I was expecting. It's also different, but it's the game that's out there which is closest to the Resident Evil 5 experience. And it's really, really fun. I think The Lost Planet 2 gets a lot of underlooked stuff. I'm not sure if I like it more than Resident Evil 5 or less, but it's very, very close. And it's kind of like the same, not atmosphere, not even the same gameplay, though there are some gameplay similarities. But it's got a very similar feel in a lot of ways, partially because it's made by a lot of the same people. You can literally unlock Wesker as a costume in the game, and I did. Still do. I guess where I've put... Now here's where I have to debate. I do love Resident Evil 5. Do I put it in the good or the great territory where I'm at? I'm going to put it in great. It's a pretty great co-op game, honestly. Here's also what raises Resident Evil 5 for me. The DLC in Resident Evil 5 is actually fantastic. Versus mode's okay. I've had some fun in it, but it's not anything I'd really recommend to other people. But Lost in Nightmares and Desperate Struggle are both great, honestly. A lot of people are like, oh, I don't like Desperate Struggle, but I fucking love Desperate Struggle. It's like it captures the tense parts of Resident Evil 5 perfectly. It's very fun to go through. And I like the randomization elements of the DLCs too. Mercenaries Resident Evil 5 is very, very fun. I think I might prefer it to Resident Evil 6 Mercenaries, though I like 6's mechanics more, so it's a little bit close. I love the campaign. And yeah, there's a few kind of shitty parts of Resident Evil 5. My least favorite part of the game is the Ouroboros 2 boss fight. You think after playing the game 30 times, I would have mastered that boss fight, but I've always had a little bit of trouble with that one in particular. Whatever the case. It's still a very fun game, though. I think I do like Resident Evil 3 more than it. The original Resident Evil 3, of course, because the remake's not out yet. But yeah. Which brings us to Darkside Chronicles. So I do like Darkside Chronicles more than Umbrella Chronicles. Now, it's a little bit... I always found Darkside Chronicles to be a really weird on-rail game, because they kind of make it more like a found footage movie. And that's kind of neat. Did I say... What did I say? Is it Desperate Escape? It's Desperate Something. It is definitely Desperate Something. I always get Desperate Escape and Desperate Struggle stuck in my head. Or not stuck in my head, but like confused with one another. Darkside Chronicles has a few kind of iffy things about it. So the Code Veronica story in Darkside Chronicles is an okay retelling. There's kind of a few neat things added to it. I actually like the Alfred games that are added to the game, like Alfred's weird Oblivion game target range thing he puts you through. And there's other aspects of Alfred's character in particular, which I kind of like what they did with him in Darkside Chronicles. And Resident Evil 2 is kind of neat to see how they retell the story with Leon and Claire together, but also kind of weird because they make it really action-packed. My headcanon for Darkside Chronicles is that it's basically Leon's memory of what happened in Resident Evil 2, because if you pay attention, everything in Resident Evil 2 stuff is like a lot more high intense, and Ada has like more obvious love signals towards Leon, and Claire and him are together. So I like to think that the Resident Evil 2 scenario in Darkside Chronicles is how Leon remembers Raccoon City went down rather than how it actually went down. And then the reason why Code Veronica like stops telling the story halfway through and there's a lot of details wrong is because Leon wasn't present in Code Veronica, so he's just telling his own version of what happened. And that's how my headcanon of Darkside Chronicles story is. And Operation Javier is actually really good. I really wish it was just a standalone Resident Evil game and not some on-rail story thing that is the overarching story of Darkside Chronicles. Still, though, it's good for what it is. Also, Darkside Chronicles has an amazing soundtrack. It might be my favorite soundtrack in the whole entire series. And yeah, Desperate Escape, good to get some clarification. So, Ada and Darkside Chronicles. Oh boy, we can say some stuff about that. I mean, do you want to know about Ada in particular? Well, the whole story of Resident Evil 2, it's like a good retelling of Resident Evil 2, but over the top in quite a few ways. Again, I know it's just my headcanon, but I very thoroughly believe that there's a strong case to be made that the Resident Evil 2 and Code Veronica scenarios make a lot of sense if they're just Leon's. Because if you've never played Darkside Chronicles, what happens is that basically Operation Javier is a new scenario which stars Leon and Krauser from Resident Evil 4. Krauser was a character from Resident Evil 4 if you never played Resident Evil 4, but you probably have, so whatever. It tells the story of how Leon and Krauser knew each other before Resident Evil 4, and Leon and Krauser get into a big old BOW struggle, so Leon explains to Krauser what BOWs are about. You first go through a Resident Evil 2 scenario, and in the Resident Evil 2 scenario, Leon tells his own history of his past with BOWs. And so Leon tells Krauser his history and what happened in Raccoon City and all that to get him sort of prepared for what BOWs are like. And then later in, they discover that what's happening in Operation Javier is related to the T. Veronica virus, and there's actually some pretty direct plot connections to Code Veronica. So Leon gives Krauser a recounting of what happened in Code Veronica. So it actually makes logical sense if both of these are just Leon's versions of what happened, because he's literally just telling these stories to Krauser. But there's some weird things in it which make you think that might be particularly true, because Resident Evil 2's actual retelling is like super action-packed. Anyways, for an on-rail shooter, the gameplay is kind of weird, but the atmosphere is great. There's actually a surprisingly decent story in Darkside Chronicles. The music's amazing, the actual gameplay is fine, the shaky cam takes some getting used to. Oh my, 418 there. I hope you have a good time going to bed there, Emily. Good night. Now, if I was to put Darkside Chronicles somewhere, it is above Umbrella Chronicles. Do I like it more than Zero? Honestly, no. So I guess it's just, at the moment, until more games start being put on this list, just a little bit above Umbrella Chronicles. Now let's talk about something a little bit interesting. Hello, Resident Evil 6. Let's talk about you. So, I have some complicated feelings on Resident Evil 6. So let me say this. My relationship with Resident Evil 6 has been like a curve. It's been like a hill. When I first played Resident Evil 6, I actually got Resident Evil 6 earlier than most people, so I didn't really know what to expect going in because reviews weren't live for the game yet. And my opinions on Resident Evil 6 was not very positive at first. It took some doing, because at first the gameplay didn't really click with me, and I was just not really feeling it. It wasn't until I went into Mercenaries where I decided I'd mess around a little bit in the Urban Chaos Mercenary stage, which was unlocked from the beginning. And since I pre-ordered the game, I also had like a DLC stage, it was the Catacombs unlocked. But once I started playing Mercenaries for a bit, a lot of the mechanics of the game started clicking for me, and then I went back to the main campaign, and suddenly the game was a lot more fun for me. And if I had just played Resident Evil 6 once, I would have said it was a flawed game, but overall I enjoyed it and had some fun mechanics and I liked it a lot. And even after, I actually liked Resident Evil 6 more a second time I played it. Once I kind of knew what to expect, I had a good time with it. However, as time has gone on, I know this is going to be really weird for me to say, so a lot of people just did not like Resident Evil 6 at all. A lot of people swear up and down this is a terrible, irredeemable game. My opinion is that Resident Evil 6 is a very uneven game. I think it's got some serious lows, but also some pretty decent highs. And I think it's kind of a game that goes all over the place in quality. I think that there's a lot of sequences that could have been cut and the game overall would be better, but I think it's a very uneven game, is the thing about it. Because there's moments of brilliance within the game, there's also moments where like, oh my god, this is terrible. But there's also just a lot of middle ground and everything in between as well. Now this said, and I'm going to be honest with you, a lot of people would be like, oh, it was never good to begin with. But I enjoyed it quite a bit. However, this is a bit of a weird thing to say. I think Resident Evil 6 has aged poorly. Where I know a lot of people will be like, well, how could it age poorly if it wasn't good to begin with? But what I mean is that there's a lot of things for Resident Evil 6, if you liked it, that kind of haven't aged great. And I kind of know what it is. I had a discussion here with actually Blackbird in the chat there recently, but to talk about it. Resident Evil 6, well, stars level design more often than not, it's pretty bad. But there's a weird thing where the enemies and the level design and the art direction just doesn't really come together fully. It's not terrible, but the enemies often don't really feel like they belong where they are often put into the environments. Whenever I think about Resident Evil 6 enemies, I just always put in this image in my head of the Chinese Javo running down a line, making the voice lines that they make, and then turn to you and start shooting you. And I don't know, there's something about how they're in the environments that doesn't always jive well. The environments and the character models don't look like they're of the same level of quality. And a lot of Resident Evil 6 environments, some of them look pretty good. There's certain areas for Resident Evil 6 where the graphics look good, but there's a lot of areas that are just muddy, low-res textures. And some parts are just kind of pretty terrible, if I'm going to be honest. The rest of the game is pretty uneven. And the action mechanics of Resident Evil 6. Resident Evil 6 I still say has good mechanics, but how good the mechanics are have aged kind of poorly, because action is still, a pretty popular genre. A lot of action games have come out. Now, none of them control directly like Resident Evil 6, but I think the action ability of Resident Evil 6 stuff has kind of shown off. And also, Resident Evil 2, for example, does not play like Resident Evil 6. But Resident Evil 2's movement, I think, made Resident Evil 6 feel worse for me. Because though Resident Evil 2, you aren't doing flips and slides and everything, Leon's actual movement and how you control him feels kind of similar to how you control like characters in Resident Evil 6. It also feels better. In playing Resident Evil 2 Remake and then going back to Resident Evil 6, the characters like natural walking around stuff just doesn't feel as good. It's a little bit hard to explain if you haven't like played these back to back, I guess. But there's a weird thing where my enjoyment of Resident Evil 6, I did not like it much at first. Like to show, I guess I'm going to use Resident Evil 6 as a demonstration. Pretend this is like a graph. When I first played it, I didn't really like it. I played Mercenaries and stuff and I started liking it some more. I liked it even more on the second and maybe even some on the third playthrough. But then since then, in more recent years, my enjoyment of it's been kind of like, eh. So I like it because I just feel like aspects of it haven't aged as well, especially if you've played more recent action games, more recent Resident Evil games even towards it. I think honestly, there was a point in time where I would put Resident Evil 6 just a little bit behind Resident Evil 5 because there's some pretty fun co-op experiences you can have in it. There is something to be said that this game has a shit ton of ideas stacked into it. Most of them aren't executed particularly greatly, but there's some fun in just the sheer variety that the experience throws at you. It's an extensive game and all that fun stuff. That said, my definite opinions have lowered over time. It's in the alright territory for me at the moment. Maybe my opinion on it will change in the future for better or for worse. But I guess I would put it pretty solidly in... I would play Resident Evil 0 above 6 at this point, honestly. Darkside Chronicles... yeah, right here. I'm not just putting it here to separate these two games. I honestly think it's like here in the middle between these two for me at this point. I would still say it's alright. I think a lot of people are too hard on Resident Evil 6. I think Resident Evil 6 has a lot of shitty things about it, but there's some people that will swear up and down that there's nothing good about Resident Evil 6. I will say this, Resident Evil 6 does have a learning curve. I think that there's a point where the game, if you play it enough, well, I haven't played enough, but if you like let yourself, it can start to click with you, because I can tell you this, when I first played Resident Evil 6, it did not jive with me, but there was just kind of a moment where the gameplay clicked, and I started having a lot more fun with it. Well, yeah. Resident Evil 6 makes you think. The level and the whole entire game is a very uneven experience. This dramatic music playing while Resident Evil 6 feels like Jai was watching. That's actually a good joke there, Blackbird. Jai would definitely feel like that. Let me say this. I've talked to Jai about Resident Evil 6 before when I was a bit more on the liked it side. And my opinion on it has lessened in the more recent couple of last years. However, I will also say this. I feel most Resident Evil 6 failed me in the end, but I still play it from time to time. Yeah, it makes sense. I think a lot of people are too hard on Resident Evil 6, and I think if somebody comes to you and says there's nothing good about Resident Evil 6, I say don't believe them. They either haven't played the game enough and have just formed an opinion from like they played a little bit of it and just never picked it up again, or maybe there is really trashy parts of Resident Evil 6 that I will never debate, because there definitely is. But I don't think it's all bad. I think there is enjoyment to be had in it. It could be a pretty fun co-op game, but at the same time, my opinion on it's kind of lessened in the more recent years. And I think some things about it have aged poorly. And even before it aged poorly, there was a lot wrong with it. But it aging poorly and it having so many flaws kind of makes it a little bit, kind of a mess, like kind of a muddy mess. Alright, let's talk about Revelations. The first Revelations game, not the second. Now let me also clarify something about Revelations right now, because I've got probably a very strange opinion on it. I have never played Revelations on the 3DS. So, if I'm basing this off the HD version. I know a lot of people say that Revelations on the 3DS is better than the HD version. I couldn't say if it is or is not, but just know I've only played the HD version of Resident Evil Revelations. Second thing, I've only played Revelations on Infernal difficulty. When I did my blind run on next time I do a Resident Evil Marathon, I plan to amend that, but when I did my first blind playthrough of Revelations, and you can see it here on my YouTube channel, I decided to play on Infernal difficulty, and I managed to beat it on Infernal difficulty, and the other time I've played Revelations through twice, in a lot of raid mode. But when I played Revelations through The second time I also played it on Infernal just because I was like, hey, well, you know. So I actually do not. I've never played the normal version of Revelations. I've always just played the Infernal mode. So my opinion is based entirely on my experience with Infernal difficulty. If you don't know what Infernal difficulty is, it's like a remixed mode to the main game. They changed the enemy placements. Harder enemies from the game appear much earlier in the game. Like, there's kind of a funny thing from my experience with Revelations because the shark enemy, like the enemy that's based off of a shark, it's kind of like a Shark Knight thing. It's kind of weird, but I like it. It appears a lot earlier in the game, but then there's like a story moment later where the shark enemy first appears. So that's my personal experience with Revelations. I think Revelations is the most average Resident Evil game in existence. I actually think it has some good parts to it. There's nothing about Revelations that's particularly terrible. I think the boss fights in Revelations are surprisingly good. I don't really like the final boss that much, but the fight against the person, the chainsaw buzzsaw person who says, "I need hug," or whatever he says, "Help me, I'm human," and a lot of fun stuff. He's pretty good. Rachel's boss fight's pretty good too, and it's kind of cool how she interacts with the environment. I even like the barnacle boss fight that's later, and even the whale boss fight a bit later than that. I think the boss fights in Revelations are surprisingly well done, both the build up to them and the actual fights themselves, because the bosses in Revelations have some pretty good originality to them. You really like the final boss. Now keep in mind, let me talk about the final boss. I've only played the final boss on Infernal difficulty, and on Infernal difficulty is way too much health, so I'm probably a little bit biased. But 6 was Leon's. Let me also okay. You're gonna make me talk about Resident Evil 6 for a second. I didn't talk about my campaign stuff. You're right. A lot of people say that Leon's campaign is the best campaign. Leon's campaign is my least favorite. I like Leon Chapter 4 a lot, and I like parts of Chapter 2 and Chapter 1. But I kind of loathe Chapter 3, and there's a lot of issues I have with Chapter 5, and Chapter 1 is kind of, there's parts I like and parts I dislike. But the story of Leon's campaign is so bad. And there's so many forced moments that are kind of like, eh. I think I prefer every other campaign, though I will say my least favorite chapters in the game are not in Leon's campaign. My least favorite chapter in the game is 8 of 5. I just think the helicopter stuff with her at the beginning, both the weird on-rail helicopter shooting sequence and the boss fight with Dinosaur Simmons, where you just kind of circle the arena and don't do anything, are dull as shit. But there's other parts of Ada's campaign I really like. I like Ada's chapters 2, 3, and 4 a lot, and 1's okay. And Ada's campaign is also the shortest of the campaign, so whatever. Jake has a lot of highs and lows. I really like Jake's Chapter 3, like, a lot. Like, it might be my favorite chapter in the game. But then, Jake Chapter 1, I don't really like that much. There's parts of it I like, but it's kind of dull. Jake Chapter 2, I like the sneaking past Ustanok part more than most people. But the rest of the chapter, not that great. Jake Chapter 4 has its ups and downs. Parts of it I like, parts of it I don't like. And I actually like Jake's Chapter 5. Chris's campaign has a few very low moments involving helicopters, cough cough, but overall his campaign feels pretty solid, and he has the best story of the lot if you had to ask me. Though Jake and Sherry do have good chemistry. Anyways, back to Rev 1, I just wanted to share that for a second. Also, I enjoy Ada's imaginary friend Agent. If you have a co-op partner playing Agent with you in the Ada campaign, it's very, very funny. It literally is like Agent's just like some imaginary friend that's joining Ada's adventure. Now then. Best moments are the Mayday fight and the Rachel fights. Yeah, I agree. I do like the Barnacle fight as well, and I even like the Weld fight. I just think the boss fights in Revelations are good. But the thing about Revelations, I don't really like the level design. Now, I actually like oceanic horror, like a lot. I love ocean horror. But I feel like there's so many games that do ocean horror better than Revelations does. Even the Resident Evil series, I think that there's oceanic horror better done. I think Dead Aim is a better game than Revelations. Spoiler alert. I think Dead Aim is the best ship location Resident Evil game has done to date. Revelations, I think, pales in comparison to Dead Aim. If you like Resident Evil Revelations and haven't played Dead Aim, I suggest you play Dead Aim and figure out that it's the better Resident Evil spin-off game. What am I trying to prove right now? I just want people to play Dead Aim. But, anyways. The oceanic horror just never feels like it's that tapped into. There's also another game on this list that we're going to get to called Cold Fear, which also does Oceanic Horror better than Revelations does. Revelations has really good music. Like a surprisingly good soundtrack. It's actually one of the better soundtracks in the whole entire series. Resident Evil is not a slouch on soundtracks most of the time. But, yeah, sorry, Revelations. I do know I like Revelations less than Dead Aim. I like it less than Resident Evil 2. I like it less than Resident Evil 0. Now, it's going to be somewhere around this territory. I would play Revelations over Code Veronica. Yeah, I think right here, yeah, Dead Aim is better, actually. I agree. I would put Revelations probably around Darkside Chronicles. I'm debating with myself. There was a point in time I would have sworn to you I like Resident Evil 6 more than I like the first Revelations. But you know what? I think that time has passed. Sorry, Resident Evil 6. I think I like Revelations more than you at this point in time. Let me tell you this. A few years ago, if I was making this list, Resident Evil 6 would have been above Revelations. It would have also been above Resident Evil 0. But it slipped for me. It's gone down a little bit. Down the drain. So speaking about Resident Evil games that I can talk some shit about, let's talk about Operation Raccoon City. So I've actually played Operation Raccoon City all the way through twice, and I've played it like 2.5 times. The main campaign a half time, and I've played both the main game and the DLC campaigns twice. Now, a weird thing about Operation Raccoon City, which I will say anytime I talk about this game, is that the DLC campaign of Operation Raccoon City is leagues better than the main game. The first time I played Operation Raccoon City, which I played it with 3 friends, I've been very fortunate that I've played, like, every single time I played Operation Raccoon City, we've had, like, a full group of people to play with. So, the first time I played Operation Raccoon City, I hated it. Like, I legitimately hated it. We got halfway through the main campaign, and I just did not want to play it anymore. We just got to that point, we were in the laboratory at that point, and I was just like, you know what? I'm not having fun. I actually hate this. Let's stop playing. And I just kind of had that opinion for a while. We played it for several hours. Something about it just never clicked for me. I thought the shooting and everything felt terrible. And I didn't go back to it for a while. But years later, I played it with a lot of the same people, and for some reason, and I'll never know why exactly, I liked it a lot more the second time I played it. Like, a lot more. Something about it clicked a lot more for me the second time I played it, and it wasn't even like my mindset, it's just something about the actual gameplay. Let me also clarify, Operation Raccoon City has a lot of problems. A lot of problems. A lot of problems. The shooting does not feel great. The level design is okay. The boss fights in the main game are bad. They are bad. There's some pretty bullshit sequences in the game as well. But it's okay. If you have some friends to play with and you don't mind, like, it's kind of neat seeing some Resident Evil characters and locations in a co-op thing. And, it's a 4-player co-op Resident Evil game. That's kind of neat because it's like the only one. I'm not counting Outbreak. I haven't played with the Outbreak games yet. But yeah. However, if it was just the main game, honestly, I would have put it, like, here or something, because the main game is not great. It's got a lot of problems with it. But I'm also going to include the DLC with this discussion, which is the Echo 6 expansion pack, which was the 2-part thing. And for whatever reason, and this is me being dead serious here, every single aspect of Operation Raccoon City is better in the DLC. The actual characters, in my opinion, are better. The story is better. The music is better. The graphics, no joke, are even better. So for some reason, the DLC got a new lighting engine, which has a much better lighting and shadows. So for some goddamn reason, the main game looks kind of flat with lighting, while the DLC has, like, actually decent lighting. You're like, what? And then it has better boss fights. Like, I do not like any of the boss fights in the main game, really, but then the DLC boss fights, there's some pretty okay ones in there. And then, like, the level design is better. The encounters are better. There's some more enemies that are kind of neat. The enemies are used in neater ways. The new weapons that they add are actually pretty cool. And this is not even me exaggerating. I almost feel like people at Capcom intervened after Operation Raccoon City was, like, a failure and was critically panned. and they did what they could to make the DLC better. I don't know that. I should probably ask some people at Capcom about it, but they probably wouldn't even know, honestly. Like, I don't think they remember much about Raccoon City. And anyways, but the DLC campaign, I would probably rate the main game a 4 out of 10, but the DLC campaign, I would go as far to say I'd probably rate like a 7 out of 10. Which I know 7 out of 10 isn't like fantastic, but you know, a 7 out of 10 is a huge improvement from a 4 out of 10. So, however, I'm not talking just about the DLC, I'm talking about the whole entire package that is Operation Raccoon City at the moment. So, between the main game and the DLC, which I'm going to clarify once more, I'm ranking them together. So, if it was the main game, it would have been like down here. But since I'm also thinking about the main game and the DLC, part of me, due to the main game, doesn't want to put it in the alright territory. I kind of want to keep it in the meh territory for prosperity's sake, but I do like the DLC campaign. But then the main game has so many flaws. Yeah, you know, I'm going to do it. I'm going to put it here. It gets to go be in the meh territory. I would play it over the original Resident Evil, I guess, but it does have too many flaws for me to put it much higher than that. But there is fun to be had in it, and if I'm going to be honest with you, if this was just the main game, I would have probably put it here. And if it was just the DLC expansion... Oh, this is going to be so controversial. I would have probably put it here if it was just the DLC campaign. But together, I'll put it here. Yes, I actually think Dead Aim is one of the most slept-on Resident Evil games. And I think Code Veronica is very, very flawed. I want to like Code Veronica more than I do, but Code Veronica is the only Resident Evil game I play besides Gaiden, where I actually get, like, tired of it when I'm playing it. Like, I get tired of its shit. Alright, so now we're going to talk about Resident Evil Revelations 2, which again, I'm not putting in amazing territory, I just put the games up here and I'm talking about them. I keep on repeating myself so that people that don't just wander in think, wow, why'd you rank that game so high? It's because I'm talking about it right now. So, Resident Evil Revelations 2. I'm going to be honest with you. Revelations 2 restored a lot of my love in the series at the time it came out, so I do have a soft spot for it in my heart. If I'm going to be honest with you, I think Resident Evil 6 and Resident Evil Revelations, have terrible stories and level design. I think they both have bad level design a lot of the time, and I think that they have terrible stories. Like, some of the worst stories in the series. Oh, Grayson. But Revelations 2 felt like a breath of fresh air after that sort of period, because I think Revelations 2 actually has good level design. Meh graphics, but good level design, and a good story. Now, there's aspects of the story which I understand that everybody likes. The brain swap wipe thing, like swap your minds with Alex Wesker, all that fun. It's kind of a weird mechanic, but everything else about the story I really like. I like the setting, I like the characters, I like the conflicts, I like a lot of the story situations the characters end up. I even like Natalia, which I expected before the game came out I wasn't going to like her. But she's actually a pretty decent child character. I almost want to say, so Revelations, I almost want to say I like less than 6 story, but then 6 story is more dull. Some parts of 6's story are surprisingly okay. Like, I like Jake and Sherry. Leon's story in Resident Evil 6 is terrible. Like, it is just boring. Ada's story is also... But I do like Jake and Sherry's chemistry, though the Ustanok is a really, really boring villain. Ustanok literally is just a bad guy and has no personality or character to him. It's not even... Supposedly some C-virus testee for Neo Umbrella or whatever, but he has, like, no character. And then the villains in 6 are very underutilized, and I feel like some characters like Simmons had the potential to be better villains, but they aren't utilized in the end. Now, anyways, talking about Revelations 2. First Revelations 1. The story in Revelations 1 is stupid there are plot twists in the game that make you like, what? And not particularly a good way. But also the Terragugia panic incident thing. You probably don't pronounce like Terragugia. But anyways, that conflict is one of my least favorite pieces of canon lore in Resident Evil. I would be fine if they never bring up Terragugia, however you say it, ever again. Anyways, but after playing Revelations 1, I was not excited for Revelations 2 for whatever reason. Despite the fact I thought Revelations 1 was alright. I just could not get myself hyped for Revelations 2. I played Revelations 2 on hard, the hardest difficulty available from the start, and I'm really happy I did, because something that helped make for the game for me is that Revelations 2 on hard difficulty, supplies are actually rare. It's one of the only Resident Evil game experiences I've had where I was really hurting for ammo at various points. But that actually works for Revelations 2 because they give you a lot of other gameplay mechanics outside of either like run or fight, which means that you have a lot of opportunities to go through the game more methodically and slower and sort of path out things or plan out things ahead of time, come up with a plan, execute it, and decide how to use the different abilities that both characters have and whatever items you have in your supplies and etc. So I actually had a really fun time with Revelations 2. I thought most of the boss fights in it were pretty fun. I thought the story was great. The graphics are not great, but I actually like the atmosphere of the game a lot. The music's good. And I like a lot of the enemies, and a lot of people don't like the enemies in Revelations 2, but I thought the enemies in Revelations 2 were actually a lot of fun. They were more different than your usual Resident Evil fare. They had more unique enemies than the typical entries do. So I ended up really liking it. Also, I think that Revelations 2, unlike Revelations 1, actually felt like Revelations for the series. And I think they used the episodic structure and cliffhanger stuff a lot better. So, when talking about Revelations 2, I really liked it at this point in time. So I'm going to come clean with what my current top 5... Actually, no, I won't. But Revelations 2, I like more than a lot of people. A lot of people probably don't like it as much as I do. But I love it. I honestly would probably put Revelations 2... It's above Resident Evil 3 for me. But do I put it in excellent or great? That is the question. I'm going to put it in great and then debate for a second if I would put it in excellent. This is a tough call for me. Okay. I think there's a few things in Revelations 2 which are lacking a little bit for me to push it quite into the excellent territory. But I would say that Revelations 2 is a strong great for me. I do like it more than the original trilogy, actually. Not including the remake of the first Resident Evil, and I guess we'll get to the second remake in a little bit. But I think it's an excellent Resident Evil game, and one which had a lot of appeal for me. I'm not sure if I liked it more than most people because I played it on hard, which meant I was hurting for ammo and supplies a lot, which meant I had to play the game strategically, kind of slow and methodically, but I liked that, so... And I also really liked the story. To be honest, I didn't care much about Barry in Resident Evil 1. A lot of people like him, and he is one of the better written characters in the first Resident Evil. I will admit that he's the most amusing character in the original game, really, but I never was in love with him like a lot of people, but Revelations 2 made me come to like his character a lot, and it makes me a little bit sad that we probably won't see him again for a while. Yeah. I like it a lot. That's basically the most I have to say about it at the moment with everything else. Which brings us into Resident Evil 7. Okay. I adored Resident Evil 7. I actually loved it. 7 has some flaws, unfortunately. If 7 had a stronger final third to the game, and if some of the middle stuff was a little bit more spruced up and ironed out a little bit, I honestly think 7 would have been in the amazing territory for me, being in the same league as Resident Evil Remake and 4. 7 was really, really close for me for being in that territory. And right now, I already know immediately it's going to go into the excellent territory for me. It's so close to being amazing territory. But there's a few issues with it that just hold it back from reaching that level. I also will say this. The DLC for Resident Evil 7 is actually worth playing. A lot of people ask, oh, is DLC worth it for games? I think that Resident Evil 5's 2 DLC pieces, Lost in Nightmares and Desperate Escape, are worth playing. I think a lot of Resident Evil 7's DLC is worth playing. Not a Hero is a more satisfying conclusion to the mine area. It's not like the best thing you'll ever play, but it's a nice little conclusion and a much more fulfilling mine experience for the Resident Evil 7 mines, which if you've never played Resident Evil 7, you probably have no idea what, because mine has multiple meanings. But there's a mine location that's towards the end of Resident Evil 7, but in Resident Evil 7's base game, the mine is pretty terrible. But then in the DLC, Not a Hero, it's entirely in the mines, and it's just like a better realized version of the mines. Then I also like End of Zoe a lot, actually. I really like it, actually. It's really stupid, but it's enjoyable. It's a nice little story. I like Joe a lot, actually. I like the fights that you have with the Swamp Thing that, spoilers, is a familiar face. And yeah, and I like the setting of it a lot. Also, the miscellaneous the band, I almost said bedroom, the band footage DLC in Resident Evil 7, it's kind of hit and miss with some of it, but a lot of it's pretty good. I really liked Bedroom, I really liked Daughters, I actually like 21 more than I should probably, but I liked it a lot. Yeah. I've yet to play Biohazard 7. I mean like any Resident Evil game, or you mean like Biohazard 7, Resident Evil 7? But that's okay. Personally, Resident Evil 7 is so close to me for being an amazing tier game. It's held back a little bit because its first third is a little bit eh. I like the ship location more than most people. A lot of people hate the ship, but I like how it has I like the level design of the ship, I think, is what makes me like it a lot. And they were able to use doors against the molded, but I really, really do think that the ship location would have been so much better if they had added a new enemy type there. And even a new stalker enemy type. I think the ship had the level design that would have worked really well with a stalker enemy. Think about the ship location in 7 and tell me the ship section of Resident Evil 7 wouldn't have been so much better if there wasn't there was a new stalker type enemy in that section that functioned differently than Jack and Marguerite before them. That would have made that section of the game so much better, and the whole level design of that location even feels like it's fit to a stalker enemy because there's multiple paths and multiple routes to get through places. But it just doesn't happen. Still, though, the mines are just bad, unfortunately. It would have been... Honestly, if the mines from Not a Hero were put into the main game with the new molded types and all that are in that mode as well, that would have probably also pushed the game a little bit forward for the final stretch. And if the game had a more proper final boss. Still, though, Alan should have been a stalker, and I agree. Still, it is what it is. 7 has a few things that hold it back from being amazing territory for me, but I really, really love 7. A lot. A lot. I like the Saint a lot. I like the Baker family a lot. And it has 7 was legitimately my favorite boss fight in the whole entire series, and one of my favorite horror-type boss fights in any game ever. I like the Marguerite fight that much. Not the one in the pit, the one in the greenhouse. But yeah. Yeah. I see there, Sounders. Ship looks grand, so creative, but it feels too actiony. Yeah. I agree there. I just feel like the ship could have benefited so much from having another enemy or a stalker type enemy there. But it doesn't. Also, controversial opinion before I move on from 7, because I've already established I like it. I think that if you haven't played the DLC for 7, I actually recommend it. Both Not a Hero and End of Zoe are pretty good, and the band footage DLC has some real gems in there. Not all of the band footage DLC are winners in my opinion, but quite a few of them are definitely worth playing if you're interested. And they do add more to the experience overall. Now, my controversial opinion, before I move on, so people can't dispute me. Well, they can still dispute me, but you know. I actually like Zoe's path in Resident Evil 7 than Mia's path. And let me explain why. Because the story makes less sense, and I do think it's bullshit that Zoe doesn't happen. I think it would have been neat if in the ship sequence you could control Zoe instead of Mia if you picked her. But you know, it is what it is, I guess. However, the reason I like the Zoe pathway more is I think that the boss fight that you have with Mia on the ship is actually a really good callback to the fight at the beginning of the game, and is a much better dramatic moment to end the ship on than if you go through Mia's pathway, where in that sequence nothing happens. Basically, on Mia's pathway, nothing happens when you reach that sequence of the game. But then on Zoe's pathway, that sequence has a boss fight with Mia, which actually nicely concludes the ship chapter in a much better way there. That's okay. Pat there. However, what I was going to say with that, I also just kind of like the tone of the ending better. I don't know why. I like Ethan going through all this hell and being like, the door is closed on me at the very end. So I don't know. I just like Zoe's pathway a little bit more. I think that there's ways they could have made the pathway system better because it feels very last minute slapped in. Because it was. But still, I enjoyed it. Enough about Resident Evil 7, though. Let's talk about the last Resident Evil game I have on this list. Again, I have played Umbrella Corps actually for a decent amount of time, but I just felt like it was too different from everything else to include it. So again, I put games in amazing territory when I talk about them, though RE2 could be in the amazing territory. But let's talk about it. So, Resident Evil 2 Remake. Let me first be upfront honest with you guys. Now, as you can clearly see here, I don't like the original Resident Evil 2 as much as many people do, though I do think it's a good game. I do like the remake of Resident Evil 2 more than like the original game. I do understand the sequences of Resident Evil 2, the original, which are missing from the remake, which is a shame. It would have been cool to see some things from the original Resident Evil 2 reimagined in RE2, as it were. But if I'm going to be honest with you, if I had to choose between playing the original Resident Evil 2 or the remake, though I actually do like playing the original Resident Evil 2, but I just prefer the remake, personally. I think they did a fantastic job with it, honestly. That's not to say I don't have any issues with it, though. Because I do. The most famous one, I'm going to chip in with everybody else in the fucking universe and say that the AB campaign stuff could have been better. But the thing is, because I know stuff, I have to talk about it, I guess. The original AB campaigns in Resident Evil 2 were never really planned for the remake. They were actually planned initially, but they were scrapped around like December in 2017, January 2018. They decided there wasn't going to be any A or B campaigns in the game. If you follow the directors talking about the game around the E3 reveal, the directors said that the game had no A or B scenarios. But then very, very close to launch, they suddenly said, oh yeah, there's A or B scenarios in. The A and B scenarios of Resident Evil 2 were literally done last minute. They were slapped in at the very end because they had a little bit of extra development time and they thought it would increase the game state. I think it shows that the A and B campaigns are kind of slapped in, honestly. Because unfortunately there's so much more they could have done with them, but they didn't. But in the end, still a fantastic game. I like the puzzles, like the enemies a lot. I like how they use the enemies a little bit more dynamically than they did previously. The atmosphere is great, how the characters control are great. It's excellently paced even. It's not too long, which actually is very fitting to the original Resident Evil 2, but yeah. Yes. Yes, I have read about Kojima and Konami possibly getting together. I'm not sure if you're saying that sarcastically to me or not. Oh, I'm going to giggle at myself here. Yeah, we're going to get to some more games in a second. We're almost done talking Resident Evil. We're going to be moving on to Dino Crisis next. But anyways, the reason why I'm giggling about that is not only... So I'm not, I guess I should say it like this. I'm not the source of the rumors, as in I'm not the person that these rumors originate from, but they are, how do I word this? I'm the mouthpiece of these rumors. I know a couple other, I'm basically masking two other people that shared the information with me, and I'm the one publicly sharing it as like a mouthpiece for them. So yes, I do know about the rumors because I was the one that shared them. Is the way for me to word that. But I wouldn't really clarify them as my rumors. They aren't from people I personally know within the industry. I'm speaking on behalf of someone else just to mask their identities. Yeah, I know. I'm excited. And also I'm going to say this. A lot of people are going to doubt this rumor for a bit. But when I shared the rumor, I was like 90% sure of its legitimacy. I got some receipts and evidence and stuff about it. But there was still some doubt. Ever since I've shared it, I've learned a little bit more. Some other people that know things contacted me and were like, hey, I have some contacts at Sony, and I talked with them for a bit, and they were like, yeah, the Sony contacts of mine basically said that everything in the rumor is completely legitimate. I was actually surprised that they validated it. And I've had some other conversations, and I know a little bit more about the projects now. I know a lot of people aren't going to believe me until it gets revealed, and hopefully it doesn't get canceled or whatever, but It's very, very close to at this point where I 100% believe in it. A lot of people, there's more I could talk about. I learned a little bit more since I shared it, but I promised I wouldn't say it for a little bit. But we'll talk about it when I talk about it. Anyways, talking about Resident Evil 2 Remake, though. So, I have a controversial opinion. I think Resident Evil 2 is excellent. I think it doesn't quite get to the level of Remake 1 and Resident Evil 4 for me. Again, like Resident Evil 7, it's so close. But it's held back a little bit by a few very minor personal taste things for me. Oh yeah. However, a lot of people would put Resident Evil 2 over Resident Evil 7, and trust me, I'm very aware of that. However, I'm going to be a contrarian, and I personally like Resident Evil 7 a bit more than Resident Evil 2. Now, let me say this, Resident Evil 7 has more flaws than Resident Evil 2 does. So, like, if I was to compare the worst parts of Resident Evil 2 and the worst parts of Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 2 wins. But I really like Resident Evil 7's setting. I really like the Baker family in Resident Evil 7. I really like various moments of Resident Evil 7. Resident Evil 2, I also really, really like, and if I'm going to be honest, it's like a thread between these two games. Ultimately, what pushes me to choose Resident Evil 7 over Resident Evil 2 Remake is the DLC for Resident Evil 7. I think the gold edition of Resident Evil 7 is better than Resident Evil 2 by itself, because Resident Evil 2 by itself is a very fun game, but it's kind of content-starved in some ways. Well, Resident Evil 7, if you put the gold edition together, I think all of the neat things that come with all the various band footage DLC stuff, and End of Zoe, and Not a Hero, make me enjoy Resident Evil 7 as a whole package more than Resident Evil 2. It's a very sliver thing, and I know some people will disagree with me on that, and that's fine. Just know that, personally, I will say this, if it was just pure Resident Evil 7 versus pure Resident Evil 2, I would probably put Resident Evil 2 just a sliver ahead of Resident Evil 7, despite the fact that I prefer its setting and like the Baker family a lot and some other things about the game. But, because Resident Evil 7 has more flaws than Resident Evil 2 does as a game, but with the complete package, I think that Resident Evil 7 is actually boosted a lot by its DLC, both the band footage stuff, End of Zoe, and the... I almost forgot for a second, Not a Hero stuff. But I just put it slightly behind Resident Evil 7. Many people would put Resident Evil 2 above Resident Evil 7. That said, they're very, very close for me, just like how Remake and Resident Evil 4 are very close, and I think they both definitely deserve to be in excellent territory. I also heavily suspect that Resident Evil 3 is going to end up being the top 3 Resident Evil game for me. I'm very curious if Resident Evil 3 for me will end up being in the excellent territory with Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 2, or if it might even manage to get into the amazing territory for me. Oh my, I hope you have a wonderful night there, Realster. Anyways, with this, we're done talking about Resident Evil. We still have quite a few games to go, though. Look at that. Alright, let's talk about Dino Crisis. Now, let me also clarify something right now. I've not played Dino Crisis 3 as of yet, at this time of me recording and streaming this. I want to play Dino Crisis 3 eventually. I don't suspect I'll love it. I mean, I'm not going to try and judge it too harshly until I play it, but just know I have not played it. Also, I have not played Dino Stalker yet. There's that Gun Survivor Dino Crisis game I haven't played yet either. I have played Dino Crisis 1 all the way through to completion. I've beaten Dino Crisis 1, more than once even. Dino Crisis 2, I've actually not played, but I've gotten over halfway through the game. Again, 95% of the games on the list I've completed. I've completed all the Resident Evil games I put up here. I have not completed Sweet Home, as I mentioned earlier. I've beaten Dino Crisis 1, I have not beaten Dino Crisis 2, so my Dino Crisis 2 opinions are going to be based off of a little bit more than halfway through the game. Let's talk about Dino Crisis 1 first. Dino Crisis 1 is basically a Resident Evil game. If you've never played Dino Crisis and you're like, oh, would I like it if I'm a Resident Evil fan? The answer is yes. Yes, you would, because it's basically just a Resident Evil game with dinosaurs. Legitimately. Basically, zombies are replaced by velociraptors. They function a little bit differently than zombies, but the actual gameplay remains mostly the same. Now, the thing that I did not expect about Dino Crisis before I played it is I really, really like Dino Crisis puzzles. Dino Crisis has really fun puzzles. They're not like super hard, most of them are actually pretty easy, but they're just fun to do. They're kind of like, not quite mini games, but there's also an interesting thing that Dino Crisis does that none of the Resident Evil games do, and I think it's a shame that none of the Resident Evil games ever really did this. Dino Crisis has puzzles that affect gameplay more directly, as in there'll be puzzles that directly tie into the gameplay that you're playing. I'll give 2 examples. There's a puzzle in Dino Crisis where you move some crates around, but you have like a certain like inputs that you can only put in. Like there's a certain amount of times you can make the crane move up, or make the crane pick up and drop something, or make the crane move this way or that way. So you have a certain number of moves you can do with the crane basically before the crane shuts off. And by using the crane, you basically change a arena, but there's like a few dinosaurs in the arena which run in a straight line. There's this type of dinosaur that runs in a straight line, and when it runs in a straight line, if it runs into you, it damages you. It's like I forget the name of the dinosaur, but it's like the really thick-headed dinosaur. However, the dinosaur turns really slowly, and it's very vulnerable when it's turning before it runs in a straight line again. And this area has several of those dinosaurs around, and you can basically use the different crates to form pathways for the dinosaurs to go around, to make it more complicated and for you to give yourself more opportunities and form either a pathway to either avoid or be able to better handle them with the certain moves you have. There's also several items placed around the arena, and you can either close them off or open them up and all that, but usually opening up the item areas makes it a little bit riskier because there's more open pathways for the dinosaurs to just run straight through. And there's never really a situation like that in a Resident Evil game where the puzzles directly are tied into like the gameplay that you're normally doing. It's like a separate breather thing. But I think it's kind of cool that Dino Crisis has some puzzles which are more directly tied into your gameplay thing. Was it so difficult? Huh. There's a few other puzzles that also kind of work off that similar sort of logic. And there's some sort of almost set piece moments, the most famous one being the one where the T-Rex breaks through the glass. But anyways, Dino Crisis actually has a lot of neat little things about it. But essentially, it's a Resident Evil game. And it will score similarly for me as the original trilogy did, which the original Resident Evil is like down here. I put Resident Evil 2 right here, and Resident Evil 3 is right here. So, here comes another controversial opinion of me from today. I like Dino Crisis more than I like Resident Evil 2. I do. I even like Dino Crisis more than I like Resident Evil Dead Aim. Sorry, I didn't come up there. Dino Crisis, I think, even gets to be on the great territory. I wouldn't put it just under the good territory. I think Dino Crisis is pretty great. But where does it rank with the great titles for me? Do I like it more than Resident Evil 5? I will say this. I do know I don't like I like Resident Evil 3 a little bit more than I like Dino Crisis. There's a few things about Resident Evil 3 which make it stick out a bit more for me. But so Resident Evil 5 is the one I have to question with myself for. Yes, that was a Serenity Arrival list. Yeah, I'm surprised you recognized it. There's a lot of random music that I'm playing from horror games at the moment. I selected a few. We're actually going to get to the point where it loops pretty soon. You know, I guess for Dino Crisis... I've played Resident Evil 5 a lot. Yeah, I'm going to put Dino Crisis behind Resident Evil 5 here. I think that Dino Crisis is a pretty great game, but I think Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil 3, and Revelations 2, and all that stuff is better. I will say this, it's a very solid, classic-styled Resident Evil game. Again, it's not actually a Resident Evil game, but it basically is. It literally basically is. It plays just like a just like a Dino Crisis game. It plays just like a Resident Evil game, except it has dinosaurs in it. You know? It is what it is. Dino Crisis 2 changed up the formula more. And Dino Crisis 2, I'm not going to be able to give as fair of an evaluation because I haven't beaten Dino Crisis 2 like I've beaten Dino Crisis 1. It's not because I don't enjoy the game. It's just one of those games that you've played and you've enjoyed it, but you haven't really sat down and finished. I've even played it. I've played halfway through it once, and I've played the first 2 hours of it a second time later on. Dino Crisis 2 is really different than Dino Crisis 1, though. It's kind of like a precursor to the Resident Evil Mercenaries game. It's like the Mercenaries mode in Resident Evil 4, 5, and 6, if it was a campaign type of game, as opposed to like a single arena survival level. Which sounds weird on paper. When you play it's pretty fun, actually. Let's see. Oh, yeah, right. The danger message. I know what you're talking about. At first, I was confused by what you meant by QTE, but you're talking about when you mash the buttons for the dance stuff. I know what you're talking about. Makes sense. But anyways, Dino Crisis 2. Okay. This is a little bit hard for me to gauge because I don't know what the back half of the game is like, but I like the first half a lot. I played past the part where you go through the only kind of horror sequence of the game, which is when you go to the underwater facility and you deal with the dinosaurs coming out of the murky water and you kind of can jump around, and it's pretty interesting. There's also a few... Dino Crisis 2 doesn't focus as much on puzzles. I will say this, there is a lot more dinosaur variety in Dino Crisis 2 than the first game. The first game, one of the weaker areas, I think that they do enough to get around this issue, but there's only like 4 or 5 different types of enemies in the original Dino Crisis. Well, in Dino Crisis 2, there's something like 15, 20 different types of dinosaurs in the game. It's actually a huge improvement in dinosaur variety. But the gameplay is so different from the original Dino Crisis, it's really hard to say. I guess I'll start with this. Do I like Dino Crisis 2 more than Dino Crisis 1? And this is hard for me to say because I haven't actually beaten Dino Crisis 2, so I don't have like a full opinion on it. Though I have played it for several hours before, so that's really hard, actually. This Dino Crisis 2 is going to be the one that fucking stumps me. Like the first one that's really stumped me. Anyone here played Dino Crisis 2 before? Unfortunately, I'm actually probably assuming no. A lot of people here have probably not experienced Dino Crisis 2. Hell, I haven't beaten Dino Crisis 2 despite the fact of being like 95% of the games that I have on this list at the moment. And it's not because I don't enjoy it. I need to sit down and just beat Dino Crisis 2 at some point. And find a way to somehow play the original Dino Crisis, though my Xbox isn't in great condition anymore. I guess my opinion on Dino Crisis 2, it's a lot of fun finding the dinosaurs. The exploration's a lot of fun. It's also, the exploration feels a little bit more fun because you kind of get ranked from room to room, though that does lead to you sometimes feeling like you have to rush through rooms. I like how there's optional boss dinosaurs in Dino Crisis 2 that just kind of wander around dynamically. I like how some of the dinosaurs can, like there's that one giant, I think it's an Allosaurus, so I might be wrong about that can like follow you through multiple areas. The ship minigame's okay. Like there's a boat that you can travel between different islands, and sometimes you randomly trigger like this on rail sequence thing, which is kind of neat. But the point system and upgrade systems are very fun. You think it was bad? I didn't think it was bad. I've enjoyed what I played of it. Given I haven't beaten it, if it gets like really bad in the second half, I wouldn't know. I like the setting of Dino Crisis. It has a nice, interesting jungle setting with a few different I'll say this: Dino Crisis 2 has a lot more obvious Jurassic Park influence than the first Dino Crisis game did. The first Dino Crisis game, you kind of just spend in a metal facility through most of the game, which is actually one of the weaker aspects of Dino Crisis 1 for me. The environment's kind of dull. Dino Crisis 2 is a very interesting environment, though. But then again, Dino Crisis 2 is missing the puzzles that Dino Crisis 1 had. There's some puzzles still, but they're very underplayed. I guess I like it. My opinion on Dino Crisis 2 will probably change a lot when I actually someday sit down and beat all of it. But I do think I place it behind Dino Crisis 1. I'm going to put it in the good territory. I do have a few issues with it. The story is kind of weird. Basically, there's a weird time travel aspect to the story where time, like the past and future, have melded. And there's some, like, you play Regina from the first game returns, but there's also some dude, but the some dude is just not very interesting. And there's like a cave girl, it was a cave girl, that they discover, and there's some weird plot about two modern people trying to learn the ways and the warnings of a cave person who can really speak to them. It's a little bit strange. The upgrade system stuff is fun. The dinosaur variety is pretty good. I would even say the level design is pretty decent. Hey, they're endless. Yeah, I think this is the right place for it. maybe, yeah, I put a little bit above Dead Aim from what I've played. Again, out of most of the titles here, I can say pretty concretely, Dino Crisis 2 is a little bit more ambiguous for me than most of the titles I'm placing here tonight. But where it stands for my current thoughts, I think I'd place it here. Which then leads us into the Clock Tower games. And oh boy, if you want me to... I could go off about these games. But I'm going to try and restrain myself because we still have so many different games to go through. Of course, I'm going to talk about them, though. So, my opinion, the Clock Tower games, before I played them and after I played them, they were nothing like I was expecting based on how people talk about them. A lot of people will put the Clock Tower games under the scariest games that exist. Sometimes. They don't do it as often these days, but there was a time in the past they were pretty commonly referred to as scary games. I'm going to be honest with you, none of the games are scary. Haunting Ground at points can be scary, but then again, Haunting Ground is not technically a Clock Tower game. I didn't include it here because it technically is, but they aren't really that scary. Okay, so Clock Tower 1. Back in the day that the Super Nintendo was out, there's not really that many horror games out there. Maybe it was scary back then because, you know, there wasn't anything like it back then. However, playing it now, all the Clock Tower games are really silly. Really, really silly. I don't know, like, is a midget popping out of the roof and dancing on top of a piano supposed to scare me? Is him popping out of the box with his scissors and then doing a scissor catapult supposed to scare me? I don't know. I don't know if that's the intention, but the first Clock Tower also has multiple endings and multiple routes to go through the games, but I've complained about this in another video, but I'm going to talk about it right now and try and speed up this exact point. But the first Clock Tower game works through some absolutely bullshit logic, and there's so many aspects of the game design that actually makes no sense. But there's a really famous occurrence in the first Clock Tower game I love to use as an example because it is baffling logic. So, who here has played the first Clock Tower game, and who here might know what I'm talking about if I mention the swimming pool? Yep, really? Yep. Because I'm going to talk about that swimming pool right now, and if you know what I'm talking about, you'll be like, oh, I know why you're talking about this. But if you don't, I need to explain it. Really felt scared when I was like 15, and I see. Makes sense. Pat, they're endless. You've played them. Alright. So a lot of you will probably know exactly what I'm talking about. There's a lot of really, really absurd logic in what pathway you're going down in Clock Tower that's based off of nonsensical nonsense. And logic that makes no sense. Like, the game runs on such a bizarre line of logic. I don't get it. It doesn't make any real-world sense. Okay, so here's the easiest example of what I'm talking about. There's other examples in the game, but they're a little bit harder to explain. So there is a way for you to get the best ending, and the way for you to get the best ending is to not let your friends die. Basically, to make the most people you can survive. I think there's one person that always has to die. I might be mistaken about that, but anyways. Now, here's the way that you prevent your friends from dying. You don't save them like you might be thinking. The way to make them not die is to not perceive them dying. One of the greatest examples I can give of this is there's a scene where you're walking down a hallway and you hear a scream and something happening outside of the window. If you ever go to the pool, or if you ever look out of the window, you will see your friend dying. And if you see them dying, they're dead. By perceiving them dying, they die. But if you don't look out the window or ever go to the pool area, if you just ignore the screams, they live. By not perceiving them drowning or dealing with the scissor cutter. What was that? Scissor man. I almost said scissor walker, because that's from NightCry. If you never see this happening, they're fine. The game literally works off of an infant's logic. An infant they don't understand, for example, when you play peekaboo. If you ever play peekaboo with an infant, the reason the infant finds this so fun is because when you cover your face, babies recognize faces. So when you cover your face, they don't recognize that you're there anymore. Like, they know you're there because they can see the rest of you, but they get confused because they can no longer see your face. A baby, if they don't perceive something, they don't realize it exists at that moment. So when your face returns, they're happy to see you return because they realize that you still exist. So Clock Tower, the original, works on this weird sort of baby logic where as long as you don't know, as long as you don't look at it, it doesn't happen. So if you hear a scream, just ignore it. Don't do anything, because if you ever look at it or if you try to help, they're gonna die. But if you don't do anything, they're fine. And that's how you get the best ending in the game. You just don't look at stuff. If one of your friends is dying, don't do anything. Because the moment that you look at them, they're gonna die. But if you don't do anything, they'll be fine. It's really weird. It's not that there's an issue. Like, Clock Tower has enough going on that's interesting. It's just if you're specifically trying to get all the endings, and I'm sure you would experiment, it's just the logic is missing. It's almost like adventure game logic, but even a little bit weirder. I wouldn't say more bullshitty, but weirder because the logic makes no sense. And there's a lot of really small weird things that are like, I also think it might have had something to do with the fact that's an older game and games used to work by weird cryptic logic all the time. It's just very specifically, Now, where would I actually place Clock Tower? Because despite the fact I think the logic's really weird, I'm not going to criticize the game too deeply for it. It's fun. It's a fun little point-and-click thing. The chase sequences are actually pretty fun, and exploring is fun. The environments in the original Clock Tower are pretty interesting. Like, Clock Tower, the original game, does this thing where a lot of the rooms are very defined, as in each room has a different sort of look and intrigue to them. The exception of this is the hallways. All the hallways basically look the same. There's like some repeated rooms and stuff, but there's a lot of unique rooms to keep things interesting. I would even say that the story of Clock Tower is very simple, but very interesting. It's a little bit fucked up, despite the fact that it's one of the first horror games. Here's Clock Tower spoilers. The basic story is that a bunch of orphan girls are adopted by this rich family, and they take them to the mansion, but they took them for a ritual sacrifice. Basically. Anyways. Also, the original Clock Tower game is very heavily influenced by the 1980-something, might be 1970-something, but I'm pretty sure it's 80-something, Dario Argento film, which is a Giallo film, Phantasma. Well, not Phantasma, it's like Phantasgasm, something like that. Like, very directly inspired by this one movie. The character looks exactly the same, has the exact same name. There's various scenes in Clock Tower which are directly pulled from that movie. Now, the main villain in that movie does not use giant scissors, but there is a scene where they kill somebody with scissors. It's actually one of the first deaths in the movie. Anyways. Thank you. I'm bad with names, sometimes I forget them. Now, where would I place Clock Tower? It's not amazing to me. It's not excellent. It's not great. It's probably going to be somewhere around this territory. I can feel it. The thing about Clock Tower is that it is very short. You can beat the whole entire game in like an hour if you know what you're doing. And even if you don't know what you're doing, it's going to take you like 2 or 3 hours to get the first ending. But there's a lot of replayability to it, actually. Like, a surprising amount of replayability, even. That's kind of neat, so it never really outstays its welcome with anything. My Clock Tower nerd, apologies. That's all good. I do know I like Clock Tower more than I like Revelations. Revelations is average, but Yeah. Compared to Resident Evil 0, it's a little bit harder for me to say. I think I don't... Okay. I think I do not like Clock Tower as much as Resident Evil 2. But I like it more than Revelations, and I'm not decided if I like it more than Resident Evil 0 or not yet. I'm thinking about it. I'm also trying to figure out if it's in alright or good territory for me. It's hard for me to say. It's like it's definitely somewhere in this range. It's either after 0, but in alright, after 0, but in RE2, or behind RE0. Tricky, tricky, tricky. The endings, most of them are pretty similar. Some of them are there are a few endings that are like drastically different than the rest, but a lot of them are pretty like up the same alley. Story is pretty interesting, if simple, but interesting. Premise is good. The environment, the setting's good. Yeah, you know what? I think it's charming enough to end up here. There's enough charm going on in the game to end up in that position. Alright, which leads us to the PlayStation 1 Clock Tower game. Now, I'm going to be honest up front. I think this game is worse than the original Clock Tower game. But just by a little bit. And let me explain why. I think Clock Tower 1... Clock Tower 2, which was just called Clock Tower in the US because the original game only ever released in Japan. There's more than one fan translation of it, and they're all pretty good. But Clock Tower for the PS1, which I'm now going to from henceforth call Clock Tower 2, just because it makes it easier for me than calling both of them Clock Tower. Yep, we're very close to Silent Hill. So Clock Tower 2 would be so much better if the pacing of the game was better. I think that some aspects of the game are drawn out because I get what they're going for. I actually 100% understand what Clock Tower 2 is going for. It's trying to make itself more like a Giallo movie. Because Clock Tower 2 does this thing that's just like Giallo horror movies. In fact, it's the only game I've seen replicate a Giallo horror movie so well, except they don't do it very well. They replicate it well, but they don't quite capture the right atmosphere. Because there's moments where there's long conversations between characters in between stages, and they're kind of interesting, but not as interesting as I feel like they could have been. There's a lot about it's like, And oftentimes they feel like they overstay their welcome, like you can spend like 5 or 10 minutes and just kind of dialoguing before you get onto the next area. And this kind of happens semi-regularly. And then the actual moments and the locations that you deal with them. Now, I will say there's more variety in the first Clock Tower, but a lot of them don't feel as interesting, despite the fact there's more variety going on. Now, there are some neat things in Clock Tower. Like, the story it's kind of neat, and it continues off the first game's story, which is also neat. There's some interesting death scenes in the game, and there's some silliness. It's a little goofier than the first Clock Tower game. The first Clock Tower game has goofy moments, but I think this one amps the goofiness a little bit up. Whenever I think about the goofiness in Clock Tower, I always think about the Scissor Man sitting down, laughing at TV like a fucking hyena. I think what ultimately drags the game down a lot for me... Oh yeah. Final area is fun. I think what doesn't help is that the two-character system is very underexplained within the game itself. And it's not clear at the very beginning that you're even choosing two different characters to play. And one of the characters is greatly handicapped compared to the other one. Yeah. It's not a bad game by any means, but I do think it is a step down from the original Clock Tower. And if I had to place it, honestly, I'm going to place it here. I think it's better than Resident Evil 6, though, like I've say to most people, I like Resident Evil 6 more than most people. But I think I do like Darkside Chronicles a little bit more. The reason I like Darkside Chronicles a little bit more is I think the story is a bit better. But these two, yeah, I'm actually pretty satisfied with that. For my own personal taste and flavors and with everything here. Some people probably like it a lot more than I do. Let me just be upfront with that. And it's not even that I dislike it. It's in the alright territory for me. And the alright here, there's a lot of games that I actually enjoy here. I'm putting these on the... Keep in mind that even though I've got stuff here in like the alright territory, an alright horror game for me is I like a lot more than like an alright like fighting game, I guess. because you know I'm a horror enthusiast. So this is just working through a tier for horror games for me with the games on selection here. These would probably tier a lot differently if I put like a broader selection of horror games here of various qualities, but I'm just sorting them to the levels of what we have available to us here. Which then gets us to one of the harder to talk about Clock Tower games. Clock Tower, Ghost Head Aka, The Struggle Within. This game, let me first say, I've never beaten, and I've been meaning to one day sit down and do a full Let's Play of this game and beat it. I am super spoiled on this game, though. I should just be upfront about that. This game has good aspects, actually. I actually kind of like the split character dynamic between... It's been so long time, so I kind of forget their names. But the main character has a split personality, and I think that there's interesting aspects to when you switch between the two characters' personalities. I would even say that the story in this game is pretty okay. There's a few weird things about it. The problem is, this game has huge glaring game design flaws. It is more cryptic than the other Clock Tower games, and though the first Clock Tower game has some weird logic, Ghost Head Aka The Struggle Within has actual just bullshit in it. One of the most famous examples I'm going to pull up, which is a true example that everybody uses, but I'm going to use it too because it's very, very true. There is basically, in order to get the true ending, much earlier in the game, you have to randomly at one point in the game examine a certain object in the environment. It's samurai armor. The samurai armor is there the whole entire game, and if you just examine it at other points, it doesn't do anything. But at a very specific point of the game, you need to observe the armor, and by observing the armor, you get onto the right ending path. If you do not observe the armor, you basically go several hours later into the game until you get to towards the end of the game, and you won't be able to get to the ending because you didn't fucking examine the suit of armor earlier in the game at the precise moment you were supposed to examine it at. Yep, the infamous samurai armor thing, where you have to examine the samurai armor at a very specific time. And let me also say this, it's not clear you're supposed to examine the samurai armor. You literally, there's an in-game story reason, but there's a bullshit thing, and this is actually bullshit, where the game doesn't indicate to you you need to examine the armor. There's no clue towards it. The clue is basically you get to the point where the samurai armor comes to get you later. Say. Yep. And if you miss this, you either have to restart the whole entire game, or you have to conveniently cut the save file. You have to go all the way back and play several chapters of the game again. And that's the most bullshit example, but there's various issues with this game. There's also I remember very deliberately that there's zombie enemies in this game, and you have to use defense things against the enemies, but there's some bullshit since you can only use defense things one time, and sometimes it requires you to make enemies follow you for a long time so you can get them out of the way. And yeah. So, there's things I like about this game, actually. But it has some glaring game design issues. More than I'm even sharing here. So, yeah, it's going to be our first bad game. It's not terrible. There is stuff I like about it. But it's kind of bad, if I'm going to be honest with you. I wish it was better in some ways, because there's actually some interesting things just story-wise and how you control two different sides of a personality of your character, although your other personality may or may not be a ghost of someone possessing you. But knowing Clock Tower, it is somebody just directly possessing you, because the series is kind of silly. But yeah. Less Sun Bates, that was it. Anyways, it'll become our first bad game, though. It's not even that it's terrible, because I didn't put into terrible. There is redeemable things. There's reasons to play it. There's even some things you can get from the experience. Just kind of go in knowing that you're going to get really frustrated at some parts. And I would actually recommend a walkthrough or knowing some things in advance, because it is actually a game that throws actual bullshit at you. Now we're going to talk about Clock Tower 3, which is awesome, in my opinion, one of the funniest horror games of all time. It's very entertaining. If you have not played Clock Tower 3, it is a ride. Alright, so talking about Clock Tower 3, I'm going to try and not spoil the game, but Clock Tower 3 was the first Capcom... Oh, this is the credits theme of Resident Evil Darkside Chronicles. Darkside Chronicles has an amazing OST, but I really like the credit sequence. Take a sip of water. So, Clock Tower 3 was actually partially produced by Capcom. Capcom bought the rights for Clock Tower for a time, and they published and helped develop Clock Tower 3. Clock Tower 3, this is true, is the first video game to use full-on motion capture. Similar but earlier technology to what they would later use for Resident Evil 5 and the like. What they use currently. Now, let me say this. That's very interesting and makes Clock Tower 3 a surprisingly historically important game, because obviously motion capture is a common industry trade in this day and age. However, Clock Tower 3 did something very, very interesting. So as the first motion capture game, they hired a Japanese film director to direct the cutscenes. And I forget the name of the director they chose. And I forget, unfortunately I'm bad with names, so there was a certain theater technique that this director adored. It's a type of Japanese theater. Somebody hopefully knows what the term is and can say it, because I don't remember off the top of my head. But it's a type of Japanese theater thing where people do overly exaggerant motions. It's supposed to be sort of like a comedic, but also kind of serious way to use your body in ways that are more extravagant, to express more emotion. It's a Japanese thing. I don't remember the term, but whatever the case, it's a certain type of theater, and this director was a big fan of it. Oh, well, thank you there very much, Endless. And yes, you're correct. The film director was the director that directed the first Battle Royale movie. Anyways, he's a big fan of this type of exaggerant motion type of theater, and he decided, because this is the first game to ever use motion capture and he's directing it, and he wants to do extravagant motions with the characters in motion capture. The results... And let me also say something. I'm almost 100% sure that the English voice actors were not seeing the scenes they were voicing when they were recording it. Because there is a huge dissonance between the English voice acting and what's happening on screen. Because the English voice actors, like, the characters will be doing these extravagant motions that are like... It's hard to... I want to show a cutscene. I'm going to show the really famous... Have you guys seen the dentist cutscene from Clock Tower 3? It's my favorite of them all, but there's quite a few. It's the best one. Clock Tower 3 dentist. I'm going to find that dentist cutscene. Alright, so here's a cutscene from Clock Tower 3. I'm going to go on mute. If you've never seen this cutscene before, you're in for a treat. Let's give me higher quality. Clock Tower 3 Dennis. We're gonna use the all movie cutscenes, so I'll skip to the cutscene that I want. It's from Y2 Jarmy Official, because I'm using it for a second. I could just go to my own... Why am I using another person's video? I can go to my own fucking playthrough of this game. I don't talk over cutscenes whenever I record them, so if I just find my own cutscene, then yeah. It would be at this point in the game.
Melissa, where are you?
Listen to past me for a second. Also, here's a spoiler if you never played this game before. You're a goddamn magical girl, as the title says. Skip ahead, skip ahead. You get to these boss fights that are pretty cool. They're actually more fun than they look, probably. Ouch! Well, that was a bit abrupt. Let's do it! Alyssa. Yep. So anyways, stuff happens. This game is actually hilarious. Okay, here's the cutscene. There's the cutscene. So, this cutscene highlights to me what makes this motion capture use both amazing and terrible at the same time. So let's watch it.
Dennis? What are you doing here?
Pull me up. Hurry. Phew, I thought I was a goner for sure. Long time no see, Alyssa. I haven't seen you since we were in primary school together. It must be 3 years?
What do you think you're doing entering a lady's residence through a window?
I have to give you something. Here it is.
It's the key to my grandfather's room. Mother always has this key with her. What are you doing with it? You saw her? When and where?
Calm down, calm down. It was yesterday morning and your mother drove by in her car. Oops. And she said you might come back from boarding school and asked me to hand that key to you if you wasn't back in time.
She must have known I'd disobey her and come back here. She must have gone up to meet me. We just missed each other.
Hey, Alyssa, you've really changed since I last saw you.
I'm going to go and check my grandfather's room.
Hey!
Well, it looks like you've grown up too, Dennis.
Oh, come on. That was then and this is now. Wait a minute, would you?
Clock Tower 3, that cutscene is one of the better demonstrations of it, but what they're actually doing is they're using motion capture, and the Japanese actors are doing like an extravagant motions for the things, but it doesn't feel like the English voice actors quite got the memo of what was going on the screen, and yeah. Okay, and yes, I can show the thing. A touching moment. I have a video. I guess I can also use the best cutscene video, but I do know, because I like the cutscene a lot too, I agree. That's the cutscene with the acid guy is my favorite in the game, so I have like something here about it. Here we go, a touching mother and son gaming scene. Again, if you've never seen Clock Tower 3 before, you're in for a treat.
Albert? Are you here, Albert?
Mother, what are you doing? I told you you shouldn't wander around outside by yourself.
I came to tell you that dinner's ready. And I told you that you don't need to be worried about me. Your old mother may have dicky eyes, but she's not on her last legs yet. You just concentrate on your work. Anyway, what is it you're making this time? Some new toy that'll have the local kids agog, I bet.
Actually, I've been busy making this.
Albert, what's this?
Winter's coming, and I don't want you catching cold, wandering around outside. I've been making this in my spare time. How is it, warm enough?
It's lovely. So warm and soft. Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's enough playing happy families. You make me sick. How do you like the acid bath? Now may you both be blinded and search for each other in vain for all eternity. Want to join them? I hear the acid's lovely.
So that's Clock Tower 3 in a nutshell, basically. There's a lot more to the game. It's actually, in my opinion, it's hilarious. And I think a lot of people do not give it the right respects. A lot of people back in the day are like, oh, it's so silly, but the rest of the Clock Tower games are silly. Yes, Clock Tower 3 is the silliest, but Clock Tower 3 is also hilarious. So, it's also a very fun game. It's basically, it plays a lot like Haunting Ground, because Haunting Ground was based off of Clock Tower 3. And Haunting Ground is the better game, But Clock Tower 3 has a lot of charm, and also, like, it's paced very well, actually, so none of the areas overstay their welcome, and the villains are fun, and the actual gameplay is fun. Yeah, I like it a lot. And now, time for my controversial opinion. I like it more than the original game. Is it desynced? It might be desynced because I've been streaming for a while. Whatever the case. I mean, it doesn't really matter too much. Do I like it more than Resident Evil 2, though? Yeah, I do. Do I like it more than Resident Evil Dead Aim? A little tougher. They do mess up with some of the lore stuff, but, you know, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not as invested as you probably are in the Clock Tower lore, but I get it for fans that really like the lore, that Clock Tower 3 is, at best, not that related to any of the rest of the games. At worst, I do know there's a few plot points that kind of mess up with the series lore up until that point. I do think I like it more than Dead Aim. Yeah, you know? Yeah. I think I'm going to put it up here. Also, I'm thinking about it, I think I'm going to move Dino Crisis 2 down to here. I think I do like Dead Aim a little bit more than that when I started thinking about it. I think Clock Tower 3 is pretty great. Do I like it more? Yeah. That makes sense. You know what? I think I know where I'm placing Clock Tower 3. I'm placing it right before Resident Evil 5. It's a very... The thing is, Clock Tower 3 is a really dumb game in a lot of ways, but it's really fun. There's nothing... Yeah. I don't really have any huge critiques with it, personally. There are a few parts that are a little bit... Like, the final boss is okay. It has a little bit too much health, but I have a lot of fun playing it. I've played it through more than once at this point, and I've enjoyed it both times. Which brings us to Haunting Ground, which is better than the Clock Tower. Haunting Ground, I have a huge affinity for. There's a lot I like about Haunting Ground. I like the story a lot. I like how fucked up and some of the fucked up things they deal with. I love the villain characters a lot. Daniela is the best villain character, but they're all pretty enjoyable in their own ways. The setting is amazing in Haunting Ground. I actually love the setting. And despite it being a game where you run through rooms most of the time, the rooms in the game have so much personality. Let's see. I like the atmosphere. Huey is a cute dog, and Huey is one of the best dogs in all of video games. I like the silly unlockable costumes. I like the weird bonus unlockable modes, like the play as Huey mode stuff. It's not like a big deal, but it's kind of neat. Okay, so a lot of people like the dog. I love Huey. Huey's one of the best dogs in video games, but for me, what makes probably the game make me love it so much is I love the setting of the game. It's set in a castle, and it's kind of like a Resident Evil castle, but crazier than the Resident Evil castle would have been. And it's an actually amazing, surreal castlescape that most of the game takes place in. Fiona's a pretty okay character. The story, Fiona herself is fine. Also, the gameplay is very good. For a chaser game, it's basically Clock Tower 3's gameplay, but they improved on the aspects of it. The death scenes are good. This came out in the era of Capcom where they were willing to do cool death scenes. It's also pretty fucked up, but it's like interestingly fucked up, if that makes any sense. I think that makes sense to horror enthusiasts. So I do like it more than Clock Tower 3. I like it more than Resident Evil 5. I even like it more than Resident Evil 3. It does have a rain atmosphere. I kind of have the suspicion that Fiona is supposed to be a blank slate. So here's my opinion. I think they made Fiona purposely kind of bland. Let me say this. Her character design's okay. But her actual character is very flat. But I think they put her flat, A, so the person, like the player, can insert themselves a little bit into the scenario. And second of all, I think if they gave Fiona too much personality, the game would seem a lot more fucked up than it actually is, because, well, like it is. Because Fiona doesn't really feel like a real person, but if she felt like a real person, some of the things that the game is about would probably feel grosser. Does that make sense? Hopefully I'm kind of making sense to what I'm saying there. I would love for Capcom to do a RE Engine version of either Clock Tower or Haunted Ground. Probably Haunted Ground because they don't own the rights to the Clock Tower anymore. But I very, very, very much doubt they're ever going to do that. Which makes me sad. It'd be like one of the remakes I personally would be most happy to see, but it didn't sell well enough. I don't think there's enough vocal outcry for Haunted Ground because not enough people have played it. I know, just in notes, that's true. That is true. She has a lot more personality in your handwriting than she does in character. But I guess that kind of emphasizes what I mean, because the thing is, it's not that the writers of Haunting Ground are bad. The actual story is good, and all the villains have a lot of personality. I just personally think that they made Fiona have less personality in like the actual game for two reasons. A, to make the villains shine more, because the villains are full of personality. But also, I think it's because, you know, spoilers for Haunting Ground, but some of the characters want to, like, fuck, they all want her womb for something or another. Well, except for the first Doctor, who just thinks she's a toy. But they all want her womb for one reason or another. And I think that if she had more personality, like in the actual story cutscenes, it would start getting a little bit too disturbing for the times, if that makes sense, because the game deals with a lot of fucked up stuff. Recently, oh my. That is a pretty good price for how it usually goes. Have you played it yet? I think you'll probably like it. I think I might even like, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm about to do this. I think Haunting Ground is an excellent horror game. I think... Do I like it more than Resident Evil 2 Remake and RE7? I don't think I do. But I think it gets to enter into the excellent territory. It's a very good game. And often underlooked, which makes me really sad. Which makes sense. It's very expensive these days. I was very lucky I got my copy, and the copy's only like $15. But this was also like in 2012, so... And so, you know, some years ago, I guess is the way to word it there. There's so much I want to say about Haunting Ground, but then some of it gets into spoilers, and... Mainly, it's not that it's a flawless game, there's so much it does right, and so much I enjoy about it. I actually did not know that Huey had personality notes in that one, but I didn't look. I've only barely touched the Huey mode. Also, okay, I like Toy Huey a lot. That Toy Huey's costume, the Toy Huey costume is adorable. Yeah, Haunting Ground's in the right place for me to say and stuff there. Hey there, residents of evil. There's just a lot to like about Haunting Ground. I wish it got more recognition. Unfortunately, alas, it's never to be. Haunting Ground's probably going to be forgotten. The most I can hope for is that maybe one day Capcom will want to remaster it. Maybe Capcom, maybe. But probably not. I will not be ranking Rule of Rose today. Rule of Rose will be very interesting to place here, but I decided to mainly stick to horror series to have 3 or more entries. I cheated in a few ways. Haunting Ground is technically the only Haunting Ground game, but it technically is part of the Clock Tower series, which is also why NightCry is on here. So hi, NightCry. Yeah. So, NightCry. A lot of people do not like this game. In fact, a lot of people have pretty negative opinions on it. I had a positive experience with it overall, but I do have a lot of issues with it. I played it back when it first came out. I was one of the first people that beat it, surprisingly enough. I worked with another person to solve some of the more cryptic aspects of the game out. Something about NightCry. NightCry's death scenes are hilarious. I recommend if you never want to play NightCry, but want to see something kind of interesting about it, just look up NightCry death scenes. They're actually very funny. NightCry does have issues. There's some parts of the game which are definitely dragged down, not that great if I'm going to be honest. But there's also stellar moments of it. I think the third chapter of the game is the best part of the game. It's also like 3 times as long as the other chapters, but some of the endings are pretty neat. Also, fun Resident Evil thing. This is a bit of a spoiler, but the main villain of NightCry is voiced by the voice actor who voiced Barry Burton in the original Resident Evil. It's kind of fun hearing an older him doing a villain role, but all the same, all the same. Where would I place NightCry, though? This is a little bit hard because I like some aspects of NightCry a lot, actually. But there's other aspects which definitely carry it down. Also, NightCry holds the honor for the most varied animations I've ever seen in the game. There is some animations in NightCry which are actually pretty well done and look good, but then it also has some like fish-dyed people that look like they were animated by someone who just started learning animating. My suspicion is that the animation team had some widely differently talented people on board, because there's weird things with the animation in NightCry where some of it is really well animated, and other parts of it is like, oh my god, levels are terrible. And yeah, the puzzles are pretty weird. That's kind of true of the Clock Tower series in general, although the puzzles are always kind of off. Yep. The game worked with like a $25,000 budget, which is not very much at all, actually. I do like it less than the original Clock Tower. I did not know. I still need to play Countdown Vampires. That's on my to-do list, but I haven't actually played it yet as of this point in time. Alright, so compared to Resident Evil 0, because I'm going to be honest with you, it's less than the original Clock Tower. I wouldn't put it as a good game. It's alright at the most, maybe meh, but I'm probably going to put it in alright because I had some good times with it. Resident Evil 0 is the better game, so NightCry gets to continue on. Now, the most average Resident Evil game, if you have to ask me, Revelations. Revelations is the better game. Darkside Chronicles, yeah, let's continue. Okay, keep going, keep going. Now this is the weirder comparison. So I know that NightCry was directed by the original director of Clock Tower, like the first Clock Tower game. He didn't direct any of the other Clock Tower games. However, NightCry doesn't feel a lot like the first Clock Tower game. It feels so much like Clock Tower 2. There's even scenes in NightCry which directly parallel scenes in Clock Tower 2. And I don't know why, because it's not made by the same director, none of the same people worked on it, so why does it resemble like Clock Tower 2 so much? I'll never understand. I do think I like it more than... Yeah, I do think I like it more than Clock Tower 2, though. Okay. Why is Gaiden not number 1? This is rigged. Yeah. Gaiden holds the place as my least favorite Resident Evil game. I think Gaiden starts off okay for the first hour, but it gets progressively worse and worse the further you get into it. No joke. I guess I have a recording of this so I could show it off, but there was an enemy which I did not have the right supplies for, and the game auto-saved at a point, so I couldn't really continue past it. And I wouldn't have been able to beat the game, except I found a glitch to bypass the enemy fight entirely and glitch the enemy into a wall, so I could bypass it and just continue on with the game. It was supposed to be like a boss fight moment. I just found a way to skip it by glitching. Yeah. Which means we're finally entering the Silent Hill series. You know, we've only been doing this for 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and look how far we've gotten. But I've got so much to say about each game. Alright, so let's talk about Silent Hill games. Ironically, when Silent Hill music is playing, so that's good. Alright, so the Silent Hill franchise. I've played all of the games. I've beaten most of them more than once, except for some of the spin-offs. I have not played Book of Memories at this point in time. I have not played the 3 Orphan titles. I've not played the Play... Okay, I played a little bit of the Play novel, but not enough to really form an opinion of it. And I've not played the Escape mobile game. But I have played every mainline entry, and I've even played the arcade game. I've beaten Silent Hill 1 multiple times, Silent Hill 2 multiple times, Silent Hill 3 multiple times, Silent Hill 4 a couple times, 3 times I think. Silent Hill the Arcade I've been once, Origins I've been once, Homecoming I've been 3 times, Shattered Memories I've been several times, Downpour I've been a couple times. Alright, so let's talk about it. Starting with Silent Hill 1. Hey Silent Hill. So I don't love Silent Hill as much as many people do, but I still do love it. I have some controversial Silent Hill opinions, and you're going to see them pretty quickly when we're going through this list. I am not one of the people that hates everything post-Team Silent. There's a slight spoiler there. there is maybe a couple non-team Silent games I would place over to Silent Hill 1. Some people would crucify me for that. For you, it's the best of all time, which is good. It's a lot. Some people love Silent Hill 1 more than any other entry in the franchise, and it's their absolute favorite. And I can understand why. Silent Hill 1 has a darker atmosphere than to it. This is hard to talk about, but I think Silent Hill 1 more than, even if you know exactly what the story is, it has this dark, mysterious atmosphere. Thank you, Silent Hill music, coming in at perfect time to completely match what I'm saying. But it's got this dark, mysterious atmosphere to it that sort of gives it this almost... It's somewhere between feeling mystical, not the same sort of mystical that Silent Hill 2 feels, but a dark occultism feel. Not just because of the occult imagery either. It's a little bit hard to describe, actually. It's this dark, ripping feeling that the game has that you're... Silent Hill 2 and okay, I guess only really Silent Hill 2 is set in an isolated town, but it doesn't really ever feel isolated. I think part of it is because you meet other characters pretty regularly. And you do meet characters in Silent Hill 1, but they're more detached from each other, if that makes any sense. There's this weird way that everybody talks in the first Silent Hill games. Now, in all the Silent Hill games, the characters always talk weird, but Silent Hill 1, they talk in a detached way, if that makes any sense, which I don't think was replicated in the later entries. And there's a sort of oppressive, mysterious, darker feel to the first Silent Hill game that the rest of the series never really got to. Here's hoping that the Toriyama reboot can capture that feeling again. Anyways. So, to talk about that one for a second, I guess, if I'm going to think about Silent Hill 1, and I also know kind of where some of the other Silent Hill games are going to place for me, Silent Hill 1 does get to be a great title. That is for sure. I like Silent Hill 1 more than I like Resident Evil Dead Aim. I know I'm a more avid Dead Aim fan than many people out there, but I do think Silent Hill 1 is better than Dead Aim. That's true. Yeah, there is kind of a Rorschach text thing going on with the textures in Silent Hill 1. I agree that one of Silent Hill 1's greatest strengths is that there's kind of this ambiguous thing. In fact, I will say this, there's recently been the rise of PS1-styled indie horror first-person games, which I'm actually all for. I dig it. But it's almost very clear that despite the fact that it's supposed to be PS1-inspired, most of them are just being inspired by Silent Hill. It's because Silent Hill has this very special quality of having that you could ambiguously read into the situations. It had a certain look where everything was detailed enough for you to see what it was, but sort of abstract enough so that you could use a lot of your own imagination to sort of fill in the blanks of what was in there. I think they did a great job with how they decided to both limit and also empower the system with themselves. But anyways, I do like Silent Hill 1 more than I like Dino Crisis. I do like it more than Clock Tower. I do like it more than Resident Evil 5. It's when we get to Resident Evil 3 that we start having some conflicts. Resident Evil 3 is definitely more fun, but Silent Hill 1 definitely has the better atmosphere. I think Resident Evil 3, some people would not agree with me when I say this, but I think Resident Evil 3 has the better puzzles. But Silent Hill 1, I think, has the better exploration. Silent Hill 1 also didn't quite master the enemy selection that the layer entries have. Silent Hill 1 doesn't have bad enemies by any stretch of the imagination, but then a little bit less interesting than the layer entries would form. The story of Silent Hill 1, I think, is better than the original story of Resident Evil 3. Mason versus Valentine. Both games even came out in the same year, so you know. Fight. I'm gonna have to give it to Silent Hill's atmospherics. The music in Silent Hill 3 is Silent Hill 1 is pretty great. Now, some people would disagree with me heavily for this, but I don't like Silent Hill 1 as much as like Revelations 2. A lot of people would disagree with my opinion there, but I think that's pretty close to where I'm going to set with where our current titles are at. The atmospherics went it over for Resident Evil 3 for me, but I think Resident Evil Revelations 2 is what I personally enjoy about its setting and just its level design itself, so I think I'm going to give it to it compared to Silent Hill 1. Alright. So, unfortunately, I hate to be a boring person with this, but Silent Hill 2 I would put under the amazing category. Now, specifically talking about it, there is aspects of the gameplay which are not great, but I think the reason why it gets the excuse most of the time is because it's actually really, really easy. I think Silent Hill 2 is the easiest Silent Hill game, but that actually works to its benefit. There's a lot about the ending choice system, which I adore. The story is not as complex as some say, but it's fueled by everything else in the game, all the symbolism that sort of feeds back into the story itself. Silent Hill 2 has a certain feeling. I think out of all the Silent Hill games, it most captures the feeling of a cold town. As in, like, the decay of what, like, they deliberately have the water damage thing going on. They've got the water damage that's corroding the town, the feel that the mist is sort of like decaying away at the town itself. Decay is a very strong theme of the game. Still though, it is definitely very beginner friendly. I think that a lot of people who aren't very experienced with horror games could probably play Silent Hill 2 and be fine. Of course, they take a little bit to get used to the controls and all that, but the game gives you more than enough time to get used to the controls. So, beginner friendly is a good way to word it. But even though it's beginner friendly, it's not like baby's first horror game, though it does some things absolutely masterfully. The art direction is fantastic. The music is amazing. The story is also very well done. Now, the real question is, do I like Silent Hill 2 more than I like Resident Evil Remake? This is a tough question. A very tough question, actually. Let me just say this now. Silent Hill 2 is not my favorite Silent Hill game. It's my second favorite. We'll get to my favorite a little bit later. Yep, Lara is a big theme. Again, I think most of the Silent Hill games kind of have a different thematic. This is a little bit weird for me to say, but I think the first Silent Hill game has a strong theme of darkness. I think darkness is, like, if I had to use a single word to describe Silent Hill 1, I would choose darkness. For Silent Hill 2, I would choose fog. I think out of all the different Silent Hill games, it most represents kind of this feeling of fogginess. I don't know if what I'm saying makes any sense to anyone, but it makes sense to me. Silent Hill 3 is flesh. I think they do a lot with flesh in particular with that game, making the whole game feel kind of fleshy, especially with the otherworld sequences and the story themings of it. Silent Hill 4 I would use as Nightmare. And again, I'm not sure if this makes any sense to anyone but me, but I would say that Silent Hill 1 captures a feeling of darkness, Silent Hill 2 captures a feeling of fog, Silent Hill 3 captures a feeling of flesh, and Silent Hill 4 captures a feeling of a nightmare. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does, because I just said it. It does have a few connections. Of course, obviously, it sets up some things for Silent Hill 4 a little bit later, but it does have very, very minor connections to the first Silent Hill game, but they're so minor they're almost not worth mentioning. In some ways, that's a good thing, because it means a lot of people in this modern day can just play Silent Hill 2 and not care at all about the story, but I also get what you mean. That's kind of missing that thing. I know there's so many people that dislike the occult side of Silent Hill, though. I'm not personally a disliker of the occult in Silent Hill, but I understand that many just dislike that plot aspect of the series, so. And I'm happy it makes sense. With Silent Hill 2 compared to Resident Evil Remake. Tricky. I guess, honestly, I like Resident Evil Remake a little bit more. Resident Evil Remake has a very strong atmosphere, and though the story and stuff is simpler, I think I like it a little bit more. This is like just a smidge more. It's so close, just like Resident Evil. Like, all the games in the Amazing Territories are super close for me, but I do think I'm going to have to give it to Resident Evil Remake. The thing about it is that Silent Hill 2 does so much with its atmospherics and with its I really like the ending system they use for the game. I love some of the different settings. The Historical Society in particular, I think it's just an amazing piece of level design and game design for horror. But then also, I think the apartments drag on a little bit, as to the hospital, just a smidge. I've seen some people dislike the cold part, but yeah. In fact, there was someone that disliked that I literally talked to earlier today. We even talked about it. I literally talked to somebody earlier who did not like the occult stuff, but I've also met several people throughout my time. Anyways, Silent Hill 2 though, fantastic. I would not blame anyone. I almost want to put it over Resident Evil Remake for a few things. I will say this. I think Resident Evil Remake has better boss fights than Silent Hill 2 does. Also, one thing about Silent Hill 2, the enemy selection is not as varied as I wish it was sometimes. I think that some of the horror of Silent Hill 2 is honestly diminished a bit because you kind of fight the same 4 enemies over and over again through most of the game. Like, even late in the game. Like, you're still meeting most of the same enemies. There's a last enemy introduced late in the game to vary up the end of the game, thankfully, but yeah, I agree with my choice of putting it a little bit behind Remake, I guess. Which then leads to my favorite Silent Hill game. Hello, Silent Hill 3. So, Silent Hill 3 is above Silent Hill 2 for me. I know a lot of people prefer Silent Hill 2, though there are people that prefer Silent Hill 3, but in my opinion, Silent Hill 3, Silent Hill 2's overall story is better than Silent Hill 3, but I like Silent Hill 3's characters more. I think Heather is a very enjoyable protagonist. I think Vincent is one of the best characters in the entire series. He had so much fun dynamic. I really like Douglas. I actually think Claudia is one of the most complex and interesting villains in the series. So, yeah, I love the characters. I also even think the fucking... Well, what's his... I didn't forget his name. I was just thinking of it. The guy in the hospital. The father of Claudia. Fucking, why did his name escape me? I know it's not Vincent. Vincent's name is stuck in my head. Heather is a rare breed, indeed. Silent Hill 3 is a lot more fun to play than Silent Hill 2 in my opinion. I think that Silent Hill 3, compared to the rest of the Silent Hill games, kind of inserted more survival horror elements to itself, and it provides weird options to the gameplay which aren't there. Leonard, that was it, thank you. So I like Silent Hill 3's characters a lot. Also, I will say this, most of the Silent Hill 3 cast are like loser versions of the Silent Hill 1 cast, but in interesting ways. Like, obviously Heather is connected to Harry, but Heather's like a lot moodier and has a lot more personality than Harry does. And Claudia is obviously somewhat related to Dahlia, but instead of being like the leader of the cult, she's like a leftover that has scars and traumas and is just trying to make things her way. And Vincent is like Kaufman, but because you know like how Kaufman in the first Silent Hill game has a plan that involves a bottle, and the plan is pulled off completely successfully because Kaufman is confident and knows what he's doing. Vincent has a plan for Heather involving a seal that he believes works, but it ends up doing jack shit. So, and then of course Douglas is kind of like Sybil, because one is a detective, but like a detective that lost his son, is a lot rougher around the edges, while Sybil is a pretty confident police officer. I don't think a lot of people pick up on that for some reason, but basically Silent Hill 3's cast is basically the Silent Hill 1 cast, except it's like the loser version of every character, but with a lot more personality, which I think makes them a lot more enjoyable, if that makes sense. I'm gonna let that rest for a second, but ignoring the story, I think Silent Hill 3 has some of the best moments in the entire series. I think the amusement park is a fantastic location. I think the Otherworld Hospital in Silent Hill 3 is amazing. I really like the church and nowhere sequence at the end of Silent Hill 3. I think the mall is a good setting. I actually really like the subway and sewers. A lot of people don't, but I do. I literally like every location in the game, like a lot. Some of the rooms in Silent Hill 3 are among my favorite. I think Silent Hill 3 is also the entry that most masters the artistry of Silent Hill. There's a lot of grotesque artistic imagery within rooms within Silent Hill 3, which I think is perfect. Then, to go a little bit further with things, I really like the puzzles in Silent Hill 3. I think out of the Silent Hill series, Silent Hill 3 is the best puzzles. And I also like the puzzle difficulty options the most. I think the difficulty options do the most in Silent Hill 3. There's more I can say. I think the music fits Silent Hill. Silent Hill 3 actually is not my favorite OST in the series. That's behind a couple other entries. But I think the music fits the game a lot. The enemies are a threat. I also think the enemies are more... The enemies in Silent Hill 3, I think, are a lot more interesting than Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2's enemies. I know Pyramid Head is in Silent Hill 2, and that boosts the game for a lot of people, but I like Silent Hill 3's enemy selection a lot, actually. Also, the boss fights in Silent Hill 3 are probably some of the better ones in the series. The combat in general has seen some improvements, and I think makes it feel a lot better. Anyways, I'm going on and on. I really, really like Silent Hill 3, and it's my favorite entry in the series. A lot of people disagree with me on that, because a lot of people love Silent Hill 2, but I like it a lot. Also, in my opinion, has the best UFO ending in the series. Though the dog ending in Silent Hill 2 is pretty cool. Da 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 da. My. So, some people disagree with me on this, but I think I like Silent Hill 3 more than I like Resident Evil 3 Remake. It's a very close one because both use very big survival horror things, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I do. I don't think I like it as much as like Resident Evil 4, though. But then again, Resident Evil 4 has the strength of nostalgia for me, so... Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I feel pretty confident with its placement at the moment. Which leads us to Silent Hill 4 The Room. Well, hello, Silent Hill 4. Where are we going to place you here today? Okay, so I'm going to be honest. I like Silent Hill 4 more than I like Silent Hill 1. So it's definitely above it. But I agree that Silent Hill 3 holds up well graphically even today, so... It is starting to show its age in some ways, like 17 years later. But the fact that it looks so good for a 17-year-old game is pretty fantastic. Remake also looks great graphically, mostly, though. If it was rendered a little bit higher, if Capcom didn't lose the rendered files for the HD remaster, it'd be great. But, I guess that's reserved for Zero. Alright. So, Silent Hill 4. So... A lot of people dislike this one, but I really like it. It's probably my third favorite Silent Hill game, or at least tied for my third favorite. Silent Hill 4 has a fascinating story. It's a very strange story, but it's strange in a good way. I think it's one of the more unusual stories I've encountered in a horror game, but unusual, and I enjoyed it a lot. Walter as a villain is very interesting. I think Silent Hill 4, I'm never sure if this is intentional or not. I've read interviews about Silent Hill 4 about the changes that they made to the gameplay, and it makes it sound like this was a complete accident, but whether it was an accident or not, the game has some bad gameplay, like what's typically considered bad gameplay design decisions, but in an interesting twist, I think almost all of the bad gameplay decision, like all the typically considered bad gameplay mechanics and design stuff within the game, benefits the game, and I think most of them help contribute to putting your mind in a very weird place when you're playing the game and associating more with Henry. Because Henry is a closed-in, well, he's not technically a NEET, but it's very evident even before this game took place, he was kind of antisocial to himself, etc., etc. But when this situation comes, he's kind of bored and dulled in his room. The nightmare world of Silent Hill 4 is particularly nightmarish. It's the most surreal Silent Hill game, and I think it's also the scariest Silent Hill game, if I'm going to be honest with you. There's a lot of moments that kind of scare me, and it's just so much what the fuck material. So I love Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3, but to be honest, I think that they're not as what the fuck as they could be. I think Silent Hill 4 is the entry in the series that really pushes the what the fuck factor. Yep, the weird face that looks at you. I think that they were willing to go more weird than they typically did with the series, and I kind of appreciate it for that. Yeah, I think the game does a good way. So Henry comes off as kind of like this depressed, keeps to himself, doesn't really like leaving his room type thing. When he leaves the room, he enters into this weird, nightmarish, surreal dimension where his room is his safe place and haven. He doesn't have much of a personality we see up front, but he seems to enjoy living through others. He likes watching other people. He's even a photographer for a reason, I think, because his official occupation before all this happens, he's a photographer. And I think that they play into that because he enjoys watching other people, which leads into the people stuff later. But interestingly, they make a lot of the game hard to deal with, and so when you go to your room, the most interesting things is to watch other people, which kind of leads you into a tendency to start acting and unintentionally role-playing more his character, because it puts you into the weird mindset to sort of like peep on and go through with others. And it doesn't feel like the game forces you to do it, because there's never a point where watching these scenes actually benefits you. It's just you're being voyeuristic. You want to see what happens. You're curious about things, and so you just sort of watch these scenes happen before you. And I think that's actually a really genius way to lead the player to basically being a voyeuristic person like Henry is, but in a sense where the game never really forces you to take on that role, if that makes sense. And let's see. I see. Indeed, the trailer is very good. The weird thing about the trailer is that the trailer both oversells the game, but also a lot in the trailer is reflected in the game. It's a really weird case of the trailer both kind of perfectly captures the spirit of the game, and everything in the trailer is actually in the game, but it makes it look flashier and cooler than it actually is in the game. Does that make any sense? And indeed, there's Rogue. But anyways, Silent Hill 4, I like it more than Silent Hill 1. That said, there is issues with it. And I don't actually have the same issues as everybody else. I don't think apparently I'm starting to lose my ability to talk. The ability to, not the ability, but you having to go through each location twice does not bother me at all. In fact, a lot of the second visits to locations I prefer to the first visits. It's also a lot, like, I guess the Otherworld is a good comparison. The Otherworld sequences in the original games are a bit closer to how you kind of go through the environments a second time in Silent Hill 4. Of course, the environments doesn't physically change look, but there's various changes to the environments that occur. Most of the environments, second times you visit them, I prefer to the first, with I think the only exception is the apartments and the Wire Prison. I prefer the first visits. The ghosts are creepy. I think they do a lot with them. I will say this. One thing that would have made Silent Hill 4 a much, much better game, some of my heaviest criticisms of the game, is I wish the enemy sounds were better. A lot of the enemy sounds are stock sounds in Silent Hill 4 for some reason, and they don't even really like modulate or do much with them. So like the dogs sound like cheetahs, and there's the very famous burping nurses, and etc. I don't know why, because the enemy design, like the creature design in Silent Hill 4 is actually fantastic, and it feels a little bit let down by these stock sound effects that several of the monsters end up using. Yep. There's several moments that really stuck with me. I actually enjoy the first-person apartment segments. I like the story a lot again. The music's really good. I'm debating. But then there are issues with the game. So I know I'm going to put it above Resident Evil Revelations 2. But I'm debating if I put it here as great or behind Haunting Ground under excellent. If it was just the burping nurses, I would allow it, but I think that several of the enemies' audio design isn't as good as they could be. I feel like several of the monsters would have been a lot freakier if their sounds were better, if that makes sense. In fact, I think it's one of the biggest actual critiques I have of the game is that the monster audio design in particular has some kind of sticking out, kind of plain sounds, and the actual monster design is really grotesque and fascinating. And I feel like that making the monsters sound weirder and more interesting would have gone a long way for them. But I guess I'm going to put it here. Okay, I'm going to put it under great because honestly it is a bit flawed. There's also a game I kind of put in comparison to it that I guess I'm going to have to finally decide if I like it more or less when I think about it a little bit when we talk about it. But I think that's a little too flawed for me to put it into the excellent territory for me, but it is above. It's very high on the great meter for me. A lot of people don't like it as much as I do, but I like it a lot. And it seems like there's some real appreciators of the game here as well, so I'm happy with that. I think Silent Hill 4 is... let me say, there's one last comment I have to say. So, I know that everybody experiences different types of dreams. And I love, love, love dream games. Let me say this. I adore games with the themes of dreams. There's so many great ones out there, and there's a lot which I've enjoyed with that. Silent Hill 4 isn't technically a dream game. Like, it kind of is. Dreams is the theme of the game, and etc. But it's not the core theme of the game, if that makes any sense. However, Silent Hill 4, more than any other game I've played, actually resembles the types of dreams I have. My dreams do these weird things with, like, weird nightmare logic into things, and this sort of abstract, blurry feel to the environments, and a logic to them that makes sense within the dream, but also, if you really think about it, doesn't make too much sense in itself. And since I love horror stuff, they often reflect kind of horrific things. Even if they're not nightmares, they work kind of with this floaty logic. But yet they tell consistent sort of stories. It's not that I've ever dreamed something specifically like Silent Hill 4, but I would say that out of any game I've played about dreams, Silent Hill 4 is the closest to feeling like something which I actually dream about. So yeah. There is a thought for myself. That brings us to Silent Hill the Arcade. Actually better than I expected it to be. It's not very Silent Hill-like, though you do go to a lot of Silent Hill locations and fight a lot of Silent Hill enemies. But it's pretty fun if you're able to accept it for what it is, actually. It's very easy, though. It's a lot easier than you would think it is. I know it's supposed to be like a quarter pusher game, but, you know. My, they're endless. Silent Hill the Arcade. It is worse than Silent Hill 1. It is worse than Dino Crisis. I think it's actually going to be under the good territory. A lot of people... Let me also say this, though. The story of the arcade game, it's not great. There's a few points. It's not terrible either, actually. The voice acting, though, is terrible. But it's the type of terrible where it's actually hilarious. So, it's fun terrible. It's actually some of the most flat voice acting I've ever heard, though. If you've never seen the Silent Hill arcade game or played it or anything, I recommend you look it up at some point and just like see the opening cutscene and see how the two main characters talk. And they talk like that all the time in like this flat voice. It's not like a boring flat voice. It's just like bad acting flat voice. Oh no! Emily, don't run! They talk like that basically. Da, da, da. What are we going to do? I've got to enter into Silent Hill. Okay, so I like the Silent Hill arcade game more than like the original Clock Tower. Sorry, Clock Tower. It's here where I think I hit the brick in the wall, though. I don't think I can give it much more than Resident Evil 2. I think I'd rather play Resident Evil 2. It's not even that's a bad game or anything. It's a good game. It's fun playing. They're good. But I think that's where I would put the arcade game if I was to rank it. Alright. Which leads us to some of the more controversial entries. The 4 non-Team Silent games. Again, Team Silent was never really a consistent team. Like the team that made Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4 has some different stories behind it. Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4 were developed alongside each other and definitely did not have the same teams. Though some of the same members were involved in both, the most famous and most notable one being probably Akira Yamaoka himself, but... Hello, Oranges! I just like calling Origins Oranges, for the record. Yes, it does have to do with the Little Baroness. That is absolutely correct, by the way. The arcade's main plot thread is about the Baroness. Basically, the male main character's father was the captain of the Baroness ship, and it's part of the reason why he visits Silent Hill, and the Baroness appears later into the game. Can I also say this? Arcade has some bullshit excuses to have Silent Hill 4 enemies of all fucking things. Like, Silent Hill 4 enemies are all littered throughout Silent Hill the Arcade, and they have a bullshit reason why you end up going to the mall from Silent Hill 3 and the staircase from Silent Hill 4. And, of course, Pyramid Head's involved, because of course he fucking is. There's actually, let me say this, there's a scene in the Silent Hill Arcade game which is basically just a playable version of that scene from the Silent Hill movie where Pyramid Head has all those insects that work with him and he uses the great sword through the door and you fight him in the area. There's literally like an in-game on-rail shooter recreation of that Pyramid Head scene from the movie, which is stupid, but actually pretty cool. Maybe it does. I don't know, actually. I'm bad with names also. It's a dumb but fun game, and honestly, it's got the stupid type of fan service like, oh, I recognize this and I recognize that. Oh, I'm in that setting from this Silent Hill game. Oh, I'm in that setting from that Silent Hill game. So it's really stupid and forced, but it works. It's charming. The game's fast enough and the game's dumb enough, so I was like, oh, that's cute. Also, you gotta fight Robbie rabbits with chainsaws, and that's actually kind of scary. Anyway, Silent Hill Oranges, that's what we're talking about now. So, I'm talking about Silent Hill Oranges. I know it's Origins, I just like calling it Oranges. I have weird conflicted thoughts on this one, and I've always had conflicted thoughts on this particular entry. So, I think Oranges actually gets better as it goes on. So, the beginning in the burning house, I kind of like the song that plays when you enter in is great, and I kind of like the walking into Silent Hill sequence, even though the reason why he stops his truck is kind of stupid. But I don't like the burning house sequence, and if I'm gonna be honest, I don't really like the hospital location. It's kind of cool that's Alchemilla Hospital, but it's so much worse than Silent Hill 1's Alchemilla Hospital. And the first boss is terrible. The first boss just looks like the Silent Hill 2 enemy, but it's a boss for some reason. And instead of being like a cool fight, it just has a bunch of fucking QTs attached to it. So my first impressions of Oranges is never great, because I don't like the beginning stuff of the game. But the game does get progressively better from that point, if you asked me. Oranges actually has good music. I like the soundtrack more than a lot of people. A lot of people never mention it when OST stuff comes up, but there's quite a few songs in there I like. The story I have a complicated relationship with. I don't think it should have been a prequel game. I think all the story stuff that has to do with the prequel aspect is bad. I don't think that adds much to Lisa or Kaufman or Dahlia. They're all in the game, and I guess it's kind of neat to see them, but I don't know, like, it doesn't feel great, and I'm also not going to spoil it. It's like the only time you ever see the cult in Silent Hill acting like a cult. And it's kind of weird seeing the cult of Silent Hill act like a cult, like being in ritualistic robes around a girl on a slab type of ritualistic, like the really cliched cult imagery you would imagine a cult to be in. I don't know, it's just kind of weird to see the Silent Hill cult, which is, up until now, we've seen people that are supposedly part of the cult, but we've never really seen them do cultish things. So it's a little weird seeing that. You know what I'm kind of saying? It doesn't really feel right. But anyway, it's also the final boss. I mean, it's better than Silent Hill 1's final boss, which is what it's a direct reference to, but it's not great. But that said, the game overall does, I think, get better mostly as it goes on. Well, now you know it's the only Silent Hill game where you see people in cult attire doing culty things very directly. Which is weird to see. But anyways, going a little bit further with that though. I guess there are some really neat touches to the game. One of my favorite touches is that there's this one boss that you fight that's huge, and then it becomes a regular enemy, and it's really weird to see a monster that's like as tall as a 2-story building walking down the foggy streets of Silent Hill. It's both really weird, but also kind of neat. And none of the other games do that, so I was like, huh. But roll with it, go with it. The puzzles are actually pretty decent. The sanitarium, I need to talk about the sanitarium. I have a love-hate relationship with the sanitarium. So the second location in Silent Hill Oranges is the sanitarium, and there's actually a lot of parts of the sanitarium I like, but the sanitarium is so long! Without exaggerating, it is both the biggest Silent Hill location in terms of physical size in the whole entire series, and it's like 3 times longer than any other location in any of the games. Why is the sanitarium so huge and so long? Good morning, Lay. Yes, it did. And that was cool how Silent Hill 2 did that, but notably this monster sticks out a little bit weirder because it's huge. Like, this monster is legitimately, like, bigger than a lot of small buildings. And it's just kind of weird to see a monster that huge walk down the foggy streets of Silent Hill later, if that makes any sense. It caught me off guard when I first saw that, I can tell you that much. Anyways, it also has some pretty cool locations though. Travis does have a passive location, but then it's just, I like the sanitarium location actually has some really cool parts to it. It just overstays its welcome. It's like a really huge and long location, and you know how in most Silent Hill games you don't actually visit every room in a location? Most of the time there's like locked and blocked doors and you'll never enter, and that's fine. And you know, like if you play enough Silent Hill games, you learn if they say the door is jammed, that means you're never going to open it. If they say the door is locked, that means you need a key, etc, etc. Oranges in the sanitarium location is not only physically the biggest like space in any Silent Hill game. I think I might be recollecting wrong, but I think between the regular version and the Otherworld version, you literally enter every single room of the facility. It's not only the like biggest Silent Hill location, I think it's the only Silent Hill location you like fully explore. And it's huge anyways, and also as I just kind of alluded to, because you know, in Silent Oranges, you switch between the Otherworld and stuff to the mirror. Yeah. I do like my scary games. I thought you were trying to write Scar or something first, but I understand you mean scare. Okay, but you kind of switch between the Otherworld and the normal world in Silent Oranges through mirrors, as opposed to like transitioning later. But yeah, at least the boss is kind of cool in the sanitarium. I don't even hate the sanitarium. Probably the coolest, like the most unique setting in the game is the movie theater. And they do a few cool things with it. I say movie theater, it's actually a like stage theater where they put on plays. But the stage theater relatively is very small for a Silent Hill location in terms of physical size, but they do a lot of really cool things with it. And I really like the motel that is like the final location of the game before the other nowhere location. But yeah. Yep, that's true. There are a few disappointing things, though. Like, I was A-okay with the Butcher. Like, you know, he's obviously a Pyramid Head clone, but he has actually a pretty good design. And it's different than Pyramid Head's design. So, and he didn't even have anything over his head. But it's obvious he's supposed to be like this game's Pyramid Head equal. So you're like, whatever. But I could accept him. I was like, you know what? I like his design. At least it's not fucking Pyramid Head. Let's fucking do this. But then, they underutilize him so much. His boss fight is okay, but stupid for who was his character. If it was a normal boss fight, it'd be fine. But as the boss fight against this dude who's been built up most of the game, it's really disappointing. No, the Butcher is his own character. He has his own narrative reason for being there. There's lore and stuff that explains him better with his story and his history and why he's there with Travis. And I can appreciate they didn't just put Pyramid Head in. Even though, funnily enough, Pyramid Head was used in marketing in this game. Like, Pyramid Head doesn't physically appear in the game, but there's, like, paintings of him. Which is fine, I guess. I hope you sleep well there, Smoker. Indeed, but I think the biggest thing is I feel like he's underutilized, and his boss fight wasn't terrible, it was just kind of normal. I just feel like they could have handled him a lot better than they ended up doing, so. Sleep well there, Smoker. Let's see, it's tricky. Yep. Well, if we're gonna talk about spoilers about that, yes, it is directly related to Travis' personality. I just wish that was more present. Like, I would have been completely fine with all of this if his actual boss fight was cool. But it's not. His boss fight, spoiler alert, is you both run around a table in circles around each other. That isn't like the optimal strategy, it's just literally the arena is like a square around the table. So silly. I would have been fine with everything else about him if his boss fight was cooler than it actually was. Anyways, where would I put oranges? It actually does some pretty cool things. I kind of wish it wasn't. I actually like Travis's story. I like his stuff with his mother and his father and the effects it's had on his personality and etc. And I just feel like the Silent Hill 1 prologue aspect was phoned in. Rolls as it goes. So, I don't like the beginning of Oranges. I don't like the House on Fire sequence, really. I get why it's there, but I don't like it. I think the hospital's not great, and the first boss is pretty terrible. But then I like the Sanitarium, but then the Sanitarium lasts too long. Though the Sanitarium's boss is pretty cool. I actually like the town exploration Oranges. I think it's better than many of the other games, but not as good as Downpours, which we're going to get to. And then I think that the movie theater setting is very unique for the series, and it's kind of interesting how they do it. It's very different than any other location in the series. And then the motel, actually a door, is one of my favorite things of its sort there. And I even like the final nowhere location, though it is probably the weakest nowhere location the series does. But I still like it. And then the final boss is pretty bad. It's pretty boring. Also, the Butcher is... or the Butcher, I should say, is underutilized. Overall... yeah, here is the right place. I think Silent Hill Oranges is good, despite having some big issues with it. I do like it more than Resident Evil 0, so congrats Silent Hill 0, you gotta be the better of the zeros. But I don't like it as much as Resident Evil 2. I like it more than Silent Hill the Arcade, I like it more than Clock Tower, but not as much as the other things. That's actually precisely where I should put it, though I might imagine there might be a few other tiles placed between it before we get too far into this. Which now brings me to my personal least favorite Silent Hill game, but maybe... I might bump Silent Hill the Arcade down, actually. The more I think about it. Yeah, I'm gonna bump Arcade down a little bit. I think it deserves to be here. Yeah, that's the right place for it. Okay. Homecoming. Ignoring the arcade game, it is my least favorite mainline Silent Hill game. But that doesn't mean I hate it. In fact, I think it's above average to most horror games. And a lot of people shit on the Team Silent games unnecessarily, because they're fine, they're even good in a lot of ways. But it is my least favorite mainline Silent Hill game. Oh my. I have issues with it. Actually, legitimate issues. In fact, do you mind if I take a moment? I'm going to put it in top tier just for a second. I've written a review for Homecoming that basically perfectly describes my feelings towards the game. I'm going to read my own review because I feel like I can't word it better than I worded it when I wrote this review. Okay? I'm going to take a sip of water. I need to refill my water. And now I shall read you my review of Silent Hill Homecoming. If I may. Yeah, I'm rusting out the guns. I wrote a review. We're gonna do it. A bit of a warning, this may be the rantiest review I think I've done. Let me start off by politely and courteously taking a moment to ask why, out of every Silent Hill game, is this the only one on Steam? Now, don't get me wrong, I'll get to Homecoming in a moment, but as most other entries in the series had PC ports, why, bias Konami, is this the only one Steam gets? With this out of the way, Silent Hill Homecoming is the sixth main entry in the Silent Hill series, a psychological survival horror series that has come to be best known for its atmosphere, story, surrealism, and creepy monster designs. Silent Hill Homecoming came out on the heels of the Silent Hill film, and it shows. Several monster designs and much of the visual look of the game can be attributed to the film. Most notably, the game has some impressive otherworld transition sequences inspired by the movies, which is in the Silent Hill movie, but not the Silent Hill games before this one, like the environment flakes away, which looks really cool in the movie, and Homecoming recreates that. It looks cool. I haven't been deprived of most of these, sadly, as I can't offer much input. That's okay. They're lay. You can listen to apparently this go. I'm going through these opinions. They look cool and sound cool, so they at least get the job done there. And that is something to be said for Homecoming. It's not a terrible looking game. The designs of the characters and monsters at least look cool. The environments look appropriately ominous. And the fog effects, while a bit sparser than other entries in the series, are still rather well handled. However, the film inspiration becomes a bit much in areas. This was the game that shoehorned Pyramid Head in for no reason, and I literally mean no reason. Oh, he appears in cutscenes, but not a single time in gameplay. Not once. And that's not even arguing on how he has no reason to be here, both in the fact he literally does nothing in the story, and it goes against what Pyramid Head was in Silent Hill 2. And then there's scene. Also, I'm going to say this. I know that there's the bogeyman thing going on, but we're just going to ignore that. And then there's scenes that were so obviously inspired by the movie and enemies inspired by the movie. It essentially is an extension to the Silent Hill movie in game form, honestly. But so much goes against what the Silent Hill series is. I was literally in hysterics during a scene almost halfway in the game when suddenly you get a sassy black sidekick comic relief character and escape a police station being invaded Dawn of the Dead style by giant hammerhead land shark monsters. Don't get me wrong, this is brilliant B-movie hamminess. What the fuck is it doing in the fucking Silent Hill series? And that's what I think one of Homecoming's biggest problems is. It doesn't know what the Silent Hill series is. I am convinced the creators just watched the Silent Hill movie and made a game based off of that. There's no other explanation for it. Homecoming must have at one point in development been a video game adaptation of the movie because it has so much in common with the movie. The nurses work just like they do in the film. So does the cult and the aesthetics. But it's almost nothing like how the rest of the series is. But let's go for fascination, or our fixation of its identity crisis, and focus more on it as a game as its own experience. Silent Hill Homecoming tells the story of a man named Alex Shepard who returns home from the military to visit his home in Shepherd's Glen for, of course, conveniently named after his family. I'm also going to say something. I say this in the review to not give a spoiler, but there's a stupider element to this I'll tell you guys personally in a little bit. Some of you that have played the game or seen it know exactly what I'm going to say. He's been gone for a long time and finds that his hometown has completely changed. There's a few people still living in town, but the place is mostly deserted. Alex comes home to find his brother and father are missing, and his mom seems completely out of it with a pistol in her lap. Alex goes to investigate what exactly has happened to his family and to this town, and what sort of connection it has to the nearby local resort town of Silent Hill. Why he shows up, I will say up front, it's bogus and he's just there for fancy. Yeah. To the story's credit, I did end up liking a few of the characters, most notably Alex, who did end up earning some sympathy from me through his journey, and Wheeler, your sassy black comedy relief character, was enjoyable, though so out of place. Most everyone else was forgettable, however. The plot twists, unfortunately, are mostly super predictable, the worst of all being the main twist, and while I don't want to spoil the game, towards the end we end with some ludicrous Saw-inspired segments that feel completely out of left field and unneeded. Homecoming also holds my personal honor for having the worst multiple endings I have ever experienced in a horror game. I'm not kidding, they are that bad. Now, I have played some games since then that might dethrone it, but it is still up there for bad and multiple endings. The game has a few puzzles, and by puzzles I mean over half of them are sliding tile puzzles, or this puzzle involving crossing wires. Whoever the fuck at Double Helix thought that making most of the puzzles in this game fucking sliding puzzles really deserves a solid kick in the ass. Which, yes, by the way, there is multiple sliding tile puzzles in the game, and multiple versions of this one puzzle where you cross wires, which is... there are other puzzles in the game, just those two are reoccurrent for some reason. Anyways. The game is also overly focused on combat. Alright. So the game is also overtly focused on combat. The combat, to be fair, isn't bad, with a very Zelda-esque system, being able to lock on enemies and circle and roll dodge from them, but the weapons are notably unbalanced, with some being far better than others. Also, while technically the best combat system in the series, and they try to rationalize it with the fact that Alex is an ex-soldier, the series was never really about the combat, making it feel like the developers missed the point. I also am going to add this, even though I'm not trying to spoil it in the review, I'm going to spoil it to you guys. Alex isn't a soldier. He was fucking in a mental hospital, and one of the plot twists is revealed that Alex was never in the army. His dad was in the army, and he wanted to live up to his dad's expectations, so he deluded himself into thinking that when he was away at the mental hospital, he was actually at the army. So, he's not actually a soldier. He doesn't actually have combat training. I guess the magic of Silent Hill made him into a trained combatant. I love how Alex says he won't mess with the fuse box in his house, but then messes with ones on the street and he doesn't even write down. Yeah. That's a pretty good point. Also, the PC port is a bit hit or miss based on your system. It either works perfectly fine, or it doesn't. Fans have made a lot of workarounds for problems in the game, but it has had absolutely no official support. It was basically released on Steam and left to die there. I will mention this, my actual PC experience thankfully was pretty painless. His dad trained him. But I don't even think that's really true. There's no evidence that his dad trained him anywhere within the game. In fact, it doesn't even make sense that he trained him on account of what the dad wants to eventually do to him. Anyways, Alex had a hard life. So anyways, I want to continue reading this review. This so far makes it sound like I hate Homecoming, but in earnest, I didn't. Homecoming has so much wrong with it, as a Silent Hill game, as a horror game, and as an action game, that's easy to mention, but it's actually not a terrible game and has several quite good moments, and actually is an okay to good game, though I'd argue one of the weakest in the series. Homecoming has some decent moments. Exploring the house is both interesting and a bit haunting. Going to the basement for the first time is a bit unnerving. A few of the boss fights, especially the second one, are actually well done. The game isn't too repetitive and does have moments that split away from just combat or just exploration. Speaking of that, there is a decent exploration element in the game that often is a bit rewarding for little extra tidbits, imagery, and sometimes goodies and hidden weapons. The game has some fun unlockable costumes and weapons. The story is enjoyable in a F.E.A.R. kind of way, and is backed by good music and sound design. While not Akira's best work, the music still holds up well for the title. There are small touches to this game and details that I appreciated, including each grave and gravestone in the graveyard having a different description on them, and there are many, and some small scares the player may miss if they are observant or don't explore a bit. The atmosphere is okay, though the game really isn't that scary. But I didn't hate my time with it. In fact, I would say I enjoyed myself playing it. It's got so many flaws, and they're so easy to point out, but despite it all, there is an enjoyable game in here. It honestly probably would have been better if it was Silent Hill the movie, the game, though, as it really does things that just doesn't sit right at all as a fan of the series. But in its own way, it's an enjoyable B-movie sort of horror game that has dips into legitimately good moments and ideas. If you go in expecting some B-horror movie fun, or some B-horror fun as opposed to a Silent Hill game, but with some Silent Hill influence, it's pretty okay to a good game in its own right. It just has some flaws, but I wouldn't say the flaws ruin the game, and there is some fun and interesting sections to be had as the game goes on. If you go to it for a Silent Hill fix, however, I think you'll be bitterly disappointed. A misguided, but ultimately pretty okay game that could have been a great game if it wasn't bogged down by a few problems. Okay. Yeah. It has a lot in common with the movies, to be fair. Silent Hill, the arcade, and Silent Hill Homecoming in particular. Well, Silent Hill Arcade also has a lot of, like, actually ripped models from the other Silent Hill games, but you know what I'm saying. Now, where would I put Silent Hill Homecoming after reading my review there? Because I don't really have too much more to add to what I wrote there. I like it less than Oranges. It's probably going to end up in the alright territory, but where in the alright territory is going to be my question. Honestly, I do think I like it more than Resident Evil 0. Also, my alright territory is really growing. Yeah. I think that might be the place for it. Homecoming gets placed above Resident Evil 0, but behind Clock Tower. Yeah, I'm feeling it. Was that, like, I'm gonna question myself here. Would I prefer to play Homecoming to Code Veronica? Yes, actually. Would I prefer to play Homecoming to Umbrella Chronicles? Yes. To Resident Evil 6? Yeah. To Clock Tower 2? Yes. To NightCry? Yes. To Resident Evil Darkside Chronicles? Getting a little bit closer there, but yes. To Revelations? Again, getting closer, but yeah. To the arcade game? You know what? I'm going to move. Silent Hill Arcade continues to get pushed down a little bit. I think I'm going to place it here. And maybe I'll move it down a little bit later as well. But yeah. Yeah, that placement seems pretty accurate. I think I might move it below Resident Evil 0. I like Resident Evil 0 more than most people, though. But I do like it more than Resident Evil Revelations, I think. I might alter that around a little bit later if I think along it a little bit more, but that's where I'm going to personally place it right now. I would say that Resident Evil 0 and Silent Hill Homecoming are around the same level for me. That's just me speaking for myself, though. They're very different types of games, though. So I really, really like Silent Hill Shattered Memories. I should mention this one right now. It's not... a lot of people will criticize the chase sequences, and they are the weaker part of the game, the exploration. The game could have been completely exploration sequences, and it would have been great. Honestly, Shattered Memories is one of the earlier examples of a walking sim type of game, even though it wasn't designed as a walking sim type game, it just coincidentally fits in that territory in retrospective. However, it does a lot of interesting things as a walking sim, which I think would have been actually cool if some other walking sims explored. I think that Silent Hill's Shattered Memories would have been a better game if either A, they just got rid of the chase sequences and made it a completely exploratory game in normal Silent Hill, or B, they changed up how the chase systems work and put more enemies in the calm peace moments, and instead made the game a little bit more balanced with how it does its horror and scares, instead of there being like a weird, complete 50-50, like fenced off divide between when you're like completely safe when you're being chased by enemies. And also, it made the enemies more interesting. The chase sequences I would have done differently than how they handle them, but here we are, I guess. Now, for Shattered Memories placement, I personally enjoy it around a little bit less. I enjoy it pretty close to Silent Hill 1 levels. The story in Shattered Memories is great. The exploration is great. I actually like the music well enough. It fits the title well. It's a little bit simple, but I like simple games. I actually really, really like walking simulators, so that's just for me, myself, and I personal taste stuff, though. Yeah. I guess I put it here. I do like it more than Clock Tower 3. Do I like it more than Resident Evil 5? That's where things started getting a little more debatable for me. I guess I don't. I think I do like Resident Evil 5 more than I like Shattered Memories. So yeah, I'm going to put it right here. That seems solid enough to me. Alright. Now time for my most controversial Silent Hill opinion. Even more than Silent Hill 4. I really like Downpour. A lot of people don't. A lot of people really dislike. A lot of people will tell you it's the worst Silent Hill game even. But I like it. The monster design is weak. It has a lot of technical issues. The story could have been better. Actually, the story's... I enjoy it well enough. But I really like exploring the town in Downpour and finding, and like the side missions in Downpour are really well done. I think they're actually excellently done, and there's so many interesting and odd things to go with them. I actually really like the mines and the orphanage settings a lot. The prison setting at the end is honestly the worst part of the game. It's not great. The radio tower is okay. There's some good moments throughout it. The otherworld sequences could have been better, but also could have been worse. They're better than Shattered Memories. The light's stupid, but I kind of like the orphanage otherworld sequence a lot, actually, and parts of the radio towers. There's definitely flaws with this game, but there's also things it does I kind of love. So yeah, there are definitely things that could have been done to make it into a better game, but I think it's underappreciated. And yeah, I agree with you there. I like it more than Revelations 2. I think I like it just a little bit less than Silent Hill 4. I know that's controversial that I would place it so high for so many people, but I do really like it that much. Legitimately. And there's a lot of odd, interesting things I enjoy about the game. There are definitely things that could have made it better. If it did some things better, it probably would have ended up in the excellent territory for me. But as it is, I like it a lot. And the things that it does well strike a lot with me personally. I really like exploring the town. I really like stumbling on the sort of side quest it has. And yeah, I might buy the rogue. Alright, so that we're through the Silent Hill games. Indeed. And also, I really like the orphanage and mine science. Not many people compliment the mines, but I like them a lot. And I really liked the orphanage. The orphanage in particular was pretty fantastically done, in my opinion. What it is, what it is. It's a shame, though, because the prison is bad. There's good parts in it, but it mostly is bad. The radio tower is decent. Okay. We have now entered the Fatal Frame series. So, how many games do we have left? It's 14 games per row. Actually, that was on the other list. So, currently it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16, so that's 32, and then there'll be another one, which would put us up to there. But because I'm moving it back one, okay. So, we got something like 47. A lot. We're like halfway through. So that'll be fun. So Fatal Frame. I might go a little bit faster. I'm starting to feel a little bit sleepy, but I want to finish this. So I'm probably going to pick up the pace a little bit, but I'll try and talk a little bit about each game. I think that's what makes these lists sort of interesting. Even if we're now nearing a 4-hour-long video. Ha ha ha. Or a stream, I should say, at the moment. The theater sequence is pretty cool right there. And the hauntings of Murphy. Alright, so Fatal Frame 1. Fatal Frame 1, there's some things I like a lot about it, but honestly, you can tell it's the first Fatal Frame game. I might like it more than when I've played the 5 so far. For the record, I've beaten Fatal Frame 1 more than once. I've beaten Fatal Frame 2 more than once. I've beaten Fatal Frame 3. I've beaten Fatal Frame 4. I have not beaten Fatal Frame 5. In fact, I've only played a little bit of Fatal Frame 5. I kind of threw it on this list just to add a little more fun diversity to it, though. So, also, fun fact, I've played the Japanese version of Fatal Frame 1. I eventually need to upload that Let's Play. But for the fun of it, I decided when Fatal Frame 5 was announced, I'd play Fatal Frame 1, but instead of playing the English version, I played the Japanese version. And I just was curious about the audio differences, and there's actually more audio differences than you might expect. There's some weird changes to the audio, which I was not expecting between the two versions. Anyways, I digress. Fatal Frame 1 is still a very rough game. I think it has the worst balance of the Fatal Frame games. Also, its puzzles are bad. They are. A lot of them are just the same puzzle over and over again. The ghosts are pretty interesting. The story... It has the worst story of the Fatal Frame games. I know there's some stuff in the Fatal Frame 5 I'm not spoiled on, but I hear people don't like. But Fatal Frame story, the first games, is so simple. So simple. I can literally describe the whole entire game story in 10 words. You guys want me to try and explain the whole entire game story in 10 words? Brother disappears. Sister goes after. Brother stays with Ghost Girl. There you go. There's the whole entire story in 10 words. I guess in other endings he doesn't stay with the Ghost Girl. That's the canon ending. Oh, I could say, brother gets ghost waifu, suffers. That makes more sense. But I digress. So, Fatal Frame 1. It has, I kind of like its combat system, and there's some charm to its rough combat, because the combat was a little bit more refined than later entries. So the combat's something which I always find interesting about the Fatal Frame series is that in each entry, the combat is very similar to one another, but there's small changes in every single entry, which makes the combat a little bit different. Like in the first Fatal Frame game, there's a charge rate. So basically, the longer you're locked onto a ghost, you can't like lock onto a ghost automatically, but the longer you have a ghost in your camera field, the more charge you get. And if a ghost gets out of your radius, the charge starts like vanishing. So that adds the kind of interesting mechanics to the first Fatal Frame game's combat. Well, in Fatal Frame 2, they got rid of that charge, and instead they put the charge meter to how close the ghost is to you. In other words, the closer the ghost is to you, the more damage that you deliver to them. Because most of the ghosts have like close-up attacks, so that the closer you get to them, the more in danger you are. And I will say this, some of the Fatal Frame 1 ghosts are scarier than some of the later entries in my opinion. The two ghosts that pop up in my mind is the Lond Arm ghost is pretty creepy. The blind ghost is pretty creepy. And there's this one ghost that is like a random ghost that sometimes, I have a recording of this that scared me shitless, but there's a ghost that sometimes will just like run right in front of your camera when you pull it out if they're in the area. And that's pretty creepy. Yeah. It is what it is there, Rogue. But anyways, there's not like much. There's honestly not much story in the middle of like Fatal Frame. They expand on the ghost stories, but the actual story of the game, it's almost entirely told during like the first 5 minutes and last 5 minutes of the game. Most of the middle story is just expanding on the lore of the world and like, oh, this ghost went through this. Oh, there's stuff happening. A ritual calamity didn't happen, but then the ritual details are a lot less interesting in the later entries. So anyways, it is rough around the edges, the puzzles aren't great, and, you know, but some of the ghosts are pretty scary. In fact, I think some of the ghosts, there are scary ghosts in the other entries, but there's a couple in this one, which for some reason creeps me out than most of the other ghosts in the rest of the series. This is a tough one. Okay. I do like it more than Clock Tower, I do like it more than Silent Hill Oranges, I do like it more than Resident Evil. Do I like it more than Resident Evil 2? Like, give me a second to think about this. It's around Resident Evil 2 level, I can feel it. Okay. Yeah, it's around this territory, I can feel it. I guess most appropriate thing. I do like it more than Oranges, I can feel that. I guess... So I'm gonna go backwards a little bit. Last two games, last row. I do like Clock Tower 3 more than I like Fatal Frame. I do like Dino Crisis more than I like the first Fatal Frame game. So it is a good territory game. I can feel that. Do I like it more than Dead Aim? This one's a bit closer. Do I like it more than... No, I think I do like Dead Aim, and I do like Dino Crisis 2 more than I like the first Fatal Frame. The first Fatal Frame, you kind of have a lot of repetitive backtracking at certain points, and a lot of parts that I just can't... Despite the fact that it's a shorter game, some parts are really dragged out. Resident Evil 2, then, is the game I'm going to have to debate with myself on. Okay. Do I like it more? You know what? I like it a little bit less than Resident Evil 2. I think Fatal Frame, I think that's precisely right for my feelings for it with how I've everything aligned here. I like it more than Silent Hill Oranges, but not quite as much as Resident Evil 2. That seems right to me, that feels right. Now we get to Fatal Frame 2, most people's favorite entry in the series. My second favorite. I'm not just being I swear to God, I'm not just being a contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. I know most people love Resident Evil 2 and Silent Hill 2 and Fatal Frame 2, but for whatever reason, and this is not me even kidding, I liked Silent Hill 3 is my absolute favorite Silent Hill game. Resident Evil 3 is my favorite game of the original Resident Evil trilogy, and Fatal Frame 3 was my favorite Fatal Frame game. But I don't think Fatal Frame 2 is overrated a little bit like Resident Evil 2, for my personal opinion. For Fatal Frame 2, I think it's pretty well regarded. But where would I put it? Honestly, yeah, it's an excellent horror game for me. Do I like it more or less than Haunting Ground? That's a really tough question, actually. So Fatal Frame 2. Fatal Frame 2 has a much better story than Fatal Frame 1. I will say this, the story is very predictable, but I think it almost... there's a person that always disagrees with me, and when they see this video later, they're gonna like comment, you know who I'm talking about if you're watching the video, I'm talking to you. But I was gonna say, they always argue with me whenever I say that the story of Fatal Frame 2 is predictable, but I honestly, legitimately, I knew exactly where the story was going within the first 2 minutes of the game. It's kind of heavy-handed at the forefront, and I always thought that Fatal Frame 2 wasn't trying to like be a plot twist to what happens at the end, because the whole entire game is like building up to that moment. I understand there's an element of, will they not? Are they really gonna go through with it? But I just don't feel like it's supposed to be surprising that it happens. It's more like a horrific inevitability of something that's going to eventually happen. But anyways, it's still a good story, though. They execute it well, I feel. The main antagonist, Sai, is very memorable. She's a little bit yandere psycho, but for her sister. She's like a yandere for her sister psycho. I think the supporting white-haired boy is cool enough. The setting of the village is very interesting. I really like the sequence of the game where you go to the two connected houses. Like, I adore that sequence of the game. I think that Fatal Frame 2 has some of the more well done ghost things. Like, there's the ghost that's just resting in the middle of the room. Like, there's this one room that the lights are flickering, and there's a ghost that just lies on the ground for a while, and you have to pass this room multiple times, and you just keep on wondering when the ghost is finally going to get up, and it's a little bit creepy because you have to walk right past it. Let's see. There's the fucking direct reference to the Ringu girl in this game, the ghost that crawls out of things with the long hair, and there's even a scene where they purposefully make it crawl out of a well. There's the broken neck lady, which is one of the scarier ghosts in the series, and a lot of people remember her, and I agree that she's one of the scarier ghosts in the series. Level design's pretty great. I felt like the music in Fatal Frame 2 was an improvement, so I guess for Haunting Ground, this is actually one of the ones I'm more stumped on than usual. They're like very close together to the point I'm not sure. I don't think Fatal Frame 2 is going to surpass Resident Evil 2 Remake for me. But will it surpass Haunting Ground? I guess the more solid question here... Okay, Haunting Ground ends like that. There's a few different endings. Fatal Frame 2 ends like that. Haunting Ground opens like this. I'm saying this and that, but I'm thinking about it in my head for a second, really. This is a tough one. This is a really tough one for me. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. I think Fatal Frame 2 just barely edges out Haunting Ground. And I'm going to give my exact reasoning right now. I think Fatal Frame 2 has a little bit more of a mysterious, I want to know more what's happening feeling than Haunting Ground does. Haunting Ground is amazing, but I never really wondered and had like this feeling of wanting to know what happens next, if that makes any sense. Like there's some of that, but it's not like the huge draw of the game, as weird as that might sound. Well, Fatal Frame 2, the environments have sort of like this somber feel to them, and the story itself has sort of a build-up, which I think it contributes towards a feeling where it feels like you're like on a journey and you want to see it through, more so than Haunting Ground. Almost every other aspect are pretty matched for me. I think gameplay-wise, both are pretty fantastic. I think scares-wise, both are pretty fantastic. I think art direction-wise, both are pretty fantastic. They're both very different from one another, but they both have similarly expertly done and very well done aspects to one another. So I think ultimately I'm going to put Fatal Frame 2 over Haunting Ground because I feel like there's a bigger draw to continue in Fatal Frame than there is in Haunting Ground. Or Fatal Frame 2 than there is in Haunting Ground. Hopefully my logic there makes a bit of sense. So, which leads us to my favorite Fatal Frame game, Fatal Frame 3. And I already know that Fatal Frame 3 surpasses Resident Evil 2 for me. Now beyond that, I'm going to have to start thinking. Fatal Frame 3, I think, has the best story in the franchise. I adore it, actually. I really like both the backstory of where the game takes place. I like the main characters and their backstories a whole lot. I think Fatal Frame 3 has a core theme, which is really good, and they did a... both Fatal Frame 1 and 2, the canon and first endings that any player gets in their first playthrough, is notably a bad ending that would be in most games. It's an ending where basically the person that you're trying desperately to save the whole entire game doesn't make it. And Fatal Frame 3, I think, delivers in an amazing way on what the first two games established by exploring the theme of survivor's guilt. Basically, people that have already been through traumatic experiences, but just because in a lot of things this isn't as deeply explored, but I think Fatal Frame 3 does a surprisingly good job exploring this idea that people can go through traumatic things or traumatic losses, and technically they're like past it, but the scars from whatever happened to them still linger. And there's things that leave scars. And in the game, they sort of visualize it through tattoos more so, where it leaves tattoos on the body as opposed to like physical scars. But I think that actually works as a very artistic expression for it, where people get tattooed by the things that make them unable to move on and get stuck in the place. And I think the fact that it takes place in dreams works as a good metaphor, because there's a bigger theme also explored of depression. The main character is unable to leave her house, and you spend part of the game in the waking world as opposed to like this dream manor you go to in your sleep. And the idea that the dream manor is first kind of a safe place, but as you go deeper and deeper into exploring all this, the house begins to get more and more haunted, which also works good as an allegory that oftentimes, if you don't like solve the problems that are right in front of you, if you continue to let things linger and grow, that even things that might have once been enjoyable or things that might have been safe spaces for you start to become corroded by it. Anyways, I can go on. I can write a fucking thesis on this game. But I think it explores its theme surprisingly well. I think it has a very good story. I think it's the scariest of all the Fatal Frame games. It is a little bit padded out at points, but I think comparatively to the later entries, it's padded out in the most interesting ways. I think the ghosts are some of the more creative ones in the series. Some of the ghosts are actually pretty scary in this one as well. But I also will throw out there, I think the music is fantastic. I really, really love the level design in this particular game. The camera combat is my favorite in this particular entry. It isn't as somber as Fatal Frame 2. A lot of people like Fatal Frame 2 more, and I can understand why. Fatal Frame 3 has some padding. I think Fatal Frame 2 is a little bit more focused. And Fatal Frame 2 also has a kind of more serene atmosphere to it. Like, there's some scenes in Fatal Frame 2 which are very beautiful, if I can say, like in the environments and stuff. Well, Fatal Frame 3, it's never quite reaches that same level of somberness and stuff, though it does have a much darker feeling to a lot of it. Fatal Frame 3 does have a few flaws. I think I would put it over Resident Evil 7. I don't think I'd put it over Resident Evil 2, and I think some of the flaws hold me back from putting it as a top tier game, but I do think I'd put Fatal Frame 3 there, which is pretty impressive for it, honestly. Yeah, no, that does actually pretty accurately reflect my thoughts on it. So yeah. I have not played them yet. I did put the Chorus Party there because I've played it, but I own all the Chorus Party games. And I've played a little bit of Rebuilt, the original Chorus Party game, the RPG Maker one from 1996 or 5. However, I've not played Chorus Party Book of Shadows, Chorus Party Blood Drive, or Chorus Party 2, which is still a work in progress yet. I need to sit down and play them because I literally own every single one on Steam at this point, and I even own a few of them off of Steam, like on PSP, for the Book of Memories specifically. But I just need to actually sit down and play them at some point. So yeah. Alright. Fatal Frame 4. So I'm going to put this up here while I talk about it, but that's not going to be an amazing territory. Fatal Frame 3 is my favorite Fatal Frame game. Fatal Frame 4 is really hard for me to talk about. Fatal Frame 4, if some things were better about it, could have ended up being my favorite game of the franchise, but it's an example of one of those games that does some things really, really well, and other things kind of poorly. And thankfully, a lot of what it does well does strike with me, so I like it more than some people might. But there is definitely some flaws that are holding it back. Okay, let me get the biggest of big elephants out of the room here. Fatal Frame 4 is dragged out. The game is like twice as long as it should be. They make you go to the same locations but as different characters and only slightly like different ghosts, I guess, multiple times. You'll end up going through most locations of the game like 2 or 3 times through the course of the game, and they just do so much to pad the experience out. I honestly think it would have been a much better game if they didn't pad it out so much. The story of Fatal Frame 4 is actually really good. It was written partially by Suda51, who I think is a very competent writer. Alright, there's some beautiful moments in the game, and I like the piano thing, despite the fact that there's some annoyance in playing the piano during the final boss part. There's even some weird environmental stuff. I love the setting of the game. The hospital / like children's housing that is like the main setting of the game, which is attached to like a beach that leads to a lighthouse on the island, is pretty interesting. Yeah. I will definitely get, Book of Shadows is on my to-do list eventually. So, Fatal Frame 4 has a few good ghosts, but honestly I think the ghost selection is a little bit weaker than Fatal Frame 1, 2, and 3 before it. The music in Fatal Frame 4 is pretty interesting and does stand out to me. I love the environments, but if the game wasn't padded out, if the game was half as long as it is, and if you didn't have as many repeating sequences, I know that they put you into the same environments with characters that control differently because each character, there's technically 4 playable characters, but really there's 3 playable characters. There's just one character you play as for one chapter who then dies. But anyways, is what it is, what it is. There's more I could probably say about it, but it is weaker than Fatal Frame 2. I do like it more than Fatal Frame 1, though. I do like Fatal Frame 4 more than Resident Evil 2. I do like it more than Dino Crisis 2. I do like it more than Resident Evil Dead Aim. I do like it more than Dino Crisis. It's starting with Clock Tower 3 that I start having the debates. There's aspects of it I like more than Clock Tower 3. If I'm going to be honest, I think I like Clock Tower 3 more. Clock Tower 3 is consistently fun. But then Fatal Frame 4, a lot of it just kind of, there's like long sections that just feel kind of dragged out. And I do think I like Shattered Memories more than I like Fatal Frame 4, so yeah, I think this is the right place for it. It's great, but it's behind, and it's ahead of Dino Crisis, but behind Clock Tower 3. My. Okay. Fatal Frame 5. I've not beaten it. I've honestly only played a couple hours of it. So, I'm judging a little bit unfairly. I debated if I should even throw this game on the list, because out of any game I have on this list is the one I've played the least. But hey, it makes the Fatal Frame sequence more interesting. I already can't put on the Fatal Frame 2 Wii remake because I haven't played it yet. Even though I put it on this list, I think I'm going to leave it down here. I don't think I've played enough to really form a valid opinion on it. There's so much about it that could change the course of me playing it, so even though it's here, I'm going to toss it back here and not put it on the list probably. Parasite Eve. I need to sit down and play Parasite Eve 2 at some point. And the Third Birthday, but not now. I played a little bit of the Third Birthday, but it was some time ago, and it was only a little bit. Okay. Parasite Eve, of course, is the Square Enix RPG/horror game hybrid. There's a few horror RPG type hybrids, but this one's one of the more notable ones, and very, very well done. Alright, so I already know I like it more than Resident Evil Dead Aim. I do like it more than Dino Crisis. I do like it more than Fatal Frame 4. I guess I do like it more than Clock Tower 3. Do I like it more than Silent Hill Shattered Memories? No, in fact, yeah, this is the exact place to put it. A lot of people probably like it more than I do, but also keep in mind I'm not much of an RPG person. I like RPGs, but I also will say this. I like Parasite Eve more than a lot of RPGs, and here's why. A lot of RPGs feel padded out to hell for me, which, like I mentioned in Fatal Frame 4, I just don't really like games when they feel padded out. In other words, games that feel like they just extend themselves through content that's supposed to eat away more of your time. And it's not specifically, like, engaging content, and it's like content that purposefully feels like it's made for padding. Parasite Eve does not have that. In fact, it's very short for RPG standards. It's like probably going to be an 11 to 15 hour game the first time you play it, but I think that's perfect for it. I think it's the perfect length for the experience it is. So yeah, but still, I can't like RPGs, but they're also not one of my favorite things. Now, the Alone in the Dark franchise, I mentioned this much earlier in the video. But I've only played the first Alone in the Dark game, and Alone in the Dark, like I guess I call it Inferno just because I don't want to call it Alone in the Dark, but I guess a lot of people call it Alone in the Dark 5. And I played Alone in the Dark Illumination. So the original Alone in the Dark. This one's hard to gauge because it's so fucking old. It is cool to have some Lovecraftian stuff in it, but to be honest, some of the logic in the game I just have never been a big fan of. I guess it's going to end up in med territory. I think the first Resident Evil is better than it. I know it's got historical importance. There's some good things about it, but yeah, I hope you sleep well there, Rogue. I am definitely getting sleepy too, but I'm pushing through. I want to finish this up. I guess I would put Alone in the Dark. It's somewhere around Survivor. I'm going to put it above Survivor. It's going to be behind the original Resident Evil. I think that's appropriate. There's I don't want to even call them problems. The problem with calling them problems that Alone in the Dark was like the first 3D horror game. And it was set up, even though Sweet Home was the big inspiration for Resident Evil, and I can sort of tell there might have been some inspiration or some things in Alone in the Dark. Alone in the Dark is the one that's established the formula, so as the origin entry, of course it has problems. It's going to be rough around the edges because it's the first one of its kind. Still, though, I have issues with it. If I'm going to play based on pure enjoyment, it'd be somewhere around here. Okay. Alone in the Dark Illumination. Controversially, I'm going to say I enjoyed it more than the first Alone in the Dark. Now, excuse me, I'm calling it Illumination. That's the next game. Alone in the Dark Inferno, aka what I'm going to call Alone in the Dark 5 from here on out, or just Alone in the Dark is what it was called in the box, is such a weird game. It is bizarre. It's like a B horror movie game, and it switches up what you're doing all the time. In this game, and I'm going to name some real scenarios from this game if you've never played it, it is a game where you go through a light puzzle by lighting torches and other things with fire and trying to throw like Molotovs, light things, and fire to keep shadows from eating you. It's a game where you drive a taxi as a city falls apart around you, like literally falls apart through some earth-shattering earthquake, but your taxi controls like fucking butter and you're sliding all over the fucking place. It's a game that you have an open-world, explorable great park as a hub area, and it's fucking huge. It's a game where you get fucking shat out by a giant worm. It's a game where you control a fucking forklift and solve forklift puzzles. It's a game... I could go on and on with this. This game has a lot of weird variety in it. Like, a lot. And there's interesting things it does. The story is not good, but it's hammy and enjoyable, and I'm the light bringer. I'm the fucking universe. So, I don't know. There's a lot I like about it, actually. It's dumb. Really dumb. But it's fun. It's fun dumb. I think if the game was not as dumb as it is and still played pretty similarly, it just wouldn't be as good. But because it's super dumb and fun with its dumbness and its creativity that's unhinged, ends up being a pretty wonderful time. I also forgot to mention the Bat Tornado. The Bat Tornado was definitely memorable. Okay. It's at least an alright. I like it more than Code Veronica. I like it more than Umbrella Chronicles. I like it more than RE6. I like it more than Clock Tower 2 and NightCry. I like it more than Silent Hill the Arcade. But we're starting to get closer to where I can no longer say I like it more than Blink. I like it a bit more than Resident Evil Darkside Chronicles. The creativity, I like it a bit more than Revelations. Like, we're starting to hit the wall where I'm not sure I could move it forward because of the problems I have with it. Yeah, this right here is the right place to put it. I can feel it. This is where Alone in the Dark Inferno, aka Alone in the Dark 5, belongs. Which then brings us to Illumination. Now, let me clarify, this game got an update after I played it. In fact, I was kind of upset because I got a couple friends to play it with me, and we played through the whole entire game, and literally like a month, a little bit less than a couple months after we played it, the game got a big update that added a new enemy type, and supposedly they fixed a lot. And we had waited a while to play it before we did, so I was a little bit upset they did a big update after we did it. And they weren't... Anyways, whatever, it is what it is. So know that my experience with the game is based off of the pre-update thing. The update I hear does make the game a little bit better, but not a whole lot better. Did he add a new enemy, though, so that's cool. Anyways. Illumination is a very... not a good game, but it is 4-player multiplayer, which, is fun. It was very buggy, and there's some fun with its bugginess. There's even some interesting ideas for missions, but they're kind of underwhelming with how things work. Yeah, it's a bad game. I like it a little bit less than that Clock Tower thing here. I like it more than Gaiden, though, and there is some redeeming things that can be fun enough to play with friends. Some of the environments are very pretty, actually, and some of the exploration is okay. But honestly, my throat's starting to get a little bit dry, so I'll probably have to refill my water. But maybe I can push through these last how many games? Oh my. Okay. So I cheated a little bit to include this game as a quote-unquote series, because it's not really a series. I unofficially consider it a series. There was a game called Deep Fear on the Sega Saturn, which was Sega's response to Resident Evil to try and make a Resident Evil killer. It actually came out... It's notable because it's one of the earliest Resident Evil clones. It released before Resident Evil 2 even released. So it's a Resident Evil clone that was just based off of the market when Resident Evil 1 had come out. And it also kind of implies that it was developed pretty quickly, but all the same. Now, the same people that made Deep Fear some of the same people, I should say, also carried over to work on these next few games, Carrier, Extermination, and Cold Fear. Now, each of these games also have really, really weird things in common. Extermination's the most different of the bunch. That game was surprisingly, of all things, actually helped by some of the original Resident Evil team members, like the first Resident Evil. Kind of funny how that happened. But there's core people in between all four of these games. They all kind of explore a similar thing. So, all of the games star very similarly looking characters, especially Deep Fear, Carrier, and Cold Fear. All three of those games have a blonde protagonist wearing some sort of safety jacket who has the exact same personality. There's like slight characterization differences, and they have different voice actors obviously, but they literally look almost exactly the same. They like change the clothes and the colors they have outside of the blonde hair, which is consistent, but they all are like the same exact character, but not really, because they're not the same character technically, but they're the same character. Anyways, then there's all these other weird things that these games have in common too. All the games have a big theme of water. Deep Fear, Carrier, and Cold Fear are all set on the ocean. Deep Fear is set in an underwater city facility type thing that's in the future. Carrier is set on a boat that also has like a big part of it submerged under the water. Extermination is actually set in Antarctica, but there's a weird angle where there's living water, like the ice that was frozen in Antarctica is thawed, and it's like a living water entity, so you deal with living water. And Cold Fear, the first half of the game is set on a boat, the second half of the game is set on an oceanic oil rig. Okay. Also, all four games have you do the exact same thing as the final mission you do before the final boss. Deep Fear, Carrier, Extermination, and Cold Fear all make you do this sequence where you go and through previous locations in the game and plant explosives, and then have to run and avoid enemies and get out of the area, like out of the blast radius before it explodes. And after it explodes, sometimes part of the environments explode too, so even after it blows up, you probably have to deal with something with the environment collapsing. And all four games do the exact same sequence as the final thing you do before the final boss. Anyways, they also have some of the same core team members. There's other similarities I'm also not getting into. Just know that even though Deep Fear, Carrier, Extermination, and Cold Fear aren't technically a franchise or a series, they basically are, and I consider them as sort of an unofficial series. Not to mention that Deep Fear and Carrier were both funded by Sega, and it was both Sega like using kind of similar idea to try and make a Resident Evil killer set at the sea for some reason. And then the team went on to Sony and made Cold Fear, and then there was, not Cold Fear, Extermination, then Cold Fear was made on a little bit later. And was available on PC, Xbox, and PS2. Anyways, Deep Fear. Deep Fear has a better story than I thought, and the last stretch of the game is the best part, but if I'm going to be honest, it's kind of very dull a lot of the time. And there's some mechanics that are kind of neat sounding on paper, but just are very mundane in practice. There's a lot of time in the game where not a lot of interesting things happen, and the game has a lot of samey enemies up until the last fourth of the game, where the enemy variety suddenly out of nowhere gets a lot weirder. Like, you fight a fucking, like, mutated sea cow at one point, that's true. The story is also cheesy but enjoyable. Also, Deep Fear has a soundtrack way better than it deserves. It was composed by the person who composed the Ghost in the Shell soundtrack and the Higurashi soundtrack and various other things. I don't know, it's literally one of the only, not the only video game, but one of the only video games he's ever done. And I feel like, apparently the story behind it is that the original director had some sort of weird deal with him about something. Like, it wasn't a bet, but it was some weird thing where he was owed a favor, and he cashed in the favor by making him do the soundtrack for his game. The music is like the best part of the game, and it's far better than the game actually deserves. I would actually recommend listening to Deep Fear's soundtrack at some point. It's pretty good. But the game that's attached to is not great. And the soundtrack, it's like a weird case where the music's fascinating because you're playing this very meh Resident Evil clone, but then the music's really good, but the actual gameplay is like, So it's like a weird dissonance between the gameplay being kind of mundane and dull and boring, but the music's really good as you're doing it. So, yeah, the music does add a lot to the experience, I will say that. Alright, so where would I put it? It's in meh territory. It's worse than Resident Evil. It's worse than Alone in the Dark. It's worse than Resident Evil Survivor. It's worse than Sweet Home. But it's not in bad territory. It's better than Alone in the Dark Illumination and Clock Tower, or Clock Tower Ghost Head / Clock Tower The Struggle with That. But yeah, that's probably the right place to put it. I don't regret playing it, but I'm never gonna play it again. The one time I played it was enough for me. I'm happy I played it, but that was enough. Some people will probably disagree with me on this. Yada yada. I know that some people have huge nostalgia for this title, but the story and cutscenes are good. They're enjoyably hammy. The music's really good. Alright, Carrier. Much better than Deep Fear. Also, I'm going to mention this right now. I have beat Carrier, but once you beat the game, you actually unlock a second character scenario, and I've never beaten their campaign. I hear there's some differences between them, so just know I have beaten Carrier, but only with one character, and the second character doesn't unlock until you beat the first one. And I played a little bit of the second character's campaign, but I've never beaten it. One day I'm going to have to sit down and replay Carrier and then play the second character's campaign. But for now, know that my opinions are based just off of the first character's campaign. Alright. So, with Carrier, it's another boat Resident Evil game. There's something really weird about this as Resident Evil clone. Something which I've not seen in any other game of its kind, really. So, on the ship, there's people that you can rescue, but they don't act like people. So this is a Dreamcast game, but the graphics are a little bit low, so they look like better than a PS1 game, but not great, if that makes sense. And they use this to the game's weird advantage because there's NPCs that do not. It's not, at a glance, it can sometimes be hard to tell if they're an enemy or if they're a good human, and they approach you like an enemy. Basically, they walk towards you, and if you shoot at them, you kill them. Like they'll their heads will explode and they'll die. But if you don't shoot them, if you wait to identify if they're either a human or an enemy, and if you let them approach you as a human, you'll trigger a little scene with them, and you rescue them, and they'll usually give you a reward for rewarding them, for rescuing them. I've not seen this mechanic in any other game, but it's kind of interesting and weird that the game tries to make it so that you're not sure if what you're dealing with is like an enemy or a friend or a foe or what, and having you hesitate shooting immediately on the off chance that what's approaching you isn't an enemy threat, but something that has like a benefit towards you, will like drop some items for you or have a good story effect for you or whatever. So that's interesting. Also, the enemies in this game are pretty fascinating. Level design so-so, but the enemies are fascinatingly interesting. Also, this game is a super forced environmental message. Literally, probably the thing that most people would remember if they played it is that the ending of this game is like a 4-minute, all these monsters we just killed, but man is the true monster. We're destroying the environment. These monsters wouldn't have happened if we didn't do shit to the environment. If only humans would stop polluting. Every day people are cutting down rainforest and polluting the environment. And here we are. So that's basic. There's like a 4-minute sequence at the end of the game dedicated to them talking about shit like that. And it feels very, very forced. So that sticks out in my mind, I guess. What else to say about it? There are some pretty good boss battles in the game, though. I remember that for a Resident Evil clone having pretty decent boss fights, which is kind of rare in these things, honestly. So, I actually do like it more than Code Veronica. Congrats, Courier, as a Resident Evil clone, you guys surpassed Code Veronica. Yeah. Also, it gets to surpass Revelations. Congrats, a Resident Evil clone that's set on a boat. You're better than the Resident Evil game about being on the boat. Ignoring Gaiden, which is at the bottom of my list, and Dead Aim, which is a better game. I mean, what? Okay. I like it more than Alone in the Dark. It's with Silent Hill Homecoming after having some debates. But Homecoming has some serious flaws with it, so it can surpass Homecoming. But it's here that I'm going to put it. It gets to sit strong between Resident Evil 0 and Silent Hill Homecoming. That feels like the right place to place it. Yes, it does. It's not as good as Clock Tower. It's not as good as Resident Evil 0. I like Resident Evil 0 more than most people, once again, because I know some people are not very big fans of it. I've not beaten Extermination, but I've played like over half the game, and I played it for several hours. I've even played the first part of the game more than once, so I do have an opinion on it. I want to like this game more than I do. It has some interesting things about it, and there's some fascinating aspects to the game and its story and everything about it. It's kind of like it's attempting to be like a mixture of Resident Evil and Metal Gear Solid, even though it's like created by some of the members of the original Resident Evil 1 for some reason, including the original story writer of Resident Evil 2, I believe. Might have been the first Resident Evil. But anyways, there was a scenario writer for one of the Resident Evil games. One of the first couple mainline games. I need to remember which one, though. I guess the thing to add to it is that the enemy variety in this game is impressive. And actually, the combat in the game is pretty okay. There's some pretty wild scenarios. The thing is, there's so many small things in the game that kind of frustrate me when I play. And I don't know, I don't love it as much as I should. I don't hate it by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't love it. I sort of dragged it here, but it's around here that it belongs. I put it over NightCry. I like Darkside Chronicles and Silent Hill the Arcade more than it. Yep, that's the place for it. My alright column is definitely grown. Maybe I should have put another, like, tier between alright, like alright and okay before meh. Oh well, we are where we are. Then we get to Cold Fear. So I like Cold Fear more than I like Carrier. Yeah. And it's in the good territory. So Cold Fear was a Resident Evil 4 clone. More precisely, I think what happened, and this is true, Cold Fear released like 4 or 5 months after Resident Evil 4 came out. Yeah, it has a Resident Evil 4 camera and has some weird Resident Evil 4 influence. I think what they might have done, so to explain, in the game, most of the time the game uses a fixed camera angle. Except when you aim your gun, where it then turns into a behind-the-shoulder camera. I think the game was inspired by Resident Evil 4's pre-release stuff and tried to make it kind of like a mixture between those two. It's kind of fascinating, though it takes a little bit of getting used to. The game has some good enemies, but also some really frustrating ones. When I think of frustrating, 2 enemies. Let me express 2 enemies that give me so much frustration in this game. I actually like the enemies in this game, but there's 2 enemies that are really bad. Like, not bad, but really huge nuisances. So there's these like starfish parasite enemies, and they kind of are really small, and they can be on the walls and the ceiling, like they can crawl across walls and ceilings, I should mention. And usually they come in batches. Now you can kill them in like 1 or 2 bullets, but they're really small, and let me clarify something else as well. Their starfish limbs can stretch out super far, like meters away, really far away. And the meters will go into your character and start draining your health really quickly. And when they're draining your health, if I remember correctly, the screen starts like shaking a little bit, and there's some other stuff about it as well. But what you need to do when this happens, they have to shoot them, but I think that the rate they drain your health is so fast, there's usually more than one of them around, so you might get like tendrilled by several of them. Their tendrils go a ridiculous distance. Again, it's like several meters away. So you might not even spot like these like they're really, really small enemies. They're like smaller than the character's foot. And they kind of like go around, and they can get... The game has like physics objects, so these starfish can like get behind physics objects and then like use their tendrils into you. And so like you'll be getting tendrilled, and you're like, oh no, they're behind the physics object. I need to get them out. I need to get the physics object out of the way so I can fucking shoot them, so I can stop losing health so quickly. So that's the first thing, the first enemy frustration I had. The second enemy frustration I had is an enemy I would like a lot if it did not have this one design thing to it. So, there is an enemy in the game which is pretty cool. It's kind of like this dog hunter thing. It's a little bit hard to express, but it is kind of like a Resident Evil dog and hunter put into one. And it's fast, and it's kind of scary, but there's such a bullshit thing it can do. It basically can lock you into a death animation, like a one-hit kill attack, from like a couple meters away. And when it does this, it leaps at you, but you can't stop it. Like, how do I express this? There's a QTE that will flash on screen, but it's a really bullshit QT. It's on screen for like half a second, not even a full second. And you have to press whatever button. It's usually a combination of two buttons too. So try to imagine thinking about pressing two buttons and registering yourself to press two buttons in like a half-second time. Because that is legitimately how it is. So even though there is technically a way to avoid the attack, it's basically an automatic one-hit kill. And the problem with this is that the enemy will lock you into this animation. And it's not like an animation where it like grabs you or something. It'll be an animation where like it's like a 2-second animation, and it's an animation where it jumps at you. So you feel like you should be able to like move to the side of the attack, but from like a meter or two away, it locks you into the animation. So you're unable to get out of the animation. The only way to avoid it is to do the QTE. And so whenever I fought these things in the game, the whole entire goal was to never let it get close enough to you so that it can trigger the one-hit kill attack. To always, even though it's a really fast enemy that runs all around, it has other distance attacks and things that it does. But the goal, and also the other thing about this attack is that I can never trigger this attack when it's like to the left or right of you or like behind you. So basically the goal is if it gets really close to you, don't look at it, so it can't trigger the one-hit kill attack. But anyways, I still like the game a lot though, despite these two enemies causing some frustrations though. There's a lot of fun stuff about it. The environments were good. I do know the game had puzzles, but the only one I really remember was one involving a minefield. I remember there's also some weird artistry stuff. Specifically, I remember this part where you go through like this weird part of an oil rig, which is like some creature's stomach, or like it's starting to make it like it, and there's like a skeleton inside, which is pretty cool. Like a huge skeleton that's developing out of the walls. I also remember various things, like they use the oceanic setting very well. There's like areas that are closer to the water where you can get swept up by the waves if you're not careful, and you have sort of time things to go along with it. And the ship, also like when you're on the boat part, the boat shifts back and forth in place because it's stormy now in the sea, and that actually affects both you, the enemies, and stuff on the ship's environment as the ship sort of sways back and forth. They do a lot more with the oceanic setting than any of the Resident Evil oceanic settings do, and that adds a lot, I think. Alright, so with me blabbing on about the game, I like it more than Clock Tower. I like it more than Oranges. It's with the first Fatal Frame I start debating. Yeah, I think I cut it off before the first Fatal Frame game. Would be the placement I would personally choose for it. Which means we now move on to the one Corpse Party game. Hey, Corpse Party. A lot of people like your franchise. I really do need to play the rest of the Corpse Party games. I own all of them. I've just only played the first one. I played it on PSP, though I have played the first chapter in the indie original different voice actor tooth version for PC, but... Okay. Corpse Party is very enjoyable, though I have some issues with it. So, Corpse Party, I kind of wish the gameplay... I understand it's a visual novel game first, and then the gameplay is more in addition to the visual novel, as opposed to like the visual novel being in addition to the gameplay. The gameplay is there, the gameplay is simple, and the gameplay is mainly there to add a little bit to the experience. It's not really the main focus of the game. Mainly, you're going to be watching cutscenes to gain some choices. And I also will say this, the Corpse Party has quite a few bad endings, and it's a very fun game, the bad endings. So that's a definite plus to the game. It has good atmosphere, it has good music, it has good, decent writing, very anime writing at times, but I like anime, so you know, I'm a sucker for it. Now here's my problem. It's very evident, and I know some outside knowledge after I played the game, that the creator has some very specific fetishes, and those fetishes are very present in the game. To a kind of uncomfortable levels at points. So, specifically, let me talk about two things about the first Corpse Party that make me tremendously uncomfortable. The author of the game, while they are not charged with anything pedophilia related, has a huge younger sister loli complex thing. And a pee fetish. And both of those are very present within Corpse Party. And there is a character who is supposedly 14 years old, which is still underage, but they look even younger than that. And it's even a story point, is that she looks a lot younger than she is, because she looks like she's 6. Still, though. Yep. And they do a lot of really weird things with her in the first Corpse Party game. Basically, to simulate what it's like, it's the little sister character going through a whole thing of, oh no, I have to go pee so badly. Oh, but none of the restrooms can open. Oh no, I wet myself. Might as well take off my panties. And it's really weird. It's very uncomfortable, if I'm going to be honest with you. It's there. It's a good game. It just, that feels very unnecessary. There are likable characters in the game, though. There's some characters that are also obvious bait to get other people to like them. Like there's that murderer guy who's very handsome, who is obvious bait for people who like those psycho murderer type peoples with a passion for killing. And yeah, now that I mention it, yeah. Well, here's the thing. This isn't me making shit up. The creator of these games has gone on an interview to talk about his pee fetish. Which, I have not played the other games, but I can tell you right now, it's very, very evident just in the first game. So, hey, it is what it is. And I don't want... I'm in a weird position, because on one hand, it's a fiction thing. I've played other games with really fucked up content in it, which I've enjoyed. One of my go-to examples would be Saya no Uta, which is a really fucked up game, but I like it. Now, here, I guess there's a weirder angle for me to talk about. So for those who don't know, I'm demisexual. What demisexual means is I don't get sexual attraction to things unless I have emotional connection with them. What this also means is I've never had a crush or been attracted to a fictional character because it's impossible to form an emotional connection to them. I also am the type of person I can see someone, like let's say a celebrity in a movie or something, and I can acknowledge that they look good, but I'm not sexually attracted to them. So I need to explain this because my relationship with this stuff is really weird. Because, like, nothing in the game does anything for me or anything whatsoever for anything. But when the game tries so hard to be sort of a fetish bait, I can see what it's doing. And it's a little bit uncomfortable, and it's this specific thing. I think it's a little bit worse since the character is actually a young teenager, but also they purposely make them look and act younger, and it's like, there's some grossness with that. But then at the same time, part of me just doesn't care. And I feel like I should care more than I actually do. Now, let me say this. In this particular case, there is a level of me that's uncomfortable about it. But then it's also a point of me where I'm not getting anything out of it. And there's other aspects of it that I enjoy. But then at the same time, I feel like me ignoring it isn't the right thing to do. Being like, oh, well, you know, like, oh, creators will be creators. If we're going to fucking be talking like that. It's like I don't want to have that attitude about it. Because I don't think it's okay, if that makes sense. So on the logical side, I don't think it's okay. On the other side, I'm not sure if I would detract too much from the game, just because I'm not indifferent towards it. But there's other things I enjoy about the game, and I don't even really understand how attraction works for normal people usually. When I was growing up, there was people that'd be like, oh, they're so hot, and it never really clicked with me because I never have that reaction towards people. I hope that kind of makes sense. It's a little bit hard, and I've always had a hard time kind of explaining it to people that have more normal levels of attraction. But when I encounter stuff like this in games, when I get uncomfortable with something, there's a lot of games I play with fucked up content in them, but I think it gets a little bit weirder. A, when it's aimed at minors, which is uncomfortable for me. And B, when it's like super obvious fetish bait in a game that feels like it shouldn't be fetish bait. So I also understand that Course Party was originally a doujin game, and doujin games do have a tendency to sort of lean towards more of the fetishy territory and whatever. I kind of understand the aspect of it, but since Course Party blew up and is no longer a doujin game, it's kind of weird that stuff is still there, if that makes any sense. Yeah. But it is what it is, what it is. I'm sorry I made so much of my Course Party talk about this, but it's because it's a big hang-up I have about the game. Because I'm like, oh yeah, I like Course Party. And Course Party is popular. I know a lot of people like Course Party. Course Party is one of the games that was like around at the right place at the right time. It was around when the YouTube scene blew up. So a lot of people saw Let's Plays of Course Party like back in 2010, 2011. And so a lot of people are familiar with the game, and it got popularity, and it's got a huge audience. A lot of people like its characters. It got big enough that it spun several sequels and, you know, all that fun stuff. But so I don't think it's talked enough. I don't think it's talked about enough how weird and uncomfortable some of the content of the game is, and how fetishy bait certain things are. And anyways, I also admit I'm maybe a little bit desensitized to it due to fucking anime, because I do like anime. I am a fucking weeb enough, I guess. I don't like talk about anime. I don't have my room decorated with anime stuff. But I do watch anime. I can enjoy it. And unfortunately, probably because I've seen a good amount of anime, I'm somewhat numb to the little sister trope of all fucking things. So that is like, okay, that's the fucking little sister trope. I've seen it like a dozen times in different animes. So. Now, for actual Course Party talk, the writing's okay. It's got its anime stuff going on. The death scenes are amusing and interesting. The music is good. The exploration is okay. It is a case where I think that sometimes it might be a little bit longer than it could have been to make things balanced out a little bit more. I guess move Course Party. I do think it's better than alright. I did enjoy Course Party more than Resident Evil 0, I guess is the way to word that. Did I enjoy it more than Clock Tower? Then it's gonna be around good level for me. I can feel it. I did not enjoy Course Party more than I enjoyed Silent Hill Oranges. I think I enjoyed it less than I enjoyed Clock Tower. Yeah, I think it's right here. I think that is the perfect place to put it. It's Course Party. You are on good, but on that level of good at the moment. Which then leads us to the D game. And let me also talk about this. I wanted to throw more on here. I've not played D2 yet. I've played Enemy Zero, but I haven't beaten Enemy Zero. I would have beaten Enemy Zero, but I got into a corrupted... I had a scratch on my disc, and so there's a point in Enemy Zero I can't progress past. I got a new copy, but I just haven't gone around to playing it there yet again. I do have the recordings. Let me clarify this. Some people that probably no one in the chat currently has saw this, but I did do a stream of Enemy Zero, and we were not able to beat the game because there was a part I can't get past due to my scratch disc. But the part that the game freezes at is hilarious. Basically, there's a scene in the game where there's a cutscene where the doctor... You can't skip the cutscene, let me clarify, I tried. There's a scene where a doctor spins around in his chair, looks at you, and he says, "You look a bit dazed." But the disc starts... Like, it's scratched there, won't progress past there. But instead of the cutscene crashing, or the game, like, crashing... It just starts looping that sequence of the cutscene over and over and over and over again. So it's literally him sitting there looking at you with this facial expression like resetting over and over again, with him saying, "You look a bit dazed. You look a bit dazed. You look a bit dazed." And he just says it over. Anyways, so that's fun on my recording on fucking Enemy Zero. But I felt like I didn't play enough of Enemy Zero for me to really form a full opinion, which is why I didn't include it. That said, I have played D the video game, and I have gotten every ending within D. So yeah. And I'm going to also be honest about this. D is an historically interesting game, and it's a decent enough game. It's one of those point-and-click games, except that it uses a lot of pre-rendered CG cutscenes. And it's neat. You're on a time limit. There's Dracula, which is what the D in the title stands for, actually. But I didn't like it that much. It's short enough and painless enough that it was whatever. But I don't think I'd ever really want to replay it. It's charming, but not really fun. At least it wasn't really fun for me. So that's that I enjoy it more than I do. It's just the puzzles weren't really fun, and the exploration was interesting. The environments were interesting, but you can't enjoy it as much because there's also the time limit, which is urging you to push forward. Basically, the plot line is that you landed in some alternate dimension, and the portal back to your world is going to close in, I think it's 60 minutes. So go. Maybe it was 80 minutes. Anyways. And then you do point-and-click puzzle-solving things in the CG cutscene world. I guess I like it more than Deep Fear. Do I like it more than Sweet Home? No, I actually think I like Sweet Home more. So I like you more than Deep Fear, at least D, so you gotta be put there. It's not a bad game, and some people who like that type of game more would probably like it far more than I do. But that's where I would place it, as if I was looking at my honest feelings, which is what I'm doing. Alright, so after D, we have the Siren series, which I've only played... Let me clarify something. I think I would love Forbidden Siren 2 as probably my favorite of the Siren series. I have not played Forbidden Siren 2, which is why it's not listed here. But I have this sneaking suspicion when I do it's going to end up being my favorite of the three of them. I have played Forbidden Siren all the way through. I didn't 100% complete the game, but I got 89% completion rate. To get 100% completion rate, you have to go through every single level and collect every single object in the game. There's a lot of collectibles. So I think it's pretty good that I've beat the game, got every single ending, and also got 89% completion rate, which means I collected most of the items. So I'm proud of that. That's good enough for me. What I was going to say with it, though, is Forbidden Siren, the first one... Again, I only put games in the amazing category as I'm talking about them before I decide where to put them. It is, without a doubt, the hardest horror game I've ever completed. It's all at once kind of unfairly difficult, and there's a few points which I think is actually kind of bullshit. But there's a logic to the game that you start to figure out, and I've got a mixed feeling with how the game is, the entire game is designed. So, Forbidden Siren is actually scary at first. It has an amazing idea for enemies. Basically, the enemies, the Shibito, which is what they're called, are not zombies, but they're not normal people. They're basically people that can not die. Whenever they're killed, they'll come back to life, and they've lost their brain capacity to a certain extent, but their humanity is still within them. It's more like like small traces of their humanity are left. Like they act like humans, but wrong. Like for instance, let's say a girl is drawing a picture, but instead of drawing a picture, she starts drawing all over the desk and all that. She gets obsessed with the act of drawing and starts drawing over everything. And it's like the trace of her love of drawing is still there, but it's coming out wrong, if that makes any sense. And the game does this a lot with its enemies. There's a lot of small touches of the enemies, the Shibito, showing traits of their human selves in themselves, but not right. And that they're like doing it in a way that feels unnatural, and they move unnaturally. And again, they can't die. You can kill them and they'll be out for a short time, but they come back to life like it's somewhere between 30 to 90 seconds later they come back to life. And they have so much horror potential, and at first they're quite scary. And there's even weirder versions of them, because there's like more mutated versions that have like these insectoid and other qualities to them. And there's some that act drastically different than others. Like there's some that constantly run away from you. And then there's other ones that actively try to hunt you, as opposed to like doing their mundane task, but doing their mundane task wrong. It's ultimately a stealth game, though you can fight back. It's not like in most of the time when you get, there's a couple missions where this is an exception, where if you do get caught, you're dead basically. But most of the time, if you're caught, it just triggers the Shibito. A lot of the characters can fight back, not all of them. You play as multiple characters. I also will mention this. Siren has a timeline thing, so basically there's a lot of different levels, and there's this weird system in the game where you have to complete multiple objectives in a level. It's not clear at first how this all works, but the more you play the game, the more you start to understand the sort of logic the game employs. There's a hint every single time you enter into a level if there's an objective you haven't completed yet, because every level has a main objective and a second objective. So you'd think that's what you need to do, the main objective and the second objective. But there's also levels with hidden objectives that the game never tells you, but there's ways to tell when you load up the level if there's a hidden objective in the mission that you haven't obtained. I believe what I eventually... It's been a while since I beat it. Like, not that long ago, I guess it was like 4 or 5 years ago. But there's something that the level either shows you at the beginning or not, if you've completed it or not. I remember what it is. If you've completed everything in the level, it'll ask you if you want to like skip the stage and go to the timeline. But if you haven't completed everything in the level, it won't ask you to do that. That might not be completely accurate, but it was something like that, where there's something that the game does at the start of a level if you haven't completed every mission in it, and if it doesn't. But it never tells you this. You only sort of figure it out as you start figuring out how the game's logic works. Oh, yeah. I have some controversial opinions, I'm going to say that right now. Silent Hill could have its own tier list, and I have my own opinions on the series, but all the same. I like Silent Hill 4 more than most people, and I like Silent Hill 1 a little bit less than many people, but I like them all quite a bit still. Give me a second when I cough. So, Forbidden Siren, it starts off really hard, and there's some design decisions that might put you in the loop for a while if you don't figure out. Like, there's a sequence in the game where you play through the levels linearly, and you can only break out of it once you complete certain objectives within the levels. Then once you complete them, you unlock like a level flowchart where you can choose levels freely. But there's certain things you have to do on certain parts of the timeline. Basically, like, here's a great example. There is, like, let's say there's a hidden objective for the character that can only be... Okay, actually, no, this is the best way for me. This is the best mission example I can give. There is a second objective that a character later in the timeline in the same area, because the games have different timeline areas, different characters at different times, sometimes in the same locations. There's a school setting. And earlier in the timeline, one character... The game doesn't signify that you can do this, but you can take a hose and attach it to a sink and put it down the window, And then you don't have anything else to do with this. You just do that. And if you do that, then a character later in the timeline can then use that hose for something that they need to do for their personal objective. Now, the game does give you clues. At first, it seems completely random, but when you start figuring out how the game's logic works, you start figuring out what the clues are. One of the biggest, most obvious clues is that they do the Silent Hill thing, where, you know in Silent Hill, when you get next to a very important key object, like, it becomes suddenly a fixed camera angle, and it focuses on where the key item is. The game does the Siren game, the first Forbidden Siren, does this too, but it's to the extent where it's usually not on an object you can pick up. It's usually on a location where you have to do something. Like for the window example I just gave you, it will not tell you that you can put a hose down there. When you approach the window will get like a fixed camera angle. And it's not immediately obvious when you first start playing the game this means that this location is specifically important for something. Once you start playing enough of it and you start figuring out kind of how the flow of the game works, like, okay, so this place has a fixed camera angle, which means that I need to do something here. Now, it's not always immediately clear what you need to do here, but you can establish I need to do something here. So, yeah. I did not know that, though I do remember there being a character named Suda, so I believe it. Alright. The story of Siren is actually good. And again, Siren at first is very scary. I think there's something about the first Siren game's gameplay design, which is contradictory, though. Because I think Siren has the potential to just be a very scary game, and it could have been a very successful, very scary game. But they make the game too cryptic, and they make it so that you have to literally figure out everything about the game to progress through the game. So, what this means is that the game's scares, they start dwindling. You start having to figure out everything about the game. You have to start memorizing enemy route patterns and figuring out what you need to do to get this bloodshed through. You have to replay levels over and over again. And figuring out how to change the timeline so you can unlock new events so you can get towards the ending and unlock new levels. And unfortunately, the adverse effect this has is that, of course, part of horror is not knowing the horror and not fully understanding the horror, but to progress in Forbidden Siren, you need to understand everything about the game. You need to start figuring out exactly how everything works, and then it just starts becoming a system of pulling off things to make other things happen. And I think in some ways that's a shame, because honestly, Forbidden Siren starts off really scary, and there's so much potential if the game had kept more in the dark and, made it so that you didn't have to literally solve the whole entire game in order to progress. So it's like a weird juxtaposition where I think all at once I kind of enjoy the weird puzzle-solving cryptic aspect of the game, and it's kind of fun getting to a level where you have breakthroughs and understanding how the game works so you can make progress. But then I think it might have just been a better game if they had just made a simple horror game with the sort of enemies and atmosphere and stuff that they have. Because they can conjure up an amazing atmosphere, and they can conjure up really interesting, creepy enemies. And there's so many interesting ideas in the game that it's almost kind of a shame that these really creepy enemies and atmosphere and all that are attached to a game that literally forces you to understand every aspect of it. Hopefully I'm making some sense of that sort of complaint I have on it. I still beat it. I still enjoyed it. It has a good story. It has a lot of interesting little twists and turns throughout it. I just kind of wish that the game wasn't so much focused on making you understand every piece of it. And that would have focused a little bit more on being more of a horror game than eventually kind of turning into like a cryptic puzzle game. Some people really like that aspect of it, and I can appreciate that aspect too. In fact, I had fun with it. It's just, I think the reason why it makes me a little bit sad is that there's real potential in the first Forbidden Siren game to be a legitimate... Like, if it was a different game than what it was, I think it might have stood out to be remembered as one of the scariest games on the PS2, honestly speaking. But due to the type of game that it is, it ends up sort of squandering that. Okay. So, Forbidden Siren, where would I place it? It is definitely good or above. I like it more than Corpse Party. I like it more than Clock Tower. I like it more than Silent Oranges. I like it more than Cold Fear. I would even go as far to say I like it more than the original Fatal Frame. That's I do not like it more than Fatal Frame 2 or 3, for example. Do I like it more than Resident Evil 2? This is where I start debating. The overtly long nature of this game, I think my playthrough of this game was like 50 hours long. And some of the more stuff about it... Yeah, I think this is the right place to put it. I do actually like Dead Aim, Dino Crisis 2, and Resident Evil 2 more than I like Forbidden Siren. So, yeah. That seems accurate. Okay. We're getting closer. We only have 2 more rows to go. And I'm not going to put Fatal Frame 5 anywhere because I decided, even though I put it on this list, I didn't play enough of it to really form my opinion. Speaking about Siren, let's talk about Siren Blood Curse. Now, I'm going to say a very controversial opinion. I know this is blasphemy to say to Siren fans. I know it because I've talked with them about this before. And I always, not always, but almost always get the same reception. Also going to sneeze. Okay. I think Siren Blood Curse is a better game than Forbidden Siren. I think Forbidden Siren, at first, is a scarier game, and could have been a better game if it was designed more like Siren Blood Curse. So, a lot of people disagree with this. Siren Blood Curse, what they do, Siren Blood Curse is a reimagining of the first Siren game. It tells not the exact same story, but a very similar story. It's basically a retelling, except they do this kind of interesting thing where they try and reimagine the first Siren game as if it was a Hollywood horror movie. And some people think that's really dumbed down to Siren. A lot of Siren fans say that basically they think the story is worse, the gameplay is worse, etc., etc. Now, normally I could see the argument of saying that's a game that's purposefully dumbed down and made to appeal to it, like okay. I could see the argument in saying that that's a worse idea, but the thing is, Siren, the original game, is too cryptic for its own good. It's too focused on making you solve the game's logic in order to progress, and I think that ultimately is a detriment to it. So Siren Blood Curse does not force you to solve everything in the game. It does have collectibles that require you to do that, but the thing is, those are collectibles. They're optional and just expand the lore of the game. To just play through the game, it just lets you play as you will, and if you can manage to pull stuff off, then you can do it. It has a more open-ended design that allows players to respond to situations more dynamically as opposed to like strictly doing what the game wants you to do. I think it has a few more kind of set PC type moments, but these moments actually end up, I feel, adding more to the experience. The episodic nature actually fits the game well, since the original Siren was already split into like stages all the time, all the place. I think, and it was on a weird timeline system. I think it makes sense that Siren Blood Curse turns that timeline into more of a linear, not always linear, there's sometimes jumping into the clock during different episodes, but like into an episodic structure. So one of the bigger complaints also is that a lot of people do not like the characters in Siren Blood Curse, but I kind of enjoy them. What they kind of do is that even though it's set in Japan, they make it so that there is a Western TV studio that's filming a documentary, I think, some sort of thing like that, inside of an old abandoned village, which is the same village as, I forget the name of it, but it's the same village as Siren 1. And as they're filming it, they get kind of stuck in a time loop again, because that's, again, time loops are part of Siren 1 and Siren Blood Curse's storyline. They get stuck in a time loop in Ouroboros type of thing, of it snaking its tail. And there's Japanese characters and the main English characters. So there are main Japanese characters as well. And they do an interesting thing where the English characters speak English and the Japanese characters speak Japanese. And there's a few characters that are bilingual, but, you know, that's fun. And for the audience, they subtitle the Japanese speaking characters, but they don't like subtitle, like the characters don't understand. If they don't understand Japanese, they won't understand what the other character is saying, even if for the player they'll subtitle with both the English and the Japanese people are saying. So yeah. I think it's kind of a fascinating way to tackle it. I know there's some other games that have done it since then, but it was one of the first games I encountered back in 2008 who sort of took that approach. I also think that some of the monster designs a little bit later in are a bit more fascinating and creepy. And I don't know. I like the ending more. A lot of people disagree with me when I say that one part in particular, but I personally prefer Siren Blood Curse's ending. There's other things I could talk about. Just a lot of Siren fans always disagree with me when I talk about this. A lot of people will talk about how it's a dumbed down game, but legitimately, Siren, like Forbidden Siren, is one of the fucking most cryptic, difficult, challenging horror games out there. I understand some people like that aspect of it, but I honestly think that was kind of a detriment to the horror of the first Siren game. And I think that Siren Blood Curse is a better realization on the horror aspect of the game, even if it's a quote-unquote dumbed-down game. But even as a dumbed-down version of Siren is like a stupidly challenging and cryptic game to begin with. So the dumbed-down quote-unquote version just ends up being a little bit harder than the normal horror game. It's not like it's an easy game, it's just hard by Siren standards, if that makes sense. Or easier than the Siren standards. So, Siren Blood Curse. I do like it more than the original Siren, and I'm sorry, Resident Evil 2 fans, I do like it more than Resident Evil 2. I do like it more than Dino Crisis 2. I do like it more than Resident Evil Dead Aim, and I would put it here. I would put it above Dino Crisis 2. We're starting to reach the level where I start debating, though. Do I like... Yeah, Fatal Frame 4 has more flaws. I like this one more. Clock Tower 3 versus Siren Blood Curse. Still choose Siren Blood Curse. Parasite Eve. Yeah, I'll give it the Blood Curse. Alright. I think this is the level where I start... I think I like Resident Evil 5 and Shattered Memories more than I like Siren Blood Curse, though. So yeah, this is the level where I'm just like, yep, that's it. Siren Blood Curse, I would place there. Alright. Which leads us to White Day. Now let me clarify something. I am super cheating to include White Day on this list. One of my rules for this list is that the games need to have 3 entries. White Day technically only has 2 games. And that's even a further stretch because those 2 games are the same game. Because it's the original White Day and then the 2001 PC game and then the 2017 remake of White Day. However, there is technically 2 other games in this franchise. One of them is an amusement park VR experience, so that's why I'm fucking bullshitting this to hell. And there was also a game that was released on mobile for a short time in Korea, but then was taken down. So I'm really stretching the definition of what this counts. I will say this though, there is a second White Day game in development at the moment, which I do believe will release eventually, because the thing is, White Day, the remake, the 2017 one, was a huge success. It became the most successful Korean paid game of all time, paid mobile game. It did stupidly well, very surprisingly well even. So I'm not, the sequel's going to happen. The first game was too successful for it not to, if that makes sense. Anyways, I really like White Day. That's why I sort of cheated to include it on this list. So let me think about it. So White Day, the first game, I still think it's up there as one of the scarier games I've played. I will say that the scariness, when you get a little bit further into the game, it lessens up more when you start doing more things with it. And there's a few parts of the original White Day which I do think the remake does improve. I still think I overall prefer the original game though. I think the original game is much scarier than the remake stuff. There's a lot of things that they changed between the 2 different versions. Though. I still do like the remake, though, and there are aspects of the remake which I think are much better than the original game, such as the boss fights. I think the boss fights in the remake are much better than the original game. Now, where would I put White Day? I would put it over Siren Blood Curse, which is why I'm using it as the basics, because I was just thinking about it. I would put it over Silent Hill Shattered Memories. I would put it over Resident Evil 5. Would I put it over Resident Evil 3? This is where I start having some more questions about it, so... yeah, I would put it over Resident Evil 3. Would I put it over Silent Hill 1? That one's a bit trickier. I think I'm probably reaching the level. I guess I would, actually, for my own personal taste. You know what? I think I know where it's going to end up. I can feel it. It's going to end up right here. Yep. There are a few issues with the first White Day, or White Day, I guess, in general. But I feel like that's the place I would place it at. It's not quite Texan level, and I think I like Silent Hill 4 a bit more than it, but I like it a bit more than Downpour. And I think it fits the grade criteria. There's a few things, I think a White Day sequel that does some things could end up being in the excellent territory, but yeah. Okay. Then the 2017 remake. I do like it a bit less than the original White Day, so I'm actually going to work backwards. I like Silent Hill Downpour more than the remake. I like Revelations 2 more than the remake. This one's getting a little bit closer. I like Silent Hill 1 more than the remake. I like Resident Evil 3 more than the remake. This one's getting a little really close. I like Resident Evil 5 a little bit more. I do like Shattered Memories a little bit more. I guess I do like Human Center and Blood Crystal more, but I do not like Parasite Eve more than the remake, so this is where I would place it. The remake would end up precisely there, even. Alright, that's fair. So, if you're curious about the differences between the original game and the remake, outside of graphical differences, the main thing is that they changed a lot about some of the AI systems and other such stuff in the game. Like, they added Hidden Ghost for normal difficulty and above in the remake. They changed the layout is mostly the same, but there is some notable changes between the original game and the remake. Some of the story moments are changed, some of the pacing has changed. I do like the new characters campaign, like there's an additional optional route they can take in the game, which actually leads to a lot of new stuff, and that stuff is neat. The problem is, and this is the biggest thing about it, is that a lot of the horror is kind of lost, and I think a lot of it does actually have to do with audio design and graphic design, which technically the graphics and stuff look better. But something about the look of the original White Day and its imperfections, like even like the way that the original game did lighting, added a lot more to it in my opinion than how the sequel handles it. And some of the differences in how the janitor works specifically, I think, and also the floating head ghost. Since those two are a little bit more consistent, I feel like they worked a little bit better in the original game. That said, the remake is still a very good game. There's areas it improves on. The new content is good. The new voice acting, they actually got most of the original voice actors back, and they deliver a better performance than the original game. The new endings are pretty good. I think that the final area of the game, like the final boss sequence, if you get to that sequence on the right ending path, is better than the original. It's like the same sort of thing, but it's better realized. And there's other things here and there which are better. They do some more choices in the dialogue, and yeah, there's definitely charms to it. And the hidden ghosts are neat enough. Which leads us into the F.E.A.R. series. Okay. So I'm going to try and blast through these. I'm definitely getting tired. We've been doing this list now for like over 5 hours. Yep. So, the first F.E.A.R. game. I'm going to be honest. I don't like it as much as most people do. I think the horror in F.E.A.R. is not as good as many people state. Now, the beginning of F.E.A.R. is scary. I have a very old video of the first time I played F.E.A.R. blindly, and I was scared from like the first 20 minutes pretty badly. I think that the game's like fear factor drops off a cliff after this, and especially when you start realizing some things about it. The AI of F.E.A.R. is good. The gunplay of F.E.A.R. is good. The enemy variety of F.E.A.R. is not good. Very not good, actually. I understand that the whole point of the game is that it's got very satisfying gameplay loop, and some people adore it. And there is really good gunplay to be had, but I don't know. I think the game drags out a little bit too long with just finding sort of enemies in corridors, with enemies in corridors, with enemies in corridors over and over again. And though the level design does vary itself up, I think it overstays its welcome, if you have to ask me personally. And they try and break it up with horror sequences, and some of them are pretty decent. But honestly, I think the horror suffers from a few aspects. There's a few very well done horror scenes mixed in, but like 80% of the game is shooting, like 20% of it is horror. And unfortunately, I think the horror is a little bit too telegraphed. Like they spend okay. The horror stuff, until near the end of the game, without getting too deep into spoilers, can almost never hurt you. It's just like spooky haunted house stuff going on. There's a few pretty decent scares and all that. There is a twist to this in like the last part of the game, but even the twist, it doesn't feel like it's as good as it could be. But anyways, I won't get too much into it. I won't spoil the experience too badly, I guess. How do I say this? The story is okay. I think what really kills this game for me is the pacing is really bad. I feel like it's maybe a few hours longer than it should have been, because the gameplay, like they do switch up the environments towards the end and do some things, but I feel like you spend a little bit too much time in the offices. But I also understand it's the main thing of the game. I guess overall, my main comment is I like F.E.A.R. I did. I just did not like it as much as so many people, and some people are going to really hate some things I'm going to be saying about F.E.A.R. in a second when I get to the other entries, but yeah. I get part of the appeal, but I think also part of it is I wanted a little bit more horror out of it, and it does have horror in it. It's just very, very downplayed for the shooting. And the shooting's good. It is good. But it's repetitive. If you're playing the game in the long stretch, like I often do when I play these sort of games, unfortunately it does kind of overstay its welcome, and you'll be doing like a lot of the same things over and over again. You can change up your strategy to keep it more interesting. The game does have a good variety of weapons and tools and stuff, but you know, there's only like, if I remember correctly, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like 5 enemy types in the game around, and maybe there's a little bit more than that. But then the enemy types aren't even dispersed well. Like there's one enemy type, which is basically going to be what you fight 75% of the time. The other enemies are used to spice up on occasion, but and I understand that that's part of how the game is designed. It's not a mistake, it's intentional, just for personal enjoyment. Yeah. I like it less than Fatal Frame. I like it less than Cold Fear. I like it less than Oranges. I would even say I like it less than Clock Towers. I like it less than Corpse Party. Yes, actually, I do. So is it a good game or is it an alright game? I think it's going to be alright for me. Do I like it more than... I actually like Zero more than that. However, I think I do like it more than... Maybe... No, okay, I don't. I like it more than Alone in the Dark 5. Which I like more than most people because it's a really stupid but fun, stupid game. Alright. I see where I'm at. Now, controversial opinion. For starters, let me clarify I have not played F.E.A.R. Persis Mandate, which is one of the expansions that were done for F.E.A.R. That's literally the last F.E.A.R. thing I need to play. Not including that online F.E.A.R. shooter game that came after F.E.A.R. 3. It was like some multiplayer shooter thing with SOMA. I don't remember the full details, I just knew it existed. F.E.A.R. Extraction Point, which is, in my opinion, the best, it's the highlight of the F.E.A.R. experience. And I've actually seen some people reflect this opinion more recently, and that makes me happy, because I thought it was crazy. If you want horror out of F.E.A.R., if you play F.E.A.R. 1 And you're like, well, the shooting's good and the gameplay's bad, but I'm a little bit disappointed that the horror stuff honestly isn't as good as I was hoping it'd be. Then F.E.A.R Extraction Point is the thing for you. It basically is F.E.A.R 1, except they make it much more into a horror experience, and there is some amazingly well done horror sequences in this expansion, I should say. They do a lot more with the horror in this one. There's a lot more of it. If F.E.A.R 1 is like 80 to 85% shooting and 10 to 15%, or 15 to 20% horror stuff, F.E.A.R Extraction Point's more like 60% horror and 40% shooting. And they do a lot more with the horror as well, because the actual quality of the horror is much better than the original game. So I ended up enjoying it a lot more. Plus, I like the environments more, and I thought they did a lot more interesting stuff with it. Alright, I would put this under good. I liked it more than Course Party and Clock Tower. I liked it more than Silent Oranges. I liked it more than Cold Fear. Alright. Then I guess I did like it more than Fatal Frame, yeah, actually. And I did like it more than Siren. Do I like it more than Resident Evil 2? This is closer to where I start debating. You know what? Yes, I did. I also have thought about this a little bit. I think I might move Dead Aim behind Resident Evil 2. I put it ahead before, but I've been thinking about this as I've gone through. I think it's like right behind it. I give Siren spookiness, but I think here is the right place to put it. Do I like Fatal Frame or Dead Aim more? Fatal Frame just barely edges it out, but I do like Dead Aim more than I like Cold Fear. Now for F.E.A.R Extraction Point, is it gotta go in the great territory? I'm debating. There's a lot of things I think are pretty great about it. Dino Crisis 2. I do like it more than Resident Evil 2, that's true. I guess I guess I do. I like it more than Dino Crisis. I think Fatal Frame 4 might be the point of where I'm not going to push it past any further. I think that's where I would put F.E.A.R, which is also, I guess, the highlight of my F.E.A.R experience. So let's talk about F.E.A.R 2. A lot of people think that F.E.A.R 2 started taking away a lot of what made the original F.E.A.R great because the shooting and stuff was dumbed down. F.E.A.R, the original, was made as a PC shooter, while F.E.A.R 2 was more focused as a console game. So the graphics saw kind of this certain look a little bit better on consoles, but not sort of the same look that the original game had. And the shooting and the AI stuff saw a big downgrade. Still not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but it definitely saw some downgrades. This said, can you guess what did see an upgrade from the first F.E.A.R game? If you guessed the horror, then you'd be right. I would also even say the story of F.E.A.R 2 is better than the story of F.E.A.R 1. So there is going to be an audience of people who I definitely know, in fact probably more F.E.A.R fans than not, that will swear by the first game because the first game appeals to their sensibilities, and that makes complete sense to me. However, as a horror enthusiast first and foremost, F.E.A.R 2 is better horror than F.E.A.R 1, and I even think it has a better story. I also like the environments more than F.E.A.R 1, because F.E.A.R 1, the setting is mostly offices, and then a parking garage, and then a city, and then a facility. F.E.A.R 2, you go through lots of different interesting environments, so yeah. So basically I'm saying I've got a dumb opinion for the people that like the F.E.A.R games. I'm sorry, F.E.A.R fans. Alright. Do I like F.E.A.R 2 more than Silent Homecoming? Yes. I like it more than Carrier. I like it a little bit more than Resident Evil 0. Do I like it more than Course Party and Clock Tower? Yes. Do I like it more than Silent Orange is? That's actually maybe where I cut it off. Yeah, that's where I cut it off. I put F.E.A.R 2 there. Now I put F.E.A.R 2 Reborn, which yes, this is the Reborn case. This just is the F.E.A.R 2 case, except instead of a person, there's like zombies below it. A lot of people prefer this to the original game. A lot of... Okay, let me say something. F.E.A.R 2, a DLC, is closer to F.E.A.R 1. So for a lot of people, they prefer the DLC to the base game. But guess what my opinion is? As you can already start telling, I'm on the F.E.A.R enthusiast. I would probably going to be considered not a very good fan. I liked it less than Resident Evil 0. The thing is, I actually think I like this DLC less than I like the original F.E.A.R game. Oh boy, I'm gonna, because I know some people really like this DLC. I'm gonna be. I liked it less than Alone in the Dark. I liked it less than Resident Evil Revelations and Darkside Chronicles and the arcade Silent Hill. And I guess a little bit less than Extermination and NightCry. I did like it more. Nah, no, that's not true. I liked it more than Umbrella Chronicles, I'll give you that. Also, on some further debate, I think I like Resident Evil 6 more than I liked Clock Tower 2. But I don't think I liked Resident Evil 6 more than I liked NightCry. Alrighty. Things on the list being switched up. Alright. So now we've got the black sheep of the franchise, F.E.A.R 3. So, knowing that I have contrarian opinions about the F.E.A.R franchise, what do I think of F.E.A.R 3? That's really hard for me to say, and let me explain why. F.E.A.R 3's campaign is disappointing. It's okay. Unfortunately, it does actually lose a lot of the charm the series has, and it's just kind of a standard shooter. Now let me say this, as a standard shooter, it's a little bit above average, if only because it has co-op, so that's great for me as a co-op lover, but more so, it's interesting that you have two co-op characters that play very differently to each other. If you've never played F.E.A.R 3 before, you have Point Man, who is the main character of F.E.A.R 1, who controls like you would expect a person in a first-person shooting co-op game to play as. He does have a few kind of cool things, like he can do a slide kick, that's pretty cool. He can jump in the air and kick people too. Both those things are pretty cool. Also, you can kind of slow down time for a little bit as the Point Man, which is pretty cool too. So, you've got some things, and that's kind of cool, but still pretty standard. But then there's also Fedel, who was the main villain of the first F.E.A.R game, who's also playable here, and he is a psychic ghost. What he does as a psychic ghost is he has psychic powers. He can use things. He doesn't have a gun, actually. He uses his psychic abilities instead. And that can be pretty fun. He can possess other soldiers, basically. He can possess enemies and then fight as the enemy, though he has to have like a certain level of psychic power charged up in order to take on stronger foes. There's some enemies that are resilient to his psychic abilities. But he can take over enemies, make them explode at any time, but also use them against other people. And even when he's not like psychically inside of a person controlling them, he's got various psychic powers that he does on his own. And, that's kind of cool. Honestly, it's actually pretty fun. There's even like weird situations where you can like possess a suicide bomber and then... Anyways. The level design is kind of hit or miss. There is variety to it. And there's a couple levels in the game which are pretty good. But there's others that are just kind of not great. The ending of the game is super disappointing. The horror aspect is super disappointing. There's a few times where it shines through a little bit stronger than the rest of the game. And it's a little nicer, but it's overall pretty disappointing, not gonna lie to you. Now, here's what makes F.E.A.R 3 a lot harder for me to judge. Most people never touch F.E.A.R 3's multiplayer modes. But they're the best part of the game. they're actually really fun. If you can get a couple friends, like up to 4 friends, together to play Fear 3's multiplayer modes, they're really, really fun, actually. To express what the multiplayer modes are, there's like a ripoff of the zombie mode from Call of Duty, except with Fear stuff, and they've got interesting twists, like Alma appears onto the level, and if you look at her for too long, like if you look at her funny, she puts some sort of curse on you. She has like several different curses that she can put on you. I won't, like, some of them will be like teleport you to a random part of the map, which can even board you out outside if you're unlucky. Or it can be a situation where she'll like make your screen completely dark for like 20 seconds, so you just have to deal with that. And other things I won't spoil. But she's a fun wild card. And there's also a fun thing where you have to go out in between waves to try and scavenge supplies before the fog rolls in. And every single wave, there's this fog that slowly starts settling in that starts to get thicker and thicker. And it's pretty fun. You can play it with up to 3 people or up to 4 people, including yourself. With 3 people if you don't include, or if you don't include yourself. So yeah. There's a mode called Fucking Run, which is basically a mode where there's a giant wall of death coming towards you, and you have to rush through a linear level with a bunch of obstacles as fast as you can, because the wall of death only stops at these rare safe room intervals where you have a moment to like restock and catch your breath. But that's really fun. You know, it's fun running from a giant wall of death with friends in a shooting game, actually. And there's another mode where you guys play as a bunch of ghosts. And one ghost has like a crown, and that the crown person gets to be a regular person for a while as opposed to a ghost. And that regular person gets to get points, and that normal person has to kill enemies to get points. And then the other ghost possess like enemies around the arena and try and kill the human player so that they can gain the crown, so that they can become the normal person and earn points, and there's like a time limit to it. And that mode's pretty fun too. And each mode has different like unique levels to them, and the multiplayer levels are actually well designed. And so I have this weird relationship with Fear 3 where the campaign's okay, it's kind of standard, the ending's disappointing, the final boss is disappointing. But there is some kind of cool things about it. Point Man has a few interesting moves with more interesting characters. Fettle, who has some psychic hijinks going on, which is pretty interesting and different than just being bog standard. But then they replace all the Fear interesting stuff with like standard first person shooter stuff. You now have regenerating health, you now have cover shooting fun. Like the stuff you would expect from a bog standard like early 2010s shooting game. And the horror is basically mostly drained from it. The horror is even worse than the original Fear's horror. Out of all the Fear games, it is the least horror-y. But then, this all said, the multiplayer modes in Fear 3 are really fun. Most people will probably never touch them, but I would actually say if you have a chance to play them, they're like surprisingly fun. They're really fun games to play with your friends, in my opinion. So, with that said, where would I place Fear 3? That is a good question. Corpse Party. I do like Fear 3 more than I like Fear 2 Reborn. I like Fear 3 more than I like Resident Evil 6. I like Fear 3 more than... So if it was just... Let me say this. If I was judging purely off of the campaign and not the multiplayer modes, I would probably put it behind Resident Evil Revelations, but ahead of Resident Evil Darkside Chronicles. I would have ended up putting it here. But the multiplayer modes do elevate it for me. So where do I place it keeping the multiplayer modes in mind? The multiplayer modes in Fear 3 are a lot better than the raid mode in Resident Evil Revelations. Sorry, raid mode. It is better than Alone in the Dark 5. And now the real controversial moment. The moment people are going to kill me over. With the multiplayer modes in mind, I would rather play Fear 3 than Fear 1. Sorry, Fear 1. Let me clarify, though. the campaign of F.E.A.R 1 is better than the campaign of F.E.A.R 3. The gunplay is better, the horror is better, the level design, about the same, honestly, just different. The story in F.E.A.R 1 is better than the story of F.E.A.R 3, but the story of F.E.A.R 2 is better than both the story of F.E.A.R 1 and F.E.A.R 3. However, with the multiplayer modes considered, I would play it over F.E.A.R 1. Yes, I would. Homecoming, this is where I start pushing the edge a little bit. I've also decided, I think I would put Homecoming above Carrier. I sat some thinking about it, but yeah, that's right. I would put it above Carrier, but would I put it above Homecoming? The multiplayer modes are fun, but the substandard Silent Homecoming does have some good aspects to it. Yeah, that's basically where I put F.E.A.R 3. Not very much ahead of F.E.A.R 1, but yeah. I know some people are going to look at this list without hearing my explanation behind it and be like, you fucking put F.E.A.R 3 above F.E.A.R 1? But I do have a reason. Again, if it was just the campaign, it would have been behind F.E.A.R 1. I also don't like F.E.A.R 1 as much as many people do. But with the multiplayer modes, I think it's just slightly edged above the original game for me. That said, I still think that F.E.A.R 2 is better. And I do think a lot of people would be just upset with that opinion of mine as well. And I think that F.E.A.R Extraction Point is the best part of the F.E.A.R franchise. So yeah. Cough, give me a second. And with that, we wrap up the F.E.A.R franchise. We're also starting to get close to the end of this. Guess what comes up next? If you guessed Dead Space, you're right. So let me clarify something. I've played and beaten Dead Space 1, Dead Space Extraction, Dead Space 2, Dead Space 2 Severed. I have not beaten Dead Space 3. And it's not even because I hate Dead Space 3 like some people do. It's just I haven't had an opportunity to sit down and finish it. I need to at some point in time. But I did get to the ice planet. I did a lot of side quests in space, and yeah. So, let's talk Dead Space. I am coming in with controversial opinions all day today, because guess what? I don't like the original Dead Space as much as a lot of people do. I like Dead Space 2 more. Oh boy. So let me explain slightly my reasoning. Dead Space 1 I do like. I'm not going to put it super low on this list or something. But I have 3 biases that slightly make me dislike Dead Space 1 more. Number 1, and this is going to be the most controversial of all, so brace yourselves. I don't really like Dead Space 3's setting. That's why I say 3. Dead Space setting. Dead Space setting is a bunch of metal hallways and big metal rooms and futuristic sci-fi stuff. And I'm going to come forth with an even greater revelation. I like sci-fi horror, but I've never liked the typical sci-fi horror setting. I don't like the sort of dull-looking, gray, metal iron spaceship that a lot of these take place in. Now, I can enjoy that setting, but I don't really like often how it's depicted. And I don't know, it's probably my aesthetic and my aesthetic gamer name kicking into place, but it's just not my aesthetic. Dead Space 2 does some really cool sequences. I agree with you, Lucard. But I was gonna say, Dead Space just never... There's some interesting individual rooms in Dead Space, but the overall aesthetic of the game was never something I entirely got behind. I very much appreciated that Dead Space 2 did a lot more for environmental variety, but for the original Dead Space, the environments hurt it for me. I do like the Necromorphs. The Necromorphs and how you fight them is really fun in all the Dead Space games. The Necromorphs are just a fun and interesting enemy, honestly speaking. And that's true of the entire franchise. So Dead Space 1 definitely does benefit from having Necromorphs, because Necromorphs are a good enemy. Now, to go with that, Dead Space 1 also has a pretty good mysterious storyline. The series kind of goes away from mysterious storylines after the first Dead Space 1, but Dead Space is a game that gets to tell a pretty anti-religious story. It gets to explore a weird evolutionary rock. So that's all pretty cool. An alien rock on a mining facility ship. That's fun, that's fun. That said, I think Dead Space does suffer a little bit from having, like, because your main character can't talk, Isaac just gets to be a big errand boy. It's not even that bad, it's just they designed the game in a way where you spend almost the whole entire game doing nothing but errands for other characters. So characters are like, oh, I can't do anything by myself, Isaac, you're on the other side of the glass, so you're the one that has to do this. Oh, Isaac, since you're over there already, you might as well go and turn off the system and reboot it, ha ha ha. Go do your job, Isaac. What are we gonna do? Non-specific things that are also important, trust us. But it is what it is what it is. Still, necromorphs are cool, and honestly, despite the fact that I don't like the environment aesthetic, the level design is pretty good in the Dead Space games. They also have some good mix-up of things. Where would I put Dead Space? This one's actually going to be a harder one for me to place. There are a few sequences in the original Dead Space that were really shitty. Cough, cough, meteorites. But hey, you know. So I guess, thinking about it a bit firmly, I do like Dead Space more than I like F.E.A.R 3 and Resident Evil 0 and Course Party and Clock Tower and the original F.E.A.R and Silent Oranges and Cold Fear and Dead Aim. And this is where I start having some more trickiness, but let me think about it. Okay. I like it more than I like Fatal Frame? Yeah, that's true. I like it more... No, I don't know if I like it more than Forbidden Siren, actually. Despite the fact I have issues with Forbidden Siren, I think I almost would prefer to play Forbidden Siren in Dead Space. And I think I like Resident Evil 2 more than Dead Space 1. Oh my. I do like it more than Fatal Frame. Yep, this is the place that Dead Space lands. A lot of people would place this one much higher than I am. Again, I've got my own opinions on things here. But hey, it is what it is what it is. So now let's talk about Dead Space Extraction. Out of the on-rail games on this list, Dead Space Extraction is my favorite. I think Dead Space Extraction has a few things going for it. One such thing is I think Dead Space Extraction actually has a very good story. And I actually really like what it does with the Dead Space mythos. I think it has the best story of any of the Dead Space games. And Dead Space has interesting things in its story usually, but I feel like it's somewhat is tampered by other aspects. Maybe, like, if I'm going to be honest, I don't think Isaac's story in Dead Space is the most interesting story in Dead Space. Does that make sense? But yet you spend the whole entire main Dead Space series following Isaac's story. But I actually found the characters and their story in Dead Space Extraction much more interesting. If you don't know what Extraction is, it was a Wii, which was later ported to PS3 on-rail shooter, which tells some stories about the people that were on the planet that the Ishimura was mining. And after they find the marker, shit goes down, and we see the downfall of society turning into necromorphs. And ultimately, they try to get to the source, but the story tells kind of a doomed crew's story. Though not everyone dies, surprisingly enough. And it takes place, I believe, before and during the events of the original Dead Space. I might be mistaken about it because it's been a while, but I believe it ends off around the same point that the original Dead Space game ends off, even though it starts off a few days before the original Dead Space starts. Also, the necromorphs translate beautifully to an on-rail shooter. Because you know, in most on-rail shooters, you just aim for the head or aim for the weak point. But Necromorphs, you have to shoot off the limbs, and that translates wonderfully to it. Also, Dead Space always had that gravity thing where you could pick up and throw things, which also translates very well to the on-rail nature of the game. Combine this with the actually good story, and they surprisingly do some survival horror stuff with it. The boss fights are pretty interesting as well. Now, the real question is, do I like it more than Dead Space, though? Because despite all of this, Dead Space is a more fully fledged game, and they do more with it. I do like it more than Resident Evil Darkside Chronicles, which is my second place runner-up for the on-rail series, but I do like it more than Resident Evil Revelations. I do like it more than Alone in the Dark 5. I do like it more than F.E.A.R. and Carrier and F.E.A.R 3. And this is where I start having some debates. The story is better. You know what? Homecoming has fucking sliding tile puzzles and fucking the wire puzzle. Yeah, I like the Extraction more. Resident Evil 0, though? Yeah, I think this is where I have to draw the line. I couldn't place it above Resident Evil 0, and I think I like Corpse Party more, too. Yeah, I do like Corpse Party more and Clock Tower more. So yeah, I guess Dead Space Extraction gets to be placed there. Which then leads us into Dead Space 2. Which, spoiler alert, and I already kind of knew this, Dead Space 2 gets to be in the excellent category. Now, precisely where I'm going to put it in the excellent category, that is the question. But I really, really like Dead Space 2, actually. I think that they had a lot of interesting set-piece moments. I think the levels and level design was fantastic. I thought the enemy and the greater enemy variety from the original game and trying to make enemies also stood out more from the original game worked out wonderfully. I thought the story was better than Dead Space 1's, and that the making Isaac both more of a character but also inserting some hallucinogenic type of horrors into it worked well. I think that the pacing of the game is really good, and what else is there to say? There's a lot of things I could say, but honestly, I liked it a lot more. I thought it was better paced. I thought the environments were better. I thought the enemies were better. I thought the story was better. Do I like it more than Haunting Ground and such, though? This is where things get a little bit tricky. It's actually really hard to think of where I'm going to place on the excellent list. I do agree I like it more than Silent Hill 4 and Whitedale, Labyrinth Named School, and Downpour, and etc. But compared to Haunting Ground, Fatal Frame 2, Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 7, and Fatal Frame 3, it's a bit hard to say. A lot of these in this category are very close for me already. I guess the thing which I can say for it... I will say this, it's a little bit sad that Dead Space 2 is such a huge money sink for... Well, I mean, I guess I don't really care much about EA. But it's a shame that, like, apparently it never made back the money that was put into it, like an outrageous budget for a horror game. Which is part of the reason why I was able to afford so many insane set pieces, enemy variety, and location variety, and it was a pretty stellar game. And I'm happy it was made. In fact, I'm ecstatic it was made. But apparently, EA sets expectations way too stupidly. Apparently, Dead Space 2 sold over 5 million copies, and that wasn't enough to make back what it fucking spent on its budget. So, you know, that just kind of tells you the ridiculous situation it was in. So, yeah. At the same time, I'm kind of glad that Dead Space 2 got the outrageous budget it got. Because it was a pretty great game, honestly. I will say this, I didn't dislike Dead Space 2's multiplayer, but they probably could have completely cut the multiplayer like segment of the game and nothing would have been lost. Probably would have saved a lot of development time and budget as well. This one's a tricky one. So Haunting Ground compared to Dead Space 2. The problem is they're like apples and oranges. I like both a lot, which is why they're so high on this list, obviously. But Dead Space 2 compared to Haunting Ground. The problem with this comparison is that I think they both do excellent jobs what they're doing, but for very different reasons. I guess I'm going to work a little bit backwards. Do I like Dead Space 2 more than like Resident Evil 2? That's actually really hard to answer. I think there's things that Dead Space 2 does better than Resident Evil 2. But I think there's things Resident Evil 2 does better than Dead Space 2. Exploring in Resident Evil 2 is more fun than Dead Space 2. The actual combat and enemy variety in Dead Space 2 is more fun than Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 2 is scarier than Dead Space 2. This is a stickler, that's for certain. I don't want to spend too much. I'm like getting closer to the end of this list. I want to push through. Okay. I think I like Fatal Frame 2 and Resident Evil 2 more than I like Dead Space 2. Thinking on it for a little bit. There are aspects of Dead Space 2 which I like more. But I think overall I prefer these titles. Haunting Ground, then, is the one I have to question myself on. I guess... You know what? Yeah. It's kind of close and it's a little bit hard to compare them because there are huge differences in what their focuses lie, but I do think I would edge Dead Space 2 over Haunting Ground, which would put us into a position like this. Now then, I'm going to be honest, I added this to the list, but I was a little bit afraid to get to this one. I did beat Dead Space 2 Severed, and I know I did, but my memory of it is so foggy. I have not played it since it released, like, 9 years ago now, I think. Probably a little bit less than 9 years, probably like 8 years and something months, but... Or maybe it was 9 years ago. Huh. So my memory of it is very, very foggy. I vaguely have, like, vestiges of what this was about. I remember there being a lot of mines and minor zombies. Well, not zombies, but necromorphs, but you know what I mean. And I know it stars the characters... it stars the characters that survived from Dead Space Extraction. It continues the Extraction story. I don't even remember how it ends. That's how bad my memory of this is. I've got like loose recollections of scenes from it. So honestly, even though I definitely did beat this, I have such a loose memory of this. I'm usually pretty good at remembering what I played. But this was such a long time ago, and I think some parts of it mixed. I think I was tired when I played it too, if I remember correctly. Like, I played it when it came out, which was like 2 a.m. in my time zone or something. I just kind of played it. This one's a toughie. I do remember this. I did not like it as much as the main game, but it was not that much worse than the main game. Okay, you know what? I definitely did beat it, and I definitely... I think I'd have to replay it to really forge my thoughts. It's going to join Fatal Frame 5 down below. As in, I have played it, but I don't have enough of a recollection of it to, like... I don't have enough to form a full opinion off of, so despite the fact that I was there, I don't think I can really I definitely need a refresher on it, because my memory of it is so vague for some reason. The Dead Space 3, again, I have not beaten this one. I did get to the Snow Planet, which is probably a little bit less than halfway through the game, but at some point, maybe my opinion on this will change. It is worse than Dead Space 1 or 2. Now, original Dead Space. Did I like Dead Space 3 or Dead Space 1 more? That is a bit hard to say. I think that Dead Space 3 is treated a lot worse by a lot of people than it actually is, but I do agree with people. There's a lot of misguidedness when it comes to Dead Space 3. Co-op, of course, is fun, and I do like co-op games. I really do. But at the same time, they also did kind of ruin the story. I could even tell from as far in the game as I got that they kind of ruined the story. And then there was set pieces that are like action set pieces, and they're kind of cool, I guess, but I don't really need them. The one I'm remembering the most from the early part of the game is the one where you're on, like, you have to set the rails for a ship, and then you're on a ship that's bombarded by helicopters, and you hold up against a lot of, like, police forces, I think, as they try and hop aboard your train thing going on. And I just remember that moment being really stupid and not really fitting, but hey, it is what it is, I suppose. Yeah, okay, I do like it less than Dead Space 1. The more I started thinking about it. I think I like it a little bit less than Fatal Frame. Is it going to be this close to the original Dead Space, though? I do think I liked it more from when I played than Cold Fear. Maybe if I played more of it, I would have turned it down. I do like it more than the original Fear. And I guess I did enjoy it more than Dead Aim. So yeah, I guess it is behind the original Dead Space, but not by much, though it is below Fatal Frame. Again, this is based off of... I remember I got to the Ice Planet, but not very far once you, like... I did a lot of the space side quests, and then you get to the planet, and then I was like, And I was playing with somebody. Actually, I remember I played it alone and with somebody up until that point. So there's that. That's what my opinion is based off of. Which now we get to the Frictional Games. Oh boy, we've got Penumbra, all 3 episodes, Amnesia, Amnesia Justine, Amnesia Machine for Pigs, and SOMA. Alright. I actually have a pretty good idea where I'm going to place these because I've thought deeply about this series before. I also should mention something. I actually played every single game in their catalog for the first time in like 1 week. When SOMA was coming out, I had been a little bit hesitant to play Amnesia and such before this, so I decided I was just going to spend a week before SOMA came out to play all the games in their repertoire, and I did. In the span of a week, I played Penumbra Overture, Penumbra Black Plague, Penumbra Requiem, Amnesia The Dark Descent, Amnesia Justine, Amnesia Machine for Pigs, and then when SOMA came out, I played SOMA. It was actually honestly a pretty fun experience. And playing them all back to back to back, I was able to sort of forge my thoughts on them more thoroughly. Not to mention playing them in the order that they released in. So yeah. You remember that. And I also lost internet partway during me streaming this, so I had to record it separately. And I thankfully retained most of my recordings, except my recording of Penumbra Requiem, which was lost to time. And I'm actually really sad it was lost to time, because I didn't have internet or anything. I basically had to solve all of the internet. I'm getting tired, you can tell. I had to solve all the puzzles by myself without any sort of help, and I was very proud of myself that I was able to figure some of them out. But yeah. I also thought it was really funny when I was recording it. But it's lost to time. Is what it is. For those who don't know, Penumbra Requiem is basically just a puzzle game. It's not a real horror elements in it. It takes place after the horror in the Penumbra series is vanquished. And it's about basically the character trying to climb out of a cave, but doing so through a lot of puzzle scenarios. Because at the end of the second Penumbra game, like very, very deep within the earth. But anyways, let's see. Thinking about it. Let's start with Penumbra Overture. So, I've debated with myself a lot if I prefer Black Plague or Overture. Ultimately, I do prefer Black Plague. There's a few things that set me over, but there are things I prefer about Overture. So where would I place Overture in the entirety of this? I do like Overture more than Dead Space, which since I was just thinking about Dead Space, I will use as a guidance point. I do like Overture more than Forbidden Siren. I do like Overture more than like Resident Evil 2. I do like it more than like Dino Crisis 2. I like it more than I like Dino Crisis. I also just realized Dino Crisis 2 ended up right next to each other. Just in different tiers. Extraction Point and Fatal Frame 4 is when I start having debates with myself. Honestly, I might move Dino Crisis down a tier from great into good, but I'm debating about that. Yeah, I think it's right. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Penumbra Overture. Do I like more than F.E.A.R Extraction Point? No, actually. But I do think it's great and not good. So I guess it just ends up being here. And I do like Clock Tower 3 and Fatal Frame 4 more than that. Which then leads into Penumbra. I just say, I'm getting tired, holy hell. Penumbra Black Plague. I do like Penumbra Black Plague more than this. I do think I like Black Plague more than F.E.A.R Extraction Point. I think I like it more than Fatal Frame 4 and Clock Tower 3 and Parasite Eve. I even think I like it more than the White Day remake. It's when I start getting to the Siren Blood Curse level where I start debating myself a little bit. I guess I do like it more than Blood Curse. Do I like it more than Shattered Memories? No, actually. So I guess this is the place I place it. Which then leads to Requiem, which is not a bad puzzle game. Very, very minorly a horror game. But it's by far my least favorite fictional game. Should I put it that low? Honestly, it does reflect my enjoyment. It gets to be with Resident Evil Code Veronica. But a little bit less. So Amnesia: The Dark Descent. I actually ended up liking this game more than I thought I was going to before I played it. That said, it's not my favorite frictional game. I guess it honestly is in good tier. It's not in the same tier as Penumbra Overture for me, but it's like in the good tier. Oh, here's an opinion that would upset some people. I do think I like Amnesia: The Dark Descent more than I like Resident Evil 2. Part of me is tempted to put Amnesia here just so to like split up the two Dino Crisis games a little bit more. Let me think about this. Is that where it actually belongs? Actually, yes. Yes, that is where it belongs. That's actually funny. Sorry, I ran the microphone there. Which then leads us into Amnesia: Machine for Pigs. Actually, no, Amnesia Justine should come first. Where did I put Amnesia Justine? There's Amnesia Justine. Amnesia Justine. I actually like this more than the main Amnesia game. But how much more? Let's find out. So, Amnesia Justine, I liked more than Amnesia. Do I like it more than Dino Crisis? That's a tough call. There's some things I like about it more and other things I don't. Let me think about this. Do I like it more than Penumbra to Overture? No, I don't. But I do like it more than Amnesia, but it's just a bit more. Do I like it more than Dino Crisis? A solid thinking. You know what? Yes, I do. Just a little bit. But I like it more. Which then leads to Amnesia Machine for Pigs. Now, it is my least favorite Amnesia game, but it's not that bad. I liked it. I do think Resident Evil 2 is better. I do think Forbidden Siren is better. I do think Dead Space is better. I do think Fatal Frame is better. I even think Dead Space 3 is better. And Resident Evil, Guns or Dead Aim. Yeah, okay. And Cold Fear. And Silent Hill Oranges. It's around Fear when I start debating. Do I like it more than Fear? I do like it more than Clock Tower, and I do like it more than Corpse Party. But do I like it more than the original Fear? You know what? Actually, yes I do. You gotta be put there. Amnesia, A Machine for Pigs doesn't overstay its welcome and has some more interesting variety. Despite the fact that's mainly a walking simulator with just the occasional horror moment. Finally, SOMA. SOMA has an excellent story. By far the best story Frictional has produced, and actually pretty fantastic. However, some parts of the game do suffer a bit from other aspects. I'm actually one of the few people that don't like the monsters in SOMA. A lot of people for some reason hate them. But I appreciated them. I also love the underwater setting. That was a huge plus for me. I do like it more than Penumbra Overture. I do like it more than Fear Extraction Point and Fatal Frame 4. You know, I think I might like Fear Extraction Point a little bit more than like Fatal Frame 4. Fatal Frame 4 would have been higher if it wasn't that Fatal Frame 4 had too much padding. But Clock Tower 3, that's where I draw the line for Fear Extraction Point. However, though SOMA can surpass it, and it can surpass Parasite Eve. However, thinking deeper on it, I think I might put Parasite Eve about here. Yep, that seems more accurate. Okay. Fear, Fatal Frame 4, Penumbra Overture, and Parasite Eve. I like SOMA more than the White Day remake. Okay, here's the part where it starts getting more questionably. Do I like SOMA more than like Siren Blood Curse? Honestly, no, and I actually like Penumbra Black Plague more than I like SOMA. Though it is very close, and I think that somewhat reflects that. But yeah, that's pretty much where I put it. SOMA's got an amazing story. I like the monsters, though most people don't. I love the setting. But there is a few things about the pacing. I'm not gonna lie, not all the monster sequences are winners or anything. And it doesn't have as good, like some areas are good, but not as good as some of the things I've had before, in my opinion. We're also getting very, very close to the end of this. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 more games to sort. Alright. We've had 84 games total, but we put 2 away to not be like measured, so we have like 82 games here. And we have 11 more to go. So let's do this. Alan Wake. At least he's not Alan asleep. So Alan Wake is a little bit of an interesting game for me because yes, the game is repetitive and arguably like it does a lot wrong, I would even say. However, I really like it. I love the setting, I love the story, I love the characters. The graphics were good for what it is. There's a lot of small touches to it that I really enjoyed, and there's aspects of it which struck a little bit deeper for me, honestly. So it all ends up working out pretty nicely. Also, where would I put it? I'm also going to clarify something. I put the Alan Wake DLC, aka Alan Wake the Writer, for example, as a different category than the main game, so the DLC will be something a little bit different. Do I like Alan Wake more than Dino Crisis 2? Yes, I do. Do I like... Actually, I might have chosen the perfect category to put it in. Somewhere around here, I can feel it. I do like Alan Wake less than Downpour, and I like it less than Revelations 2, and I like it less than Silent Hill, and I like it less than Resident Evil 3 and Resident Evil 5, I like it less than Shattered Memories, which I might... In the past, I might have not said that, but I think over time, I've come to appreciate Shattered Memories more, and some aspects of Alan Wake got a little bit lower for me. I do like Penumbra, Overture more. It might be Siren Blood Curse that I start placing it at. Yeah, you know what? This is the area for Alan Wake. This is the level. I can feel it. The 4th episode of Alan Wake out of the main game stuff was my favorite. A lot of people dislike episode 3, and I see why they dislike episode 3, because it's the episode that drags on the gameplay the longest, but I really like some of the gameplay scenarios within episode 3, so I ended up liking it. My personal least favorite episode of Alan Wake is episode 5, but episode 5 isn't even really bad. Like, episode 5 has some stellar moments in it. It's just I don't find fighting over the city as engaging, even though the character stuff with Sarah there is pretty cool. And then Barry eventually. And then I think my least favorite section of Alan Wake is the part where you go, I guess it's a change of pace, but I don't like the power plant stuff as much. The power plant and the dam. Like, there's some neat stuff in there, I guess, but it's kind of like my least favorite sequence of the game. Not that it's bad even, though, but yeah. Okay. So, this says Alan Wake the Writer, but it's representative of Alan Wake the Writer and Alan Wake the Signal, which came together as like a 2-part thing. I hope it's called the Signal, because there's another thing called Eve. We'll get to that, but where would I like the DLC more than like the main game. I know that. I did like the DLC more than Penumbra, Black Plague. I like the DLC more than Silent Hill Shattered Memories. I would even say I like the DLC more than Resident Evil 5. Resident Evil 3. Yeah. More than Silent Hill, though? Yeah, this is where I place it. I don't like it more than Silent Hill Revelations 2, Downpour, etc., etc. So Alan Wake the Writer gets to be put there. And finally, for Alan Wakeness, we have, or Alan Woke, we have Alan Wake's American Nightmare. Now, technically, this is my least favorite Alan Wake thing, but I still really enjoyed it. And I can say that I like the departure. I do not like it being the final chapter of Alan Wake at this point in time, though I guess Alan Wake is getting a TV series. But it also gets that DLC in Control. That didn't come out yet. No, that didn't come out yet. I still need to play Control. Yeah. Let's see. So I know I like it less than Alan Wake. I like it less than Siren Blood Curse. I like it less than SOMA. I like it less than White Day. I like it less than Clock Tower 3 and F.E.A.R Extraction Point and Fatal Frame 4 and Penumbra Overture. Yeah, that's true. And yeah, Parasite Eve I like more too. I like it... Do I like it more or less than Amnesia Justine? It's around this level, I can feel it. Do I like it more than Dino Crisis? I do actually like it more than Dino Crisis. I like it more than Resident Evil 2. I like it more than Dino Crisis 2. I like it more than Amnesia. Da, 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 da. I guess it's right here, actually. Right ahead of Dino Crisis, but behind Amnesia Justine. So there's another big, recent, last 10 years horror franchise, which had 3 entries I need to go over, which is Outlast. Let me clarify, I've beaten Outlast, Whistleblower, I've played Outlast 2. I have played enough that I think I can form my opinion and not leave it behind like some of the others, but I have not beaten it. One day I'll sit down and I'll beat it. It's also been a while, so my memory was a little bit foggy, but I remember my opinion on it well enough. So we have the original Outlast. Now let me be a little bit upfront. I like Outlast more than a lot of people that are like, it's another Outlast clone type of people. But I don't love it. I have a lot of issues with it, actually. Let's see. Okay. I like Outlast more than F.E.A.R. I like Outlast more than Carrier. I definitely know I like Outlast less than I like Amnesia. So it's somewhere between F.E.A.R and Amnesia for me. I'm going to figure out where. I like it more than F.E.A.R. I like it more than Silent Hill Homecoming. I like it more than Dead Space. Yeah, Dead Space Extraction. I like it more than Resident Evil 0. I like it less than... I like it more than Corpse Party. That is true. I like it more than Clock Tower. I like it more than the original F.E.A.R. I like it more than Amnesia, A Machine for Pigs. So far, so right. I like it less than Cold F.E.A.R. Or more than Cold F.E.A.R, excuse me. That's where I start questioning. Do I like it more than Cold F.E.A.R? Do I like it more than Dead Aim? Honestly, no. I don't. I like it more than Oranges. I guess this is the place where I put it. I do like Whistleblower more than the original Outlast, though. But less than Amnesia, still. So I like it more than Cold F.E.A.R. I like it more than Dead Aim. I like it more than Dead Space 3. I like it more than Fatal Frame. I'm not sure if I like it more than Dead Space, though. Do I really like it more than Fatal Frame? No, actually. It's very close, though. I guess it's here that I put it. Alrighty. This is all filling out pretty easily. Whistleblower had better villains. I think the shorter campaign length actually helped it. They varied up the environments more than the main game did, the monster itself. And they just had better, cooler sequences, honestly. And a better story. That helped too. Okay. Then we get to Outlast 2, which, again, like the couple other games that I have not 100% completed, my opinion may change, like Dino Crisis 2 is one of them. But let's see. I like it less than the original Outlast, I know that. I like it less than Dead Space 3. Resident Evil Dead Aim, Cold F.E.A.R, Outlast, Silent Hill Oranges. She. I like it less than Amnesia, Machine for Pigs. I guess I like it more than the original F.E.A.R. At least from what I've played so far. My opinion might damper once I've gone further in the game, because I know a lot of people don't like the ending. I don't know what the ending is, don't spoil it for me, please. And like maybe the repetition of the game or something will wear me thin when I get further in. But from what I've played of Outlast 2, the story is pretty trashy, but you know, it is what it is. I guess I would put it there. Huh. Interesting, Lion. Now let's see. Next up we have the Evil Within games. And again, I'll say what we have left. We have the Evil Within, the Evil Within Julie Kidman DLC, the Evil Within 2, and then the 2 DreadOut games. Not DreadOut 2, but DreadOut and DreadOut Keepers of the Dark. And then we're done. And I'll probably end it very shortly after this because I am about ready to sleep. So let's see what we can manage to accomplish here. Starting with the Evil Within. I will say this, the Evil Within, more than almost any other horror game I've ever seen, is such a huge love-it-hate-it deal. I have seen such divisive opinions on both the first and the second game, and more interestingly, just because you love the first Evil Within doesn't mean you have to love the second Evil Within. There's a lot of people I see that love the Evil Within 1, but hate the Evil Within, or don't, maybe hate's too strong of a word, but don't like the Evil Within 2. There's a lot of people that hate the Evil Within 1, but end up loving the Evil Within 2. So, yay. They're very different from one another. I played both games, and they're very close for me, and I'm going to actually have to make a hard decision here which one I like more. But the things that they appealed to were two very different parts of my taste. I could tell that even when I was playing the second game. That I really liked it, but it was appealing to a different part of my taste than the Evil Within 1 did. So let's see. I'm sort of just putting it next to titles and thinking about my opinions with them. I like the Evil Within a lot, though. I liked it more than Resident Evil 5. I liked it more than Resident Evil 3. I liked it more than The Writer. Do I like it more than the original Silent Hill game? Yes, and I do like it more than Resident Evil Revelations. I think this is where I'd put it. Yep. That is where I'd put it. I'm feeling it out. I can feel it. There's the spot. Found it. Now, controversial opinion. I think I've concluded as time has gone on that the Julie Kidman DLC of The Evil Within, the original game, the assignment and the consequence is the best part of the Evil Within experience. I think I like that more than Downpour. But do I like it more than Silent Hill 4, and do I like it more than White Day? No. I thought it'd be a little bit further away, but I guess it's close enough to be put there. Evil Within 2. I do like Evil Within 2, I think, a little bit less than the original game, and it's partially because there's a few sequences that suffer, but I really did enjoy exploring the town sequences, and there was some of the later linear story stuff which I liked a lot. But I think that a few elements were not as... I feel like if Evil Within 2 had more interesting boss monsters that were built up and a few more intense horror sequences, it could have potentially passed Evil Within 1 for me. But there's some areas it feels a little bit barren. It's not that it's a short game or a content like slim game, but there's some parts of this game that feel a little bit too sterilized, and then some parts that I feel like could have been spruced up with a little bit more out there horror. Now this said, do I like it less? A little bit less than Revelations 2, but not by much. A little bit less than Silent Hill. It's here. This is the spot. I put the Alan Wake DLC a bit above it, but I would put it above Resident Evil 3, the original. This list is really weird. I'm probably going to have to sort some things out of it in just a moment, which then leads to DreadOut games. So DreadOut, which includes DreadOut Act 1 and 0 and 2, I liked a lot. I ended up liking Keepers of the Dark more, so I know that's going to place above it. But where would I place DreadOut? I do like DreadOut more than I like the original Fatal Frame games. Let me relocate the original Fatal Frame game. There it is. And go from there. I like it more than Dead Space. I like it more than Forbidden Siren and Resident Evil 2 and Dino Crisis 2, but I feel like I'm starting to get to the zone where I'm going to place it. I did like DreadOut more than Amnesia, and then Dino Crisis, and Alan Wake's American Nightmare, and this. I think I liked Parasite Eve and Penumbra more than like the first DreadOut game, though. So actually, I think right there is the spot where I'm gonna put the original DreadOut, which then brings out DreadOut Keepers of the Dark. DreadOut Keepers of the Dark. I liked more than Parasite Eve. I liked more than Penumbra Overture. Or, is that the Plague one? No, that's Overture. I liked it more than Fatal Frame 4. Hahaha, DreadOut, you guys surpassed some of your Fatal Frame brethren for me. It's when I get to, like, this level where I start questioning if I like it more than the other games, though. Yeah, I think this is the level for it. That seems accurate for me. And that would actually make it the end of this list. But let me first do a quick scheming. I like how Resident Evil Gaiden ended up having its own territory. I'm going to put... Yeah, I know. You know what? Actually, I like Resident Evil. Gaiden is in a league below those two. So, okay. We finished. There were 2 games I ended up having to cut, and I am really sleepy, so I'm not sure if I'm going to give a full-on summary right now. But this took, like, I knew it was going to take like 2+ hours, and I was guessing probably 3+ hours. I will admit I wasn't quite calling it to take 6.5 hours, but I should have known myself a little bit better than this. So, Resident Evil Gaiden. It's bad. The first hour is okay, but it's a game that gets progressively worse, and I never want to touch it again. Alone in the Dark Illumination and Clock Tower, some in this Clock Tower Ghost Head in this territory known as Clock Tower 2, The Struggle Within, has a lot of flaws. I've talked about all. The thing is, I'm not going to do full commentary on all these games. I've literally talked about all of them for a bit before I posted them. So, also I should say this about DreadOut Keepers of the Dark because I didn't give my full opinions. DreadOut Keepers of the Dark is like an interesting horror game in that you start off in a hub world with like I think it's 8 different doors, but it might be 12. And in each door there's like 2 or more ghosts that you need to hunt inside. When you enter a door, you enter inside this little like explorable level, and each level has a different ghost. And the thing that makes the game really work is the levels are interesting. The ghosts are really interesting and varied to each other. The game has some real enemy variety, and it's just really fun kind of hunting down these boss ghosts and then taking them down because each one functions with surprising creativity behind them. I almost don't want to spoil some of them, but just to give some examples, there's like a level which is full of mannequin statues, and there's a ghost that can possess the mannequins and move them around, so you have to look around for the mannequin that's moving and take a picture of the ghost. There's another ghost that is basically, like, which one should I spoil without saying too much? There's a fox kitsune type ghost, which kind of hops around some sewer areas, and how it works, I won't spoil how it works, but it works really interestingly, and I was really impressed by it. There's also a ghost that rides on a horseback. But anyways, that for another time. It's a very interesting game. And I think that if you like the idea of sort of exploring and ghost hunting and hunting for ghosts which have a lot of surprising variety among them, then it's worth it. So, I'm sure, I don't think I have it in me to go over everything right now. I will say this, I think this is how the list is going to end up being. I think, I'm probably, if I glanced after this, if I went to bed, woke up, glanced over everything before me, I could probably rearrange a few of these titles to be a little bit differently placed than they're placed right now. I'm a little too probably worn out after doing this for 6.5 hours to do it right now. But I think it's probably good enough as it is. There's probably a few tiles that'll shift positions. I'm going to probably leave this page open and then like shift around a few and then post the result on Twitter or something. But yeah. It's probably pretty close outside of a few titles shifting positions with each other, or me like moving a few things up, moving a few things down after thinking about them a little bit further. Still, it was interesting to do. I have a lot of thoughts on these. There's a lot more horror games I could have included, but I tried limiting myself to series that only have three or more entries, which is very few still. It's really surprising how many horror, like there's so few horror things that reach 3 entries. And there were some things I wasn't able to include, like I have not played enough of the Five Nights at Freddy's games in order to include them here. They are a mainstream thing. A lot of people don't like them, but I'm fine with them. But still, it is what it is. Another example, there was like things I thought about throwing in, but then I didn't have enough experience with them or the situation behind them. I don't think they would score very well in the charts, etc., etc. So yeah, still it's been an interesting little thought to experiment, I guess, to think about where to place everything. Hopefully it was interesting enough for you guys. I have my doubts there's going to be very many people that sit down and actually watch a 6.5 hour horror game series, like tier list in its entirety. Still though, hopefully you enjoyed. Hopefully the list looks interesting enough. Again, I had one thing which I thought about when I was making this list. I had a lot more contrarian opinions than I was expecting going into this. But then again, I don't be contrarian for the sake of being contrarian, I just have my opinions. So yeah, and even though I say this, it's like there's some pretty popularly held opinions here, like apparently in my top ranking, I've got Resident Evil 4, Silent Hill 3, Resident Evil Remake, and Silent Hill 2 I've was listed. Those are not very rare games to say are the best of the best, but they're just very, very good, honestly. Even if I do have the rare opinion that I think that Silent Hill 3 is better than Silent Hill 2, and I've decided I think Silent Hill 3 is better than Resident Evil Remake. And yeah, of course, endless. Still, it is what it is. I can definitely tell that I think a few of these might shift a little bit when I'm a little bit less tired, but I'll do that in the morning and then just post whatever result on Twitter. So yeah. Still, hopefully it was fun enough. I hope you guys have enjoyed. And until next time, have a wonderful day, evening, night, whatever it is, wherever you are, whatever time you're watching this. Adieu to all of you.